Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Chapter 194 Mutated Spider Mother Spider. Chapter 194 Mutated Spider Mother Spider. Back off. Feng Heng grabbed Mo Jiawei and pulled him back to the vine zombie army. In the next moment, the vine zombies extended their vines at the same time. The vines gathered in front of the passage and quickly formed a wooden defensive barrier. The defense net directly sealed the entire passage from top to bottom, and even gradually thickened. This works. It was the first time that Mo Jiawei had seen the vine zombies' ability, so he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Feng Heng raised his automatic rifle and poked out the muzzle from the gap of the wooden defense net that was connected by the vines, shooting at the mutated spiders. Seeing this, Mo Jiawei imitated Feng Heng and raised his water cannon. He used the gaps of the defensive web to spray pesticide on the mutated spiders. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the mutated spiders broke through the blockade line formed by the three tyrants. They passed through the gaps left by the three tyrants through the ceiling and pounced on Feng Heng and Mo Jiawei. The mutated spiders waved their enhanced forelimbs to launch an attack. Kai! The vines blocked the attack, but a huge crack appeared on them. Feng Heng switched to a shotgun and aimed at the mutated spider's head at close range. Boom! A headshot! The mutated spider was smashed into pieces, and its corpse flew out. Mo Jiawei took out a Molotov cocktail and threw it at the corpse, bypassing the defensive web formed by the vines in front of him. The Molotov cocktail broke into pieces, and flames lit up on the ground, burning the small spiders that crawled out of the mutated spider's corpse into ashes. Well done. Their teamwork was not bad. Feng Heng looked at Mo Jiawei. It took more than 10 minutes. This wave of mutated spiders was completely wiped out. Phew! Mo Jiawei didn't care about the disgusting spider web on the floor, and just lay down on the ground. It was too freaking thrilling. He had never felt that he was so strong. In the past, he would run as far as he could when he saw a Tier 1 mutated zombie. Amen. Now he even had the guts to deal with a Tier 3 mutated creature. After tidying up his harvest, Feng Heng put the 3 Tier 1 evolution crystals dropped by the mutated spiders into his backpack. Let's continue. They continued forward. At the end of the passage, there was a safety door on the right. The two pushed the door open and entered. Was it sealed? There was still a large area on the right behind the safety door. However, due to the collapse caused by the explosion, the entire right side of the passage was completely sealed. There's no way out. The passage on the left reached the end after 5 to 6 meters. There were still a few more rooms. Feng Heng entered the room to roughly search, but he did not find any anomaly. Strange. Why was there no way out? Feng Heng took out his communicator and tried to contact Victor. After a series of noisy electrical sounds, Victor's voice came from the communicator. Feng Heng, Victor. Can you hear me? Yes. There are a lot of noises but I can hear you. Feng Heng nodded and roughly described what he had encountered earlier on. On the other end, Victor also took out the construction blueprints that he had obtained from the mutated spider and compared them. Feng Heng, based on what you've said earlier, I'm guessing that you're currently at the passage leading to Area S. Follow the passage on the right and you'll be able to reach the elevator 20 meters ahead. Take the elevator directly to Area S. But the passage is sealed. Yes. I suspect that after the outbreak of the biochemical virus, the Meteorite Company, for reasons of confidentiality, detonated all the entrances to Area S, completely hiding Area S in the depths of the Meteorite Company. Feng Heng frowned and said, now we can't go in. Theoretically, all the passages to Area S had been destroyed. If you want to go in, you can only enter through the cargo elevator passage of the Meteorite Company's internal factory. It's very difficult to seal that place with explosives. The cargo elevator of the internal factory. How do I get there? You need to return to the previous main passage. Look carefully. There's a ventilation duct in the penultimate section. You can enter through the ventilation duct and leave through the second exit. That's the storage room on the third floor of the freight passage. After entering the storage room, confirm the environment condition first. The power supply system at the freight passage might not be working. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Fang Heng nodded and said to Mo Jiawei, let's go back and take a look. Following Victor's suggestion, the two of them went back the way they came. The entrance of the ventilation duct was entangled by a spider web. If Victor didn't remind them, it would be hard for them to find it. To be safe, Fang Heng let the vine zombies drill the duct in advance. After confirming that there was no danger, the two of them followed the vine zombies into the duct. After a while, the two of them drilled out of the ventilation duct and went to another storage room. Opening the door of the storage room, Fang Heng poked his head out. The outside world was the meteorite company's internal secret factory. The storage room was built on the third floor. Standing on the high ground, they could see the overall situation of the factory hall on the first floor. Mo Jiawei's face instantly turned pale. What kind of monster was that? A giant spider body was occupying the entrance of the cargo elevator on the first floor below. Its body was unusually large, at least 5 to 6 meters in size. Apart from that, the factory hall on the first floor below was filled with densely packed mutated spiders and white cocoons. Hint: you have completed the 11th stage of the ring mission. Secret Area S. Hint: your ring mission reward will be accumulated. Please go to any Dark Knight's contact point to look for the administrator to receive the reward. Hint: you have triggered the next stage ring mission Mother Spider. Mission description: you have encountered the Mother Spider on the way to Area S. Mission requirements: enter Area S without destroying the main building. It was too crazy. Seeing the game hint, Mo Jiawei felt that the game was insane. Not only was there a dense cluster of mutated spiders, but there was also a mother spider that was 10 times larger than an ordinary zombie. What made people feel extremely creepy was that the mother spider was covered with red eyes. Even the joints of the limbs had strange eyes. The red eyes opened and closed rhythmically. Fang Heng, this. SHH. Keep it down. Fang Heng gently closed the door, leaving only a small gap. Use your skills to check. Mo Jiawei took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He covered his right eye and looked down. Mutated spider mother spider. The mutated mother spider creature was infected by the progenitor virus. It has low-level intelligence and is the leader of the spider community. It controls the population by secreting a special biological enzyme. To expand the population, the mother spider treats zombies as its feed, but the living humans can provide it with the greatest nutrition, as it is responsible for breeding the entire population. The mother spider's evolution is somewhat special. Its attack ability is not strong, and its movement speed is unusually slow. However, its skin will secrete a very powerful poison. The mother's red eyes are its weakness. Other than that, the mother spider's weakness is its fear of flames and pesticides containing nitrochloroform. Chapter 195D: A Minute's Never Ending. Chapter 195D: A Minute's Never Ending. As Mo Jiawei spoke, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He carefully turned his head to look at Fang Heng. Even his voice was slightly trembling. Fang Heng. It's a tier 5 mutated creature. Kai. The group of spiders below seemed to have noticed Fang Heng and the others, and they all turned their heads in their direction. Retreat. Fang Heng quickly closed the door and locked it. Fortunately, the mutated spiders didn't chase after them. The two of them fell silent. Mo Jiawei's heart was beating wildly. What the hell, that was a tier 5 creature. Tier 5. The mission difficulty jumped another level. In the zombie apocalypse game, Mo Jiawei had heard that the top tier creature was the tier 5 corpse king. That terrifying monster could destroy a large shelter with hundreds of people by itself. He didn't expect to see a creature of the same level with his own eyes today. Mo Jiawei flipped through the mission hint again and again. Fortunately, the mission didn't require them to kill the mother spider by force. There was still a chance. It was also possible to find a way to lure the mother spider away from the factory's delivery passage, or to use some method to put it into hibernation. While he was pondering, Mo Jiawei raised his head and looked at Fang Heng. If it was God, there should be a way. Mo Jiawei asked in a low voice. Fang Heng, Why don't we think of a way to spray some pesticide to drive the mother spider away from here? It's probably feasible. Fang Heng was also observing the mission hint. He nodded lightly. Using pesticides to drive away the mother spider was feasible. There was a chance of success. It was not easy to see a tier 5 creature. If he did not think of a way to extract a live sample from its body, would he be able to sleep well at night? He could even think of a way to kill it. Fang Heng was inexplicably tempted. In the past, when he killed a tier 4 creature for the first time, he could get a skill book reward. If he killed a tier 5 creature, there was no reason why he could not get a reward. Right. Moreover, the reward was higher than killing a tier 4 creature. Fang Heng pondered over it carefully. Creatures of the same tier were not equally strong. For example, the licker and the ordinary tier 2 enhanced zombie had a huge difference in strength. After all, the licker had been trained by the meteorite company to fight from the start. And from Emode Joey's introduction, the mutated mother spider was the product of an accidental leak of a virus. Its initial evolution direction was not to fight, but to reproduce. A large part of its strength came from its race. Finding a way to eliminate its race would greatly weaken its strength. How can I? Emode Joey did not hear Fang Heng's whisper. He would never have thought that Fang Heng had already begun to think about how to counterkill the tier 5 mutated mother spider to earn a reward. What a joke. Kill a tier 5 mutated spider. Wasn't he courting death? Fang Heng patted Emode Joey on the shoulder and decided to think about the battle plan after he went back. Let's go back first. Yes. Our lives are more important. Let's go back quickly. Emode Joey nodded repeatedly. He felt that the god was still very steady in doing things. When he knew that he couldn't do it, he wouldn't force himself to do it. He would retreat and think of a countermeasure before coming back. Let's clean up Area E first. After more than 2 hours of discussion with Victor, Fang Heng gave an answer that puzzled Emode Joey. Emode Joey was confused. Area E. What was the situation with the god? He didn't think of a way to chase away the mutated mother spider to complete the mission, but instead was trying to farm monsters. Fang Heng was indeed not in a hurry. Anyway, he didn't have a good way to deal with the mother spider. Besides, the main storyline mission was right there. No one would fight with him. First, he would farm all the mutated spiders in the other areas of the meteorite company to earn more survival points and evolution crystals. Then, he would level up. By the way, the pesticide you brought may not be enough. I need more. Emode Joey understood what Fang Heng meant. He nodded and said, All right. I'll go order now and ask the mercenary to help me collect it. I'll go back to collect it once I've purchased it. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. I'm just running errands. It's a small matter. Ever since the game had opened the server transfer function below level 5, a large number of players and mercenary groups had moved into server 8. Emode Joey felt that this matter was much simpler than the water cannon. It was just a matter of moving his fingers and spending more money to place orders on the platform. There would be many players and mercenary guilds helping him gather materials, using money to exchange for Dark Knight's honor points. He would make a good profit from this deal. Just nice. He could also hand in the mission when he went back and raise his Dark Knight's military rank. Emode Joey thought happily. As for the god's plan, he didn't want to think about it even if he didn't understand it. Since he was already on the god's ship, he could just hug his thigh and finish the job. At worst, he could just follow behind the god with a water cannon. 3 days later, other than Area S, the 5 areas within the meteorite company had already been cleaned up. During this period, the mother of the mutated spiders had a short-lived anomaly. A large number of mutated spiders crazily rushed out of the building and attacked Fang Heng and the others. Unfortunately, in the end, this attack was mercilessly suppressed. After cleaning up the outer park, Fang Heng led the zombie team to find trouble with the mutated spiders. Later on, Emode Joey saw Fang Heng's wondrous operation. Emode Joey would never forget it. Fang Heng first commanded the zombies to dig a passage from the entrance of Area S to the storage room. Then, he pulled a power cord from the 4th basement and set up a turret sniper line in the passage. Then, he lured the monsters, and killed them, and this went on and on. At this time, in the secret passage of Area S, seeing Fang Heng excitedly going to the storage room to lure the monsters, Imo Jiawei sighed in his heart, picked up the water pistol and followed him. He couldn't remember how many times this was. From being scared at the beginning to walking on thin ice and being careful later on. Until now, Imo Jiawei's state of mind was very calm, as if he was going downstairs to pick up a delivery. He felt a bit sorry for the Tier 5 mutated spider mother that was left in the factory's delivery passage. Fang Heng's operation made Imo Jiawei feel a bit of a pain in the ass. Initially, because the densely packed spiders were all mutated spiders. After discussing, they decided to take care of them in batches. Wave after wave of monsters was taken care of in batches. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. The mutated spider mother's reproduction speed was extremely fast. Fang Heng had just attracted a wave of mutated spiders. But before they could finish farming, a new batch was produced, occupying the entire internal factory. At that time, Imo Jiawei felt that the plan had completely failed. But he did not expect Fang Heng to be extremely excited. Time and time again, he worked tirelessly to lure out the mutated spiders from the factory delivery area, and then lured them to the passage to kill them. After being provoked, the mutated mother spider would be stimulated, and quickly breed a new batch of mutated spiders. The mutated spiders once again chased and attacked Fang Heng crazily. This went back and forth, as if on repeat mode. A batch of monsters was lured out, and then killed. Another batch of monsters was lured out, and killed again. During the short rest, they had to repair the damaged automatic turret, and killed again. It was as if it would never end. Chapter 196 The Last Wave. Chapter 196 The Last Wave. Mo Jiawei felt that if it were any other player, they would be driven crazy by repeating the same routine over and over again. However, Fang Heng seemed to be enjoying it. To be more precise, he was enjoying it endlessly. Mo Jiawei carefully glanced at Fang Heng beside him and thought to himself, terrifying. God, Fang Heng was indeed enjoying it. It had been a while since he had slept properly, so he would occasionally rest for an hour or two while Victor was repairing the automatic cannons. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was extremely excited. Fang Heng felt as if he had discovered a bug in the game and had completely grasped the password to wealth. That's right, get those crystals. At first, Fang Heng only thought of luring a wave of mutated spiders out and slowly reducing the number of mutated spiders in the periphery. But he didn't expect that after he dealt with the wave of mutated spiders that he lured out and returned to the place. Oh God, a new wave of mutated spiders spawned again. He has picked up these survival points and evolution crystals for free. Fang Heng immediately began the crystal collection plan. Every time he lured out a wave of mutated spiders, he would receive over 1,000 survival points and around 10 Tier 1 evolution crystals, plus some low-tier crystal fragments and additional income from recipes. It was a no-cost business. It was a sure win. Fang Heng had already begun to think. Could he think of a way to control the zombies to design a fully automatic monster hunting system? It was fully automated. He just needed to sit by the side and wait for the rewards. The two of them went to the storage room again. As usual, Mo Jiawei opened the door of the storage room with a small gap. It was different from the previous times. This time, the number of mutated spiders at the bottom of the factory decreased. Mo Jiawei let out a soft exclamation. The number of mutated spiders didn't respawn. It has reached the upper limit. It turned out that there was an upper limit to the reproduction of the mutated mother spider. Everything was under the control of the god. They spent 2 days and 1 night to reach this critical point. Mo Jiawei looked back at Fang Heng with excitement. The god was bold and patient. Who else could do it other than him? As long as they finished dealing with the large number of mutated spiders below, they could attack the mutated mother spider. Mo Jiawei blinked his eyes in confusion. But why did the god's expression not look too good? Beside him, Fang Heng's expression instantly darkened. No more. Not giving birth. Not letting him feel good. Could it be that his action of farming monsters had been discovered? The loophole had been sealed. Fang Heng was rather displeased. He said to Mo Jiawei, try to lure another wave. According to the plan, Mo Jiwei skillfully took out a Molotov cocktail from his backpack and threw it towards the place where the mutated spiders gathered below. The Molotov cocktail shattered and an area on the ground burned violently. Attracted by the Molotov cocktail, the mutated spiders all turned around and looked at the place where Mo Jiwei was hiding. Mo Jiwei gave them a middle finger. Then he turned around and ran. Mo Jiwei turned his head and started to walk. Then he stopped again. Something was wrong. He realized that there was no sound of friction behind him. Mo Jiwei turned around. This time, the mutated spiders didn't pay attention to Mo Jiwei's provocation. They quietly stayed where they were. Did the taunt fail? Fang Hang? What's going on? Tisk, prepare to use backup plan no. 2. Fang Hang gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, "You're not going to let me get what I want. Right. Then don't just lie there." Fang Hang had already prepared a backup plan. He opened the game log and controlled Zombie Clone No. 9 to carry out the action plan. A moment later, the Vine Zombie group came up with a water pipe with a large diameter nozzle. The end of the sprinkler was connected to a long water pipe. The other end of the water pipe was connected to the underground sewer pump outside the meteorite company. "Come on, let's start." Mo Jiwei took the water pipe from the zombie team and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "A minute. This thing was much more powerful than the water pistol in his hand." Fang Hang helped open the door of the storage room. Mo Jiwei pulled the water pipe and threw it through the gap in the door. Fang Hang opened the water pipe valve. Sizzle sizzle. A large amount of pesticide liquid mixed with nitrochloroform poured down from the third floor like rain. When the pesticide fell on the mutated spiders, they instantly exploded as if they were in a frying pan. The mutated spiders frantically ran in the direction of Fang Hang. "You run first." Fang Hang tightened the valve again and calmly looked back at the group of mutated spiders chasing after him. This time, there were more mutated spiders than before. Fang Hang felt exhilarated internally and ran back with Mo Jiwei. After running back for more than 50 meters, the 4 tyrants blocked the intersection in unison. Fang Hang and Mo Jiwei immediately hid behind the tyrant and hid in the wooden defensive net made of vine zombies. Bang bang. 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 The automatic defense turret set up in the pathway opened fire at the same time. Fang Hang also set up his automatic rifle and activated the ammo dump skill, while at the same time brushing up on his basic shooting. Hint: your team member Victor relied on the automatic turret to kill the mutated spider. You have obtained survival points 21. Complete evolution crystal fragments 1. Hint: your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion form killed the mutated spider. You have obtained survival points 19. Evolution crystal fragments 1. Hint: your shot has hit a vital point. You have obtained gun mastery skill experience points 2. Another row of notifications appeared in the game log. For the past few days, Fang Hang had been farming the mutated spiders for 3 days and 2 nights relentlessly, obtaining a large number of Tier 1 evolution crystals. His character level had risen to level 16. Excluding the proliferators, there were already 168 zombie clones. Not only that, even the extremely difficult basic shooting skill level had risen to level 9. In less than half an hour, a wave of mutated spiders had been cleared. Fang Hang waved his hand, and all the evolution crystal fragments on the ground were crushed and sucked into his palm. Hint: you have obtained evolution crystal fragments 12. Complete evolution crystal 31. Tier 1 evolution crystal 14. Hint: you have absorbed the power of a Tier 1 evolution crystal. Fang Hang had planned to use the pesticide water pipe tactic to deal with the final mutated mother spider. Now that there was a change in plan, the effect was surprisingly good. Fang Hang was in high spirits. He rubbed his hands and ordered the zombie team to continue waiting for orders, then walked toward the storage room. It was still early, and he could still farm a dozen more waves today. Level 17 was not a problem. Let's go. Let's continue. Looking at Fang Hang, who was still in high spirits, Mo Jiwei silently put away the water pistol. Perhaps this was the secret of the god's success. The god was so strong and had worked so hard, so he had to work hard too. Mo Jiwei patted his cheeks and forced himself to cheer up. Mo Jiwei lowered his head and looked at the water cannon in his hand. This thing doesn't add gun mastery skill experience points at all. Chapter 197 You're not going to let me get my way. Right. Chapter 197 You're not going to let me get my way. Right. Just like drawing a tiger after modeling the cat, Fang Hang went back and forth 3 times. During this time, Mo Jiawei even took the time to go offline and have supper. When he came back, the 4th wave of mutated spiders that were lured out was also eliminated by Fang Hang. Let's go continue. Continue. Fang Hang was now unusually excited. After using pesticides to attract the mutated spiders, his efficiency had doubled. Mo Jiawei couldn't hold on any longer. God. Why don't we take a break and continue farming tomorrow? Fang Hang looked at the time. It was not even 1 a.m. He looked at his character's experience points again. He was just a little bit away from level 17. If he didn't level up to this rank, would he be able to sleep at night? Looking at Mo Jiawei's haggard face, Fang Hang shook his head. Alright then. This is the last time. Mo Jiawei rubbed his dazed eyes. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. God is God. He is full of energy. With the thought of this is the last time, Mo Jiawei followed Fang Hang back to the storage room, opening the door to the internal factory. Mo Jiawei was completely shocked. The mutated mother spider had moved, perhaps due to the huge size of its body. Its spider legs appeared very thin and weak, and the speed of its movement was extraordinarily slow. This scene made Mo Jiawei somewhat unable to believe it. It was going to escape. The mutated mother spider was escaping. Was this also part of God's plan? Crazily killing the mutated spiders, then using pesticide. He could even chase the mutated mother spider away. Mo Jiawei turned to look at Fang Hang again, his eyes filled with admiration. This was God. However, he did not see any joy on Fang Hang's face. Instead, he saw Fang Hang gnashing his teeth, looking very unhappy. Fang Hang was gnashing his teeth in hatred. He was very unhappy now. Run. He was only a little bit away from reaching level 17. But the mutated mother spider was not reproducing anymore. It was also trying to run away. Of course, Fang Hang didn't want to let it go. Receiving Fang Hang's order, the 4 tyrant zombie corpses caught up from the passage behind them. They rushed out of the storage room and jumped down from the 3rd floor. Bang bang bang. The tyrants were not afraid of death. After landing on the ground, they directly rushed in front of the slowly crawling mutated mother spider. They raised their fists and smashed at it. It seemed that the mutated mother spider did not resist at all. It could only continue to be beaten. The game log continued to refresh with rows of hints. Fang Hang lowered his head to observe and analyze. Hint: your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion form causes damage to the mutated mother spider. Hint: your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion form receives poison damage. Hint: your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion form receives poison. The mutated mother spider's movement was slow, and it did not possess very strong offensive abilities. It used its enhanced sharp limbs as its main attack method. And then there was the poison. The mutated mother spider's skin could secrete a layer of poisonous mucus as protection. As the tyrant threw a punch on the mother spider, it ended up poisoning itself and had a portion of its HP reduced. Fang Hang flipped through the game log and instantly cheered in his heart. Tyrant form had fused with the vine body's characteristics. Its HP was high and its recovery speed was also fast. It was not afraid of its HP being depleted slowly. Fang Hang immediately felt at ease and hid behind the rear with Mo Jiawei to supervise the battle. The tyrant form punched into the flesh of the mother spider. It endured the mother spider's poison damage and continued to pummel the latter. Not long after, the tyrant's HP fell to a certain extent, and it immediately entered Tier 2. The tyrant's hands transformed into sharp tentacles and its strength was enhanced once again. Mo Jiawei watched from the side, his heart palpitating with fear. At first, he wanted to quickly go offline to rest, but now he didn't feel sleepy at all. His mood became more and more uneasy, and he became more and more excited. He unconsciously clenched his fists. There's a chance. Tyrant was too strong. Good heavens. If this continued, wouldn't the mutated mother spider be pressed to the ground and beaten? That there was a chance to kill the mother of the mutated spiders. The 4 tyrant forms were battling with the mutated mother spider for nearly 2 hours. Every time the tyrant's HP fell to a certain level, Fang Heng would control it to withdraw from the battle and rest at the side. When the negative effect of the poison on the tyrant disappeared, its HP would fully recover. Then, it would continue to engage in a round of battle. At this moment, the mother spider looked extremely weak. It looked like it was about to die. Oh right, I almost forgot. Fang Heng controlled a tyrant form that was watching the battle to recover its HP and walked over, throwing a live sample at it. The tyrant form took the sample collector and strode forward, quickly walking to the side of the weakened mutated mother spider. The live sample collector fiercely pierced the skin of the mutated spider mother. Hint: your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion form is currently in the process of collecting a live sample. Hint: you have received poison damage. Collection status interrupted. Collection failed. Due to the poison on the skin, the tyrant was unable to collect a live sample. It was fine if he didn't collect evolution crystals from the mother spider. But now, he couldn't even get a live sample from it. Fang Heng felt that the mutated mother spider had always been going against him. Then what was the point of keeping it? Kill it. With this thought, Fang Heng turned around and returned to the storage room. He picked up the water pipe on the ground and threw it down from the 3rd floor. A tyrant strode forward. It picked up the water pipe with one hand and stuffed it into the mouth of the mother spider. Fang Heng turned his head and immediately pressed the water pump switch. Kai kai kai. Water in the water pipe continuously gushed out from the nozzle. The mother spider struggled violently, but it was firmly held down by the 4 tyrant forms. After being forcefully injected with pesticides, the entire body of the mother spider rapidly expanded. The pesticide mixed with light green blood flowed out from the red eyes on the mother spider's body. The data in the lower right corner of Fang Heng's retina refreshed over a dozen rows. Hint: affected by the pesticide, the mutated mother spider's HP has decreased. Hint: affected by the pesticide. A minute later, the mutated mother spider's body had doubled in size. It finally couldn't take it anymore, and its entire body exploded with a bang. The stinky pale green blood and broken limbs sprayed over half of the factory. It's dead. Mo Jiawei had already guessed that the mutated mother spider might die, but he still couldn't believe it when he saw it in front of his eyes. The Tier 5 mutated creature had been taken care of. In the next second, numerous young spider bodies crawled out from the broken limbs of the mutated mother spider. The baby spiders crazily rushed toward the nearest living beings, including the tyrant form. They climbed onto the tyrant, and once they stuck to it, they would self-destruct crazily. Bang bang bang. The corrosive liquid produced by the self-destruction of the baby spiders on the tyrant form was extremely wasteful. Don't just stand there. Quick, close the door. Fang Heng neatly took out his machete and cut the rubber hose. With a bang, he closed the door of the storage room to prevent the baby spiders from flooding into the room. Even now, Mo Jiawei still felt like he was dreaming. 118. He turned to look at Fang Heng and asked, "Is it settled?" "We killed a Tier 5 mutated creature." Mo Jiawei felt like he hadn't done anything, so he helped to move the water pipe and brought some materials over. At most, he could only use the water cannon to help. How did they kill a Tier 5 creature out of nowhere? Chapter 198: Killing the Mother Spider. Chapter 198: Killing the Mother Spider. Fang Heng wasn't too sure either. It should be dead. Right, wait till you see the game logs. Hint. Mo Jiawei nodded. That was true. After all, it was a Tier 5 creature. Who knew if it had any special resurrection methods? In just a few seconds, a few game notifications flashed across Mo Jiawei's right retina. Hint: your team has killed a Tier 5 mutated spider mother spider. Hint: as the first player to kill a Tier 5 creature, you will receive a skill book level, a reward according to your contribution quota. Hint: skill book is randomly being drawn. You have obtained a level skill Nightwalker Soul Binding. The hint has arrived. It was a successful kill. And a level skill book. They were rich. Looking at the rewards, Mo Jiawei felt his heart twitch violently. He was so happy that he was about to faint. He had made a huge profit. In a level skill book. Mo Jiawei did not even look at it. He directly picked up the skill book and patted it on his head. Awesome. With this pat, Mo Jiawei felt that his entire body had been sublimated from head to toe. He felt that coming to Pine City this time was absolutely right. This was how the game was supposed to be played. This was how hugging Fi was supposed to be. At this moment, Fang Hang was also observing the game. Hint from the side. Hint: your zombie clone has killed the mutated mother spider. Tier 5. You receive high energy crystal 1 purple. Hint: as a player team that has killed a tier 5 creature for the first time, your reward will be distributed according to the contribution quota. You will receive an additional highest level reward. Hint: you have obtained a random skill book level S reward. Hint: skill book is being randomly drawn. Hint: you have obtained a random skill book level Vampire's Soul Binding. It was an S skill. His previous unhappiness was completely swept away. This was the first time Fang Hang had seen an S-level skill book in the game. He remembered that a long time ago, this body had seen a player post an S-level skill book on the forum. Before he could click on it, the thread had been deleted by the moderator. There was a huge leap in the level of skills. From B to A. Fang Hang's breathing was a little hurried. He held back the excitement in his heart and clicked on the skill description. Skill book low-level Vampire's Soul Binding. Description: after using the skill, you will automatically grasp the vampire's bloodlines. Soul Binding. Cannot be traded. Type of skill: bloodline type. Description: player can have multiple bloodlines at the same time, but some bloodlines cannot be owned at the same time. Level of skill S. Level restriction: this skill can be upgraded to level 15. The current highest level of the skill cannot exceed the player's current level. Player can find a way to upgrade the bloodline. Skill description: 1. After learning the skill, you will immediately gain an additional 100 maximum HP. Strength 1. Agility 5. Physique 1. Perception 1. You will gain strength skill level 0. 3. Agility skill level 1. Physique skill level 0. 3. Perception skill level 0. 1. Skill description: 2. Vampires can gain strength by devouring blood. By devouring blood, they can gain 150 HP recovery speed, and an increase in skill experience points per second. The gain of skill experience points is related to the energy in the blood. Skill description: 3. Vampires have powerful self-healing and night vision abilities. Player gains normal night vision ability. Under non-sunlight environment, player gains 5 HP recovery speed per second. Under non-combat condition, player gains 10 HP recovery speed per second. Skill description: 4. Additional 10 damage when hit by light attribute attacks. Player is immune to all critical hits except for the heart. It's actually vampires. Fang Hang was very surprised. This was also the first time he saw a skill related to vampires. He was very sure that if this book was in the vampire apocalypse, its value would be immeasurable even in the zombie apocalypse. The strength of the skill book would be enough to crush an A-level skill book. Soul Binding item could not be traded. Even if Fang Hang could, he would not use it to trade. Learned. Who knew if he would enter the world of vampires in the future? Hint: you have learned a skill Vampire Bloodline. The effect was obvious. After he patted the skill book on his head, Fang Hang instantly felt his body become lighter than before. But it was a little strange. Fang Hang flipped through the skill description again. Most of the skills he had learned in the past were skills that increased experience points through proficiency. In other words, the more he used them, the faster his experience points would grow. However, the skill of vampires had a new and clear description. To level up a skill, one needed to devour blood to gain strength. Blood-sucking. The scene of vampires sucking blood from the movies in Fang Hang's previous life appeared in his mind. No way did he have to drink blood. Fang Hang found it hard to accept mentally and physically. No way. Fang Hang suddenly had an idea. Didn't he have a zombie clone? The zombie clone had also inherited the skills of the vampires. According to the usual pattern, the experience points gained by the zombie clone would be transferred back to him. With that thought, Fang Hang controlled a zombie clone to stagger out of the storage room. The factory outside the storage room had already returned to normal. The 4 tyrants had been badly injured by the last spider's self-destruct attack, and were slowly recovering their HP. Fang Hang found a piece of the mutated spider's carcass on the ground, then forcefully ordered the zombie clone to swallow it. The zombie clone picked up a piece of the carcass and began to chew on it. Soon, A game hint sounded. Hint your zombie clone has swallowed a part of the blood. Hint the blood has been diluted and decayed. It doesn't have strength. The blood is decayed. Fang Heng was a little disappointed as he murmured. Decayed referred to zombies. It can't absorb strength from the blood of zombies. Fang Heng felt a little regretful. The good news was that his previous guess was right. He could indeed use the zombie clone to drink blood to level up his skill. Forget it. He'll do some more experiments when I get back. He'll let the zombie clone eat some animal blood to try again. Mo Jiawei also finished testing his new skill, Nightwalker, and walked to Fang Heng. He was going to go offline after killing a wave of mutated spiders. But he didn't expect to waste 2 more hours in a boss fight. Mo Jiawei's eyes were bloodshot like Fang Heng's. However, his spirit was extremely excited. Just a single level skill book was enough to make him so excited that he could not sleep for several nights. Not to mention that they had already taken care of the mutated mother spider. Meteorite Company's mysterious Area S was right in front of them. What good stuff was in Area S? How could he sleep if he went offline now? God. Let's go in and take a look. Mo Jiawei pointed at the cargo elevator not far away. Yeah. Let's go take a look. He was also very curious about Area S. There must be treasures inside. Chapter 1199 Promogenitor Virus. Chapter 1199 Promogenitor Virus. Walking into the elevator with Mo Jiawei, Fang Heng checked the cargo elevator. Very good. The backup power source was still on. It's still working. Great. Mo Jiawei waved his fist. Even more excited than Fang Heng. When the 4 tyrants and more than 30 zombie clones crowded the elevator, Fang Heng pressed the down button. The elevator slowly descended. A few rows of new notifications appeared in the game log. Hint you have completed the 12th stage ring mission The Mother Spider. Hint you have successfully killed the Mother Spider. You have completed an additional mission. You will receive an additional reward at the end of the mission. Hint your ring mission reward will be accumulated. Please go to any contact point of the Dark Knights to look for an administrator to receive the reward. Hint you have triggered the next stage of the mission secret information. Mission description. Please search Area S. Find the relevant mission documents and hand them over to the Dark Knights. Mission difficulty E. Looking at the new mission hint, Fang Heng was relieved. The next stage of the mission difficulty was only level E. This meant that the risk was very small, almost negligible. The cargo elevator landed at the bottom of Area. The scene in front of Fang Heng made him frown. Most of Area S had been buried by the ruins after the explosion. Only a laboratory at the front of the passage could be entered. The tyrant form pushed the door open and entered first. Fang Heng followed behind and turned on the flashlight to illuminate the room. The laboratory was in chaos. 2/3 of the area had collapsed. After confirming that there was no danger in the laboratory, Fang Heng waved his hand. The zombie team behind him began searching the entire laboratory. Soon, the zombie clones threw all the items they found in front of Fang Heng. Hint your zombie team has searched the secret research room. You have obtained an unknown liquid sample 1. Data Promogenitor Virus. High-level energy crystal 3. Promogenitor Virus. It should be the mission item. Fang Heng murmured in a low voice and tried to open the Promogenitor Virus file. After opening it, he found that the dense text on the file couldn't be read smoothly. The file was encrypted. It seemed that he needed to return to the Dark Knights to get the follow-up information. Fang Heng thought about it and put away the file. On the side, Mo Jiawei asked curiously. The Dark Knights are looking for this Promogenitor Virus file. But it's encrypted. I don't know what's written in it. Promogenitor Virus. The mutated spider mother we encountered before was infected by the Promogenitor Virus. Right. Yes. You've heard of the Promogenitor Virus. I did a little research when I went offline before. The relevant information is relatively small. The T-virus and G-virus were both developed from the Promogenitor Virus. Fang Heng looked at the other 2 items that he had collected from the laboratory. Item Unknown Potion 1. Description: this drug does not have a label on it. It is impossible to determine what it is. It needs to be further identified. It is not recommended to use it directly. Item High-level Energy Crystal 3. Description: the latest technological product of the Meteorite Company. It forms a stable cube-shaped crystal. A crystal the size of a fist can provide a powerful energy supply. Feng Heng held the 3 blue transparent stones in his hands and looked at them. They are all strange things. It was still all right if it was an unknown potion. If he brought it back and threw it to Qiu Yaokang, he would most likely be able to analyze what it was. But what the hell was this blue stone? Providing energy. He had never heard of how such a high-level energy crystal was used. Anyway, it was something found in the top secret research room of the meteorite company. Pack it up and take it away. After thinking for a while, Feng Heng stuffed them into his backpack. The mission in Pine City was almost completed. It was about time to return to the shelter. Unfortunately, the mutated mother spider was not very strong. Feng Heng had planned to level up to level 19 here, but he had not even reached level 17. From level 10 to level 19, the game required a tier 1 evolution crystal to level up. As for what would happen after level 19, Feng Heng did not know. All the information available on the forum was up to level 19. It seemed to be a watershed. Feng Heng had a vague feeling that after level 19, there might be some changes in the way the game leveled up. Seeing that Feng Heng was still in a daze, Mo Jiawei couldn't help but ask, "God, the mission has been completed. Should we prepare to go back?" "Yes, it's about time." Feng Heng nodded and ordered the zombie clone to follow. "Let's go back first." Thanks to Mo Jiawei's help, the construction of the sterile ward in the shelter could be completed in 2 days. The actual evacuation would take another day or 2. He couldn't stay idle for the next 2 days. Feng Heng thought carefully again. The mutated spiders had been cleared, and the meteorite company had been searched thoroughly. The creatures in the entire city had also cleared quite a few times. Most of the places in Pine City had been mostly cleared. It was considered to be cleared. Right. Wait. I seem to have forgotten something. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself. Oh right, I almost forgot. There was still the nemesis. Feng Heng unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. The nemesis held the key to Tyrant's next tier evolution. It was very valuable for research. If it was possible, it would be best to bring the nemesis back to the shelter with him. As soon as this thought arose, Feng Heng couldn't help but ponder. It seemed to be really feasible. Currently, he had 4 tyrant clones. Whether he could kill the nemesis or not, the 4 tyrants could easily pin the nemesis to the ground and hammer it. But how could he bring it back to the shelter? Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Federation. Feng Heng thought of the Federation. He remembered that during the mission in Hopetown, he had seen the Federation use a special anesthetic. That anesthetic successfully put Alex into a coma for a period of time. If he could get this drug from the Federation, it was not impossible to knock out Nemesis completely and bring it home for research. For some reason, when he saw the strange smile on Feng Heng's face, Mo Jiawei, who was taking the elevator, inexplicably shivered. During this period, Shen Yu had been busy with the Blood Moon project. He had no choice. His superiors had given him a death order. The lives of these Federation talents and important political figures were extremely precious. The Federation would do its best to ensure their safety. The arrangements of the personnel were extremely tense. Shen Yu scratched his head, thinking that he should stuff these people into those corners. In the end, there was really no other way. Shen Yu thought of that place, Feng Heng's prison shelter. Not only was there the protection of the Dark Knights, there was also a huge sentry tower. Not to mention 50 people. Even if the number was doubled, it would not be a problem to accommodate 100 people. But how could he convince Feng Heng? Speaking of which, Feng Heng was still in Pine City. He did not know how his situation was. Just as he was thinking, Shen Yu's phone rang. Was it Feng Heng? Chapter 203 Steps. Chapter 203 Steps. It was very rare for Feng Heng to take the initiative to call. Shen Yu could not help but be surprised. Hello Feng Heng. Yes. I need the help of the Federation. Shen Yu was overjoyed when he heard that. Was it a request for help? A request for help was good. Wasn't this sending himself to his doorstep? Just as he was thinking of how to ask Feng Heng for help, now that there was an opportunity, Shen Yu was instantly in a great mood. Feng Heng, we've worked together so many times. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'll try my best to help you think of a way. I remember that last time in Hopetown, you used a special potion that could make a tier 4 zombie, Alex, fall into a coma. Do you have something similar that can make the nemesis fall into a coma? Shen Yu fell into momentary silence. His first reaction was that Feng Heng was going to start some brilliant plan again. Why did he need the anesthetic? Feng Heng wanted to make a move on the nemesis. That was the strongest type of zombie corpse among the tier 4 zombies. How is it? Do you have it? Yes, we do. However, apart from the formula, some special materials require King of Gods points to purchase. I need to report to my superiors, so Feng Heng understood. As soon as possible. I want them tomorrow. What do you want in exchange? Okay. Then I want stand-on ceremony. How about adding another 50 people to the Blood Moon project? Shen Yu didn't waste any time. He gritted his teeth and asked, Feng Heng, only you can help me with this. I need you to add another 50 people to your shelter. Feng Heng made a rough estimate in his mind. The strength of the Blood Moon zombies would increase with the number of players in the shelter. At most, there would be 100 more people. With the current strength of the shelter, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Okay, when can you get it ready? I'll go and report it now. I'll get it by tomorrow afternoon. Done. Hearing Feng Heng agree, Shen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Another big problem was solved. The next day, Feng Heng took a helicopter back to the shelter. There was no need to waste time here. According to Feng Heng's expectations, the sterile ward of the shelter would be built in about 2 days, and he could also get the special anesthetic provided by the Federation. At that time, he could return to Pine City and bring Victor and his daughter to his shelter. Just to be cautious, Feng Heng left 2/3 of his zombie clones and the tyrant form in Pine City. The remaining 1/3 of the zombie clones stabbed one another to death. As for Mo Jiawei, he would be staying in Pine City with Victor. In case of danger, Mo Jiawei could communicate with Feng Heng offline. The other thing was the nemesis. What should he do with it? Sitting in the co-pilot seat of the helicopter, Feng Heng had been thinking about this question. It was quite simple. There would be 3 steps. The first step was to knock the nemesis out. The second step was to move the nemesis back. The third step was to find a high-intensity experimental container and load the nemesis in it for research purposes. The first step of knocking out the nemesis would be settled by using the Federation's special potion. As for the second step, which was to transport the nemesis, that would be challenging. The nemesis was huge. It was still uncertain if it could be lifted in a helicopter. The key was that the Federation's special potion was not very effective. A slight shake could wake the nemesis up. He had to think of a more reliable method. 4 hours later, the helicopter slowly landed at the Dark Knight's gathering point. Barker had already received the news of Feng Heng's return. He brought a few members of the Dark Knights over to welcome him. Feng Heng, it's great to see that you're all right. Barker warmly greeted Feng Heng. Let's go in and talk. Back at the Dark Knight's camp, Feng Heng roughly told Barker what had happened in Pine City and handed him the mission document. After that, Barker looked at Feng Heng and fell into a long silence. During this period, their entire Dark Knights team was preparing for the next operation to invade Pine City. The original plan was for the Dark Knights to send out an elite team of about 60 people. The research team was still researching and creating weapons and tools to deal with the nemesis and the mutated spiders. The problem was that the higher-ups of the Dark Knights disagreed on this matter. They were discussing whether it was necessary to spend such a huge price to enter Pine City to investigate. Barker was still having a headache about this matter. He did not expect Feng Heng to suddenly appear and personally tell them that they did not need to go to Pine City. Great. He didn't have to be troubled by this matter now. And the higher-ups did not need to quarrel anymore. Would they believe that the mission was completed? The Tier 5 mutated mother spider had already been destroyed by Feng Heng, and the secret information had already been obtained. The Dark Knights had sent out more than 10 teams for this mission, which they failed to complete, and in the end, they had come back in a sorry state. The mission was eventually completed by Feng Heng alone, and it was completed in a perfect state. After a long time, Barker sighed deeply. He did not know why, but he still felt a sense of loss. A smile appeared on Barker's face again. You gave me another huge surprise. I never thought that you would be able to do this. I can only say that you are a genius. Feng Heng. Lucia is right. You can change our world. Hint your favorability rating with Barker has greatly increased. As Barker spoke, he opened the research manual of the primogenitor virus that Feng Heng had collected from Area S of the Meteorite Company, and read it carefully. We had originally planned to infiltrate Pine City again in a few weeks to investigate. During this period, the Dark Knights are still assessing the risks of infiltrating Pine City and looking for ways to deal with the Nemesis and the mutated spiders. I didn't expect you to have completed the mission ahead of time. How should I put it? It's beyond our expectations and you have been a great help. Feng Heng waved his hand without any modesty. It's no big deal. Just leave it to me in the future. By the way, what does this document say? Barker shook his head and closed the document. It should be the high-level secret of the Meteorite Company. They used encryption methods. I will immediately pass it to a professional to decipher it. I estimate that it will take some time. I will contact you immediately when I have news. Also, let's take a look at your mission reward this time. You have done very well. The Dark Knights will never treat their people unfairly. If you have any needs in the future, you can tell me. I will try my best to help you. Hint you have submitted confidential information to the Dark Knight's Primogenitor Virus 1. Hint you have completed the 12th stage ring mission confidential information. Hint you have completed the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th stages of the ring mission. Hint calculating the accumulated reward for the 7th to 12th stages of the mission. Hint you have obtained a total of 129. 400 Dark Knights honor points remaining available. Honor points 134. 300. Hint your Dark Knight's honor level has been upgraded to level 12 Colonel. Hint the maximum number of elite Dark Knights you can recruit has been increased to 105. Hint the 13th stage ring mission will be delayed. Please contact the Dark Knights in 108 hours. A total of 129. 400 honor points. Rich. The Dark Knight's honor points were very valuable. Chapter 201 Space Tearing Device. Chapter 201 Space Tearing Device. Congratulations, Colonel Feng Heng. We will send another 7 members of the Dark Knights to follow your orders. However, you will need to maintain their daily expenses. If the mercenary dies, you will have to pay a pension. Do you need them? Another 7 top-tier mercenaries for free. Feng Heng was very satisfied with the generosity of the Dark Knights. Okay. They will report to your shelter in 12 hours. After earning a large number of honor points, Feng Heng was ready to spend some of it. Colonel Barker, I want to see what good stuff you have here. Of course. Barker nodded and whispered, I have a very good item. There are only 3 of them in the entire Dark Knights. I think you will be interested in them. Only 3 of them. What good item? Barker took out a few blueprints from his backpack. Blueprints large-scale space tearing device. Type special construction blueprints one-time consumable. Description: you can use the blueprint to construct large-scale space tearing devices via construction. Construction requirement 1. This special construction can only be built in the player's shelter, and the player's shelter's level is higher than level 20. Construction requirement 2. Building must be higher than 30. Construction requirement 3. Construction materials. Details of the required materials can be seen here. Description of the building: Meteorite Company's epoch-making scientific research product can tear through space to achieve the goal of instant teleportation. A large-scale space-tearing device can be equipped with 3 additional small-scale space-tearing points. Activating teleportation requires a lot of energy. Looking at the description of the building, Feng Heng almost blurted out, a teleportation passage. Barker nodded. Yes. You could also understand it that way. It was a teleportation passage. The teleportation passage in the game was a very high-level thing. Players could use the teleportation passage within the Dark Knights to teleport between various contact points. Unfortunately, the average player had no access to the Dark Knights. At the later stages of the game, the Apocalypse Merchant Camp could also open the teleportation passage after a series of upgrades. However, at that time, most of the Apocalypse Merchant Camps would be occupied by large player guilds or gaming companies, Ordinary players would also not be able to experience it. Fang Heng did not expect that the player's shelter could also be used to build teleportation points. From the looks of it, the Federation probably already had teleportation points among the other, older servers. However, self-built teleportation points were extremely rare in the game. Furthermore, the Federation had intentionally concealed it so that ordinary players were oblivious to it. Not bad. Right, are you interested? Colonel Barker continued to promote the blueprints to Fang Heng. There are only 3 blueprints. I will only sell them to people I trust. In addition, your current construction level might not be able to reach the required construction level. But it doesn't matter. I can provide you with manpower and construction materials for free. I can help you complete the construction of the space-tearing device as soon as possible. Fang Heng was even more surprised. He turned to look at Barker. Free construction. Haha. You don't have to look at me like that. There are conditions. You need to allow the Dark Knights to use your space-tearing device as an exit in an emergency. Of course, the Dark Knights will also give you the right to teleport. What do you mean by an exit? Generally speaking, the space-tearing device that has not been modified can establish 3 subordinate teleportation points. The subordinate teleportation points can achieve two-way teleportation between the space-tearing device. In addition, after recording the coordinates, teleportation is possible between 2 space-tearing devices. Currently, our Dark Knights have already established 18 space-tearing devices. To put it bluntly, it was mutual teleportation, and it was only limited to emergencies. This was not a big problem. Fang Heng looked at the exchange price again. 100 honor points. This price was frighteningly high. Once he bought it, most of the profits from this mission in Pine City would be consumed. Should he buy it? Fang Heng lowered his head to consider the practicality of the teleportation device. With it, he could carry out long-distance teleportation in the shelter in the future. He had to buy it. If he didn't buy it now, he would need it later in the game. After all, with the expansion of the shelter, he would need to collect resources from all over the world in the future. Traveling was too time-consuming. Buy it early and enjoy the benefits earlier. Fang Heng suddenly thought of something. If he could build a teleportation point in Pine City, then the goal of moving the Nemesis home would be perfectly achieved. Right. There were also armored vehicles. There were several armored vehicles in the Meteorite Company's weapons factory. Fang Heng was very tempted to obtain them. It would be difficult to transport these armored vehicles back by helicopter. Now that there was a space teleportation passage, an armored vehicle was worth 10 to 20 honor points. During this period, the zombie clones had also collected a large number of survival materials in Pine City. It was too much of a pity to leave them there for nothing. These materials could also be transported back to the shelter through the teleportation passage. Wait, there was also the Meteorite Company's laboratory. There were many high-level laboratory equipments in the laboratory. Perhaps they could dismantle them and move them back to the shelter. The more Fang Heng thought about it, the more he felt that the plan was feasible. He pulled at his fingers and calculated in his heart. Going back and forth like this, in terms of value, it was equivalent to buying a space teleportation passage for nothing. There was even profit to be made. Okay, I'll buy it. Haha, smart choice. We can rush to your shelter to carry out rescue operations in the future. Barker patted Fang Heng on the shoulder and seemed to be very happy about this. Hint, you have consumed 100 Dark Knight's honor points. You have obtained Blueprint Large-Scale Space-Tearing Device 1. The engineers of the Dark Knights will soon head over to help you complete the construction of the main space teleportation passage. Thank you, Barker. Fang Heng roughly browsed through the other exchangeable items. In addition to the space teleportation device, the Dark Knights also provided various high-level weapons and items. There were even a few skill books. Skill book Firefighter, Survival Manual, How to Starve for 30 Days. Skill book Home Repair Manual. Skill book King Review. Unfortunately, most of the skill books were useless, except for one. Skill book Lucky Player. Skill description: when receiving a fatal attack, there is a 20% chance that the damage will be nullified. This effect can only be triggered once within 12 hours. Skill level B. Value 10 honor points. A level skill book was not very practical. But the price was very high. It was always good to have more skills after thinking about it. Fang Heng chose to buy. What if it had a miraculous effect? After all, it was a life-saving item. Hint: you have learned a skill, lucky player. Although he had spent some money, Fang Heng felt as if he had not bought anything. He only had 300 honor points left. He had to save it first. In the future, he might have to hire a large number of Dark Knight's mercenary groups to fight. Fang Heng closed the purchase list and prepared to teleport back to the teleportation point near the shelter. Oh right, Fang Heng. There's something I think you might be interested in. Chapter 202 Trends. Chapter 202 Trends. Oh right, Fang Heng. There's something else that I think you might be interested in. What is it? It's related to Liu Qi, the spy that you mentioned to me last time. She was from the anti-federal organization. Fang Heng instantly raised his guard. What's wrong with her? It's Lucia. After she left Pine City last time, she's been clamoring to go to Pine City to conduct a second investigation. Barker looked a little distressed as well. He glanced at Fang Heng unconsciously. Fang Heng thought of Lucia again. Her figure and appearance were top-notch. Unfortunately, she was a boorish person. Why was she rushing to Pine City? Barker continued. I had no choice. I could only find something for her to do. I told her that there was another very important matter that could only be handled by her. Fang Heng quickly realized what Barker meant. Don't tell me you're asking her to investigate Liu Qi. Fang Heng's heart was filled with joy. No way asking a boorish person like Lucia to do an investigation. He thought. You're something, you know how to use people well, Colonel Barker. Yes. From the beginning when we entered Pine City, we were attacked by the Nemesis. Later on, the Nemesis resurrected in advance and there was the sudden outbreak of the mutated spiders. Colonel Barker analyzed seriously. Everything that we encountered might have been an accident. But when we put it all together, there are a lot of suspicious points in the entire process. I have the same thoughts as you. There might be some people with ulterior motives in the Dark Knights. They might not want us to get information from Pine City. Fang Heng's expression was strange. Then what happened after that? How's Lucia's investigation going? Don't look at me with that expression. Lucia is still very professional. She tried to find Liu Qi's location and followed her. Just her, are you sure? Fang Heng was very doubtful about this as he thought to himself. Barker smiled. You ought to believe me. Lucia found something. Liu Qi is currently in close contact with a group of survivors. All the signs indicate that these people might be former employees of the Meteorite Company. Meteorite Company? Fang Heng suddenly became very curious. The people from the anti-federal organization had been in contact with the NPCs of the Meteorite Company. Good heavens. The villains outside the game had gotten together with the villains in the game. Powerful people working together. What would they do if they got together? Fang Heng started to mumble in his heart. It seemed to be very interesting. If you're interested, you can ask Lucia about it when she comes back. You were the one who found out about Liu Qi's problem first. And you were also the one who proposed to investigate her in secret. We will give you priority to complete this task. But if you are not free, you'll take it. Fang Heng nodded. I need to go back to the shelter to deal with some things. You'll be back soon. Hurry back. Barker winked at Fang Heng. I'll contact Lucia. She'll be happy to hear that you're back. At Fang Heng's shelter, in the basement's secret research laboratory, Lai Bo stood to the side. His face was filled with shock. He watched Fang Heng place all the items he had collected during his trip to Pine City on the experimental table. Hunter's Live Sample 3. The Nemesis Live Sample 24. A bottle containing Unknown Creature 2. Live Sample of Zombie Tyrant Vine Fusion Form 1. Live Sample of Lucia 3. Research Data of G-Virus 1. Live Sample of Mutated Spider 3. Research Data of Special T-Virus 1. Fusion and Modified T-Virus 3. Unknown Potion 1. Research Data of G-Virus Blocker. Libos' expression gradually became wooden. Every item that Fang Heng took out had extremely high research value. If it was before the apocalypse, every item could be sold at a high price on the black market. These were all obtained by Fang Heng alone from Pine City. What exactly did he do in Pine City? Could it be that he ransacked the entire Pine City's meteorite company laboratory? That's about it. Fang Heng took out all the research-related items he had collected from Pine City. The entire experimental table was almost filled up with the items. Hint: you have submitted a large number of research materials. Your research level in the shelter has been upgraded to level 29. Hint: your research team's research T-virus research. G-virus research. Liquor research has achieved a huge breakthrough. Hint: your team will receive a huge research bonus when conducting the above research. Hint: you have obtained a new research direction G-virus human body enhanced research. Hunter research. Zombie fusion research. Unknown life form research. Hint: your friendship with Qiu Yaokang has greatly increased. Hint: Qiu Yaokang's loyalty has increased to the max. Row after row of new research directions gave Fang Heng a headache. Fang Heng regretted that he didn't get the most valuable live sample of Tier 5 mutated mother spider. Qiu Yaokang was expressionless as he held a pen and paper to record. No one noticed that his right hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. Qiu Yaokang maintained his cold expression on the surface, but he was also extremely excited in his heart. He originally had high expectations for Fang Heng, but the harvest this time still exceeded Qiu Yaokang's expectations by too much. With these materials, his research would have a breakthrough. His name, Qiu Yaokang, would be recorded in the annals of history. After recording all the research materials, Qiu Yaokang suppressed the excitement in his heart and coughed lightly. Fang Heng, you're very powerful. The experimental research items you provided can greatly increase our research efficiency. But I still need more. Lai Bo stole a glance at Qiu Yaokang, thinking to himself that the two of them were crazy. Just a sentence of very powerful was enough. Fang Heng almost brought back the nemesis. Alright. Lai Bo decided not to participate in the conversation between the two crazy big brothers. He quietly ran to the side to find some water to drink to calm his excited mood. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Fang Heng waved his hand. With the modified T-virus, can the liquor's transformation be carried out and the tyrant form? Can it be modified? It's a bit difficult. Qiu Yaokang calmly replied. The laboratory lacks the research conditions, the research materials, and most importantly, the research manpower. In addition, Fang Heng, I can only focus on one research at a time. What do you want me to study first, liquor or the tyrant form? Qiu Yaokang was a little distressed. Fang Heng had brought back too many experimental materials this time. Almost every single one was enough for him to study for some time. Qiu Yaokang had too many choices in front of him. For a moment, he was so confused that he didn't know which to choose first. It was truly a blissful pain. You have to give me a duration. Right. Qiu Yaokang nodded. He glanced at the record book in his hand and thought for a moment. Chapter 203 Construction Team. Chapter 203 Construction Team. The research on the tyrant form is the most complicated. If we want to develop a high success rate of the tyrant's fusion form, we first need to overcome the research and development of various tyrant form viruses. It won't be so fast. Based on the current results, an optimistic estimate is that it will take at least 7 to 9 months. So long. Of course. The tyrant form research is equivalent to a fresh start. If you can provide me with enough research personnel to help me and increase the level of the research room, I can reduce the time by at least 3/4. Fang Heng raised his hand in surrender. Don't think about it. I won't be able to provide you with those for the time being. Qiu Yaokang nodded calmly. He could understand Fang Heng's current predicament. After all, it was too difficult to find a few reliable researchers in this apocalypse. He continued to look at the record sheet. In addition, you brought back a lot of special virus bodies and live samples. If I do in-depth research on them, I can develop a higher-level human attribute modification potion. The research will be divided into many stages. To obtain the research results, you will need to complete Tier 1, and an optimistic estimate would be around 512 days. Attribute enhancement potion. That's good stuff. Wait a minute. You seem to have forgotten about the liquor. Right. I haven't forgotten. The liquor's research is the fastest. The secret laboratory here was originally built to nurture the liquor. Now that we have the modified T-virus to create the liquor, The results will be available in 24 hours and we can conduct a Phase 1 clinical trial. PFFD. Lai Bo had just poured a glass of water. When he heard the conversation between the two, he spat out the water that he had just drunk. Crazy 24 hours. Big brother is going to go without sleep for 24 hours again. Qiu Yaokang glanced at Lai Bo, who was standing at the side indifferently, and turned his head to Fang Hang again. Fang Hang was greatly surprised and directly ignored Lai Bo. After 24 hours, he would be able to obtain the modified liquor. As expected of its level character impressive. Qiu Yaokang, you're really a genius. Yes, I'm indeed, but don't be too happy. Qiu Yaokang looked at the excited Fang Hang and poured a bucket of cold water on him. The estimated live experiment is based on the modified T-virus you obtained. The modified T-virus that you obtained is limited, so we will not be carrying out too many tests during Phase 1. Oh, what do you mean? Fang Hang expressed that he did not understand. Lai Bo wiped his mouth and said, Mr. Q means that even if the follow-up clinical experiment succeeds, we will only be able to mass-produce liquors after we successfully develop the modified T-virus. How long will it take? It depends on when you provide me with more researchers and better experimental equipment. Ugh. Fang Hang sighed. He felt a sense of bitterness. Experimental personnel. Fang Hang also wanted experimental personnel. But where could he get them, however? After the teleportation passage was completed, the first thing he had to do was to move the Meteorite Company's advanced laboratory back to the shelter. It could at least increase the research efficiency. Oh right. There's one more thing, Qiu Yaokang said as he picked up the unknown potion that Fang Hang had just brought back. I've made a general observation. This potion of yours is very strange. It's not an ordinary virus. After the clinical trial of the liquor is over tomorrow, it will be further studied and tested. We still need more time to analyze it before we can come to a conclusion. After leaving the laboratory, Fang Hang went to visit the sterile ward that was under construction. The blueprints of the sterile ward were personally made by Qiu Yaokang, and the materials were obtained by Liu Bufan. The remaining NPC architects who built the ward were hired by Mo Jiwei from the Dark Knights. Liu Bufan reported the work to Fang Hang. In general, the construction of the sterile ward was in good condition. If everything went smoothly, it would be completed tomorrow. In addition, we have already thoroughly explored the forest area during this period of time. Except for the 3 nail households, everything else has been taken care of. The 3 holdouts ain't cooperating. Mo Jiwei offered them twice the price to leave. But in the end, they still couldn't come to an agreement. Yeah. I'll go find trouble with them in 2 days. As the saying goes, to shoot the bird which takes the lead. When the teleportation passage was completed and the liquor's experimental product was completed, they would be the first to be treated as experimental products to test the strength of the liquors. This was still a game. Since they could not reach an agreement, then they would have to resort to using their fists. And boss, there's a problem. We're running out of materials here. Materials? Fang Hang turned his head, his face full of surprise. Since when did his shelter run out of materials? Boss, we signed the Blood Moon project with the Federation. It's expected that the first batch of players will move into the shelter tomorrow. We'll pay for all 3 meals a day. You're not here during this time, so there's no income from food in the shelter. I've estimated that, including the people from the Federation, the food in the shelter will last for another 2 or 3 days. The food will be replenished soon. Fang Hang felt that this was not a big problem. Once the teleportation passage was completed, the food would be replenished immediately. However, Liu Bufan did remind him, the shelter would be accepting a batch of outsiders, so they needed to increase the protection. Fang Hang and Liu Bufan discussed it briefly. All players on the Federation Asylum list will move into Prison Building No. 1 after entering the shelter. Building No. 3 was a restricted area and none was allowed to enter without authorization. If the Dark Knights found any intruders, they would open fire. Liu Bufan nodded and agreed. Okay, boss. I'll go and communicate with the mercenaries later. Fang Hang touched his chin again. Oh right. Liu Bufan. Do they pay for food? Liao Bufan blinked his eyes and looked at Fang Heng in surprise. They probably don't pay for food, right? Fang Heng felt that he had made a mistake. When he was negotiating with the Federation, he had forgotten to mention food expenses. As the two of them were discussing, an elderly NPC steward knocked on the door. Brian was over 50 years old. Before the apocalypse, he had been a hotel supervisor. After joining the shelter, Brian began to take charge of the daily management of the shelter. Mr. Fang Heng, David from the Dark Knights is here to visit. He's waiting in the reception room. David, the construction team came so quickly. Fang Heng was delighted. He'll be there right away. In the reception room, Fang Heng met his old friend David. David had always looked travel-worn. This time, David also brought 2 authentic combat teams of the Dark Knights and an elite construction team. David bowed to Fang Heng and said loudly, "Colonel Fang Heng, David and the engineering team 3 of the Dark Knights are reporting to you." Fang Heng was almost unnerved. He then realized that after going to Pine City, his military rank had been upgraded to a higher level than David's. "David, don't be so formal. Sit down and talk. You're making me very uncomfortable. I didn't even have time to congratulate you." David sat down and looked at Fang Heng. No matter how he looked at it, he felt satisfied. That was the talent he had discovered. Chapter 204 Game Upgraded. Chapter 204 Game Upgraded. Fang Heng. The spatial rift device is a secret technology that the Dark Knights spent a lot of effort to obtain from the Meteorite Company. It's very precious. With a blueprint, it's not difficult to build it. If everything goes smoothly, it can be completed in a few hours. However, there will still be a period to adjust and stabilize the teleportation passage. We might stay here for a while longer, and during this time, we'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble, stay as long as you want. The Blood Moon was coming soon, and now he had 2 more teams from the Dark Knights to help him defend the shelter. That would be great. Fang Heng was in a good mood. In addition, the space required to build the space-tearing device is very large. When David came, he had already roughly checked the terrain inside the prison. "Where do you want to set it? Generally speaking, we would choose the prison square. Which is more convenient?" "No, I intend to build it in the basement. What do you think?" "That requires an extremely large space in the basement. Before that, I need to do some field measurements. Also, I heard that the Blood Moon is coming soon. I found that your prison structure is still a little flawed. It will take a lot of time to stabilize the passage. During this time, my construction team can also help you reinforce the prison." "That's great, David. But you have to take care of the food and provide the reinforcement materials." David winked at Fang Heng. "I heard from the soldiers of the Dark Knights that the grilled meat here is very good." "No problem. I'll cook it myself." With more than 50 recipes in his hands, Fang Heng's culinary skills were now at level 10. A large-scale metal instrument filled with the feeling of futuristic technology appeared in the center of the basement. The center of the instrument was made up of many metal rings. Even though the meteorite was not electrified, the metal rings were still rotating at a constant speed under the effect of the magnetic field. A few engineers from the Dark Knights were surrounding the instrument for final maintenance. Hint, you have completed the construction of a large-scale space-tearing device. Hint, your shelter level has been upgraded to level 57. Hint, your shelter's attractiveness has increased significantly. Hint, all NPCs in your shelter's loyalty has increased significantly. He noticed that there was a detailed description of the space-tearing device in the attribute panel of the shelter, and he immediately opened it to check. Large-scale space-tearing device. Level 1. Maximum additional small space-tearing point. Currently in normal operation. Additional small-scale space-tearing point 0. Current status normal. Description: Meteorite Company's epoch-making research product. It can open a passage through space-tearing to achieve instant teleportation. Fang Heng scanned through the description of the space-tearing device, and his doubts deepened. It was too strange. After completing the construction of the large-scale space-tearing device, his shelter level had increased by 30 levels. Shelter level was a comprehensive rating. The space teleportation passage was indeed very strong, but why could it have such a high hidden score? Just as he was puzzled, Another hint appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Hint: player's shelter level has been detected to be above level 30. Player has reached the hidden advancement condition. Player can choose to quit the simple apocalypse game and choose a higher level world to play the game. Important hint: player can only choose one game world to play as the main world. After choosing an advanced game, you will be deemed to have chosen the main world again. It's out. Advancement hint: the zombie apocalypse was one of the 3 major elementary games. Players could experience the elementary game for some time and receive a hint that they had successfully advanced. There were many ways to level up. Sometimes, they would suddenly receive a special item, kill a creature, complete a mission, level up a skill, meet an NPC, and so on. And then there was Server 3. A long time ago, Server 3 of the Wasteland game world suddenly received instructions to clear the main storyline mission. All the players in Server 3 had successfully leveled up, and they could choose whether or not to enter the high-level game. Feng Heng closed the game log. Go to a high-level game and fight to the death. Don't even think about it. In the future, he might choose to enter a higher-level game, but it definitely wouldn't be now. The zombie apocalypse was his base game. The benefits he could get were far from reaching the peak. There was no need to go outside now. He could take his time. Maybe he could stay here forever. Feng Heng, are you satisfied? Meteorite Company's products are indeed amazing. Feng Heng came back to his senses. Of course, David, your buildings are so amazing, but how do I activate this thing? Well, this is more troublesome. Activating it requires a lot of energy. The conversion rate of ordinary energy is very low. Before the apocalypse, the power supply of the entire city will probably be enough to meet the need to open the passage, David said, as he took out a fingernail-sized square crystal from his pocket. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He felt that this thing was an anomaly. This is a high-level energy crystal, a product of the Meteorite Company. Even though it looks small, it's enough to maintain the space passage open for about 12 hours. High-level energy crystals are very rare. We can give you 3 for free. If you still want them in the future, you'll have to think of a way yourself. You can also buy them from the Dark Knights using honor points. David. Feng Heng took out a few blue square crystals from his pocket. They were the size of a fist and were several times bigger than the ones that David took out. You're talking about this. You have one. David was also surprised. He took the crystals from Feng Heng's hand and looked at them in detail. I've never seen crystals of this size. Where did you get them? I found it in the secret research room of the Meteorite Company. Oh, no wonder then. High-level energy crystals are products of the Meteorite Company. The one you have should be a new product of a higher level. David nodded and continued to explain. The crystal in your hand is highly concentrated with energy. The energy it provides is even greater. I estimate that it can keep the space passage open for at least 3 to 4 days. Let me demonstrate how to assemble the energy, David said as he threw the small energy crystal in his hand towards the space-tearing device. The large-scale space-tearing device was instantly activated. The rotation speed of the metal rings slowly increased. The blue crystal that was thrown in midair was pulled by the magnetic field and slowly floated upwards, finally hovering in the center of the metal rings. The entire space-tearing device emitted a weak blue light. It's done. Isn't it very simple? David, can I now build an additional small-scale tearing point? Chapter 205 Enhanced Teleportation Device. Chapter 205 Enhanced Teleportation Device. Absolutely. However, Feng Heng, to establish an additional small-scale tearing point, you still need a high-level construction skill. No problem. Feng Heng clenched his fists and was secretly excited. He would immediately take a helicopter back to Pine City. If everything went smoothly, he could open the passage between the shelter and Pine City tonight. Resources from Pine City could be transported through the passage. David, I'll set up a branch teleportation point on the other side. I'll try to connect the passage tonight. Tonight? David frowned. I'm afraid that's impossible. Why isn't the tearing device easy to build? It's not the problem of building it. It's the location. David explained patiently. The space-tearing device uses spatial coordinates for determining the tearing positioning. other than the continuous consumption of a large amount of energy when opening the passage. It will take some time to locate the location after building the tearing device for the first time. Is it very troublesome? How long will it take? David thought for a moment. It's very difficult to determine the positioning time, spatial fluctuations, and the energy required to trigger the teleportation passage. It will take at least a month. During that time, the positioning must be so long. Feng Heng's good mood instantly vanished. He suddenly felt like he had been tricked by Colonel Barker. He would only be able to use the passage after a month. The grass had grown on the grave, but there are ways to advance it. If you can find high-energy evolution crystals to level up the space-tearing device, the positioning time can be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, high-energy evolution crystals are very rare. Even our Dark Knights have never seen them. I've only seen it on the original design of the space-tearing device. Wait. You're talking about high-energy evolution crystals. Feng Heng was stunned for a moment. He took out a light purple crystal core from his backpack. Item: high-energy evolution crystal. This crystal was dropped after the death of Tier 5 mutated Mother Spider. David, are you talking about this? You actually have one. Looking at the light purple crystal in Feng Heng's palm, David was shocked again. His mouth was half open as he looked at Feng Heng in surprise. Why did Feng Heng have everything? Not only did he have the high-level energy crystal from before, he even had the high-energy evolution crystal. Without waiting for David to ask, Feng Heng took the initiative to explain. I got it in Pine City. David did not care too much about the origin of the crystal, and his mood also became excited. That's great. With the high-energy evolution crystal, we can modify and level up the space-tearing device. At that time, we can greatly enhance the positioning ability of the space-tearing device. The normal positioning can be completed in a very short time. The estimated positioning time is less than 2 days, David said excitedly. This way, in the future, our Dark Knights can use your space-tearing device to carry out special missions. If there is a similar incident in Pine City, we can provide funds to build a teleportation point for the space-tearing device. Feng Heng, you've helped us a lot again. Hint player, do you wish to use high-energy evolution crystals to enhance the space-tearing device by Tier 1? Current level 1. Enhanced Effect 1. Expand the teleportation range and permanently shorten the positioning time of the branch-tearing device. Enhanced Effect 2. The positioning efficiency of the branch-tearing device increased sharply in the first 3 times 5 minutes. Enhanced Requirement: High-Energy Evolution Crystal 1. 50. Survival points. Seeing the game hint, Feng Heng hesitated for a moment. The high-energy evolution crystal was very valuable. That was a crystal that only a Tier 5 zombie corpse had a chance of dropping. It was priceless. However, Feng Heng did not need it at the moment. It was a waste of space to keep it in the backpack. It was better to use it as soon as possible and see its true ability. Enhanced. He could not wait for half a month. Feng Heng looked at the engineering team of the Dark Knights, who were eager to try, and chose to level up. Hint: your large-scale space-tearing device has been upgraded to level 2. Hint: you have successfully established a Tier 2 large-scale space-tearing device. You have received 20 Dark Knights honor points. There was actually such a good thing. Besides enhancing his teleportation passage, he could also obtain additional Dark Knights honor points. On second thought, it seemed to make sense. Previously, he had promised the Dark Knights that under special circumstances, they would be allowed to use his own teleportation passage. David looked at Feng Heng, his tone slightly excited. That's great, Feng Heng. The modification will take half an hour. In addition, I hope that we can quickly build a small-scale space-tearing device for testing. No problem. I'll set off now. With the senior engineer Victor, the construction of the branch teleportation point would not be a problem at all. After getting the blueprint of the additional teleportation point from David, Feng Heng returned to Pine City ahead of schedule. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to return to the shelter through the teleportation passage tonight. Mo Jiawei felt very tired, but it was also very satisfying. Ever since Feng Heng left in the helicopter early in the morning, he had been dragged over by Victor to help him design and modify the exoskeleton enhanced device. At first, Mo Jiawei wanted to refuse, But soon, he saw a hint in the game that he had learned the mechanical mastery skill. Then, the skill experience point soared. He couldn't help it. Victor had given too much. Mo Joe really couldn't refuse. If he were an ordinary player, he would be able to make a name for himself in the game just by relying on his high-level mechanical mastery skills. Mo Joe was very familiar with the market. In the black market, the price of recruiting a player with high-level mechanical mastery to work for a day was around 100,000. Mo Joe finally understood why God was so strong. He decided to give it his all. Although he could not catch up with God, he could not be too weak. One day, he really wanted to say this to a support player. How advanced mechanical mastery isn't this the basic operation of a support player? Kill them all. Mo Joe gave it his all. He drank more than 10 bottles of pulse to quickly recover his vitality. He was tormented until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He only went offline to rest when his vitality couldn't even be recovered by drinking pulse. At 11 o'clock in the evening, when Pulse's punishment state disappeared, Mo Joe went online again and prepared to stay up all night to fight again. However, Mo Joe didn't expect that when he went online, he didn't find Victor. Instead, he found rows of zombies on the first floor. The zombies carried materials in their hands and slowly walked past him. A quarter of the materials in the hall had disappeared. Mo Joe was confused. What was going on? What were these zombies doing? Moving with suspicion, Mo Joe followed the zombie team all the way to the first basement of the hospital. Then, he saw the teleportation tier in the center of the first basement. Looking at the light blue portal, Mo Joe was shocked beyond words. The zombie clones were lining up to bring materials through the blue portal. Back and forth. Space teleportation passage. Mo Joe turned around and looked at Fang Hang, who was talking and laughing with Victor. Chapter 206 Transformation of the Liquor. Chapter 206 Transformation of the Liquor. Oh my god. The god went back and even managed to get a teleportation portal. Wasn't it very difficult to open the teleportation passage? Why could the god complete it in such a short time? Mo Joe knew a lot about the teleportation passage. He had heard from his family that his company had originally intended to buy the passage in Server 6. But was ultimately rejected because the investment was too substantial. Later, due to certain matters, they completely withdrew from the investment in Server 6. The biggest difficulty for game guilds in establishing a passage to Server 6 wasn't the construction time and cost. It was the blueprints and energy. The blueprints for each server were limited, which meant that there was a lot of competition, so it was very difficult to obtain the blueprints. As for energy, the energy used to open the passage was too rare. Even if he could buy the passage, wouldn't it end up being a toy if he couldn't get the energy to operate it? But why did the gods seem to have no lack of energy at all? The space passage had been open all this time. Could it be? Mo Joe looked carefully at Fang Hang. Could it be that the god had used a cheat again? Victor was in a very good mood at the moment. He had just gone to Fang Hang's shelter to check on the sterile ward that was about to be completed. With this passage, the safety of Angel's transfer would greatly increase. Fang Hang, you'll prepare to evacuate now. I hope I can be of help by staying in your shelter. It would be best if you can move my mechanical laboratory there. Of course. From now on, I'll be the chief construction engineer of my shelter. Fang Hang said as he walked forward and patted Mo Joe's back, who was in a daze. Let's go. I'll show you my shelter. God's shelter. 3:30 in the morning. In the shelter's research room, looking at the liquor who was soaked in the container, Mo Joe, who was wearing a chemical protective suit, rolled his throat unconsciously. Why did God's shelter look more terrifying than the meteorite company? We can begin the test now. Qiu Yaokang's eyes were bloodshot and his tone was heavy. He glanced at Mo Joe, then continued to look at the experimental test list in his hand. Now, we are going to carry out the clinical test of Tier 1 liquor modification. We do not consider the effect of fusion with plant parasitic zombies. We need to use primitive ordinary zombies to carry out the modification test. Roger that. Lai Bo's voice was heard through the loudspeaker in the corner of the laboratory. The door of the cultivation pod opened. Lai Bo said, Mr. Qiu, The preparations for the Tier 1 test have been completed. We can officially begin. Alright, let's begin. Fang Heng knew that the research on evolutionary transformation would not be fast. He did not expect to reach the sky in one step. He would take it slow, step by step. He would modify the liquor, a creature with a powerful output ability, and then consider the effect of fusion. He controlled a normal zombie clone that hadn't evolved into a vine zombie to step forward and walk into the cultivation pod. The cabin door slowly closed. Qiu Yaokang pressed the red button on the experimental device. The pale yellow liquid was injected into the entire cultivation pod until the entire corpse was immersed in it. Fang Heng saw a game hint appearing in his retina. Hint: your zombie life form is changing. Hint: current evolvable modification detected. Direction: liquor modification. Hint: current evolvable modification success rate 89.72. Hint: your zombie clone is undergoing evolution. You can spend 500 survival points to complete this evolution immediately. Hint: player, do you wish to undergo evolution if the transformation fails? The clone will die. It can still be revived. Speed up the transformation. A series of bubbles emerged from the cultivation pod. The zombie's skin that was soaked in the solution quickly festered, and its limbs rapidly mutated. Hint: you have spent 500 survival points to complete the evolution and transformation. The current zombie transformation is successful. Hint: player can spend 8,000 survival points and a complete evolution crystal 5 for permanent evolution effect. Well, it was time to pay the protection fee again. Fang Heng first opened the corpse to check its attribute. Zombie clone liquor. Description: a zombie clone modified by the liquor. It possesses powerful close combat ability and is an extremely outstanding hunter. Skill description: 1. An outstanding hunter. Additional 30 points of agility, 20 points of strength, 5 points of physique and fast movement ability. Skill description: 2. Liquor has lost the function and purpose of the human hand. Forelimbs have mutated into claws. Sharp claws will have additional armor piercing, tearing, bleeding and infection effects. Due to the evolution of the liquor's sharp claws, it is unable to perform operations such as maintenance, mining, gathering, etc. Skill description: 3. The liquor can climb through auditory perception. It can identify the location of its prey. It can move normally in a dark environment. Additional 10 points of perception attribute. Fang Heng roughly read the skill description and immediately chose to permanently solidify the liquor's transformation and evolution. Hint: your liquor's transformation has been permanently solidified. Compared to other zombies, the strongest point of a liquor was its ability to run. The speed of a liquor's pursuit was not inferior to an ordinary player. Fang Heng still remembered the first time he saw a liquor in prison. If it wasn't for the federal team using flashbang to hinder the liquor's pursuit, the entire team would have been caught up by the liquor or even wiped out. Running was something that even a tyrant couldn't do. There were also the 4 effects of the sharp claws of the liquor: armor piercing, tearing, bleeding and infection. This would greatly enhance its ability to kill players. It was a pity that after completing the evolution of the liquor, the zombie corpse could not perform tasks such as maintenance and collection. Fang Heng lowered his head and pondered. In this way, his zombie army would be temporarily divided into 2 parts. One part was the main battle force formed by a large number of tyrants and liquors, and the other part was the logistics force that mainly focused on collecting resources. In the future, the goal was to completely transform all of them into the tyrant fusion form that could work and fight. In short, at this stage, it was necessary to build a proper combat army. The cabin door slowly opened. The liquor slowly climbed to Fang Heng's side and quietly waited for Fang Heng's latest order. Gulp. Witnessing the liquor's successful transformation, Mo Jiawei carefully swallowed his saliva. That was the player's nightmare. It was fast and had a high-level attack. Ordinary players would die if they encountered it. Countless players had lost their lives at the hands of the liquor. At this moment, it was as obedient as a house cat, quietly crouching at Fang Heng's feet. This scene made Mo Jiawei feel even more strange. What made Mo Jiawei feel chills in his heart was that he saw Qiu Yaokang walking towards the liquor. Qiu Yaokang squatted down, and used the pen in his hand as a measuring tool to carry out the simplest preliminary measurement of the liquor. Mo Jiawei even saw Qiu Yaokang poking the liquor's head with one end of the pen. Chapter 207 Control Authority. Chapter 207 Control Authority. What the hell, is he really not afraid of death? Mo Jiawei was sweating for Qiu Yaokang. Oh my god, that's a liquor. He felt that Qiu Yaokang's actions were more like teasing a cat. Mo Jiawei's worldview was once again greatly impacted. What is this place and who are these people? The liquor's indicators are all perfect. There's no anomaly found. After roughly checking, Qiu Yaokang drew a line on the last item on the cardboard data sheet and stood up. His tone was as calm as ever. Fang Heng, what new discoveries have you made? How's the liquor's situation? Fang Heng was still considering the liquor's follow-up use and was a little absent-minded. He came back to his senses and reached out to pat the liquor beside his feet. He nodded and said, "Not bad. It's perfect. Yeah. It's pretty much what I expected. The first clinical trial was a perfect success. If we slightly adjust the proportion of some of the potions, we can increase the conversion success rate of the liquor by about 7 again." Fang Heng thought that Qiu Yaokang was really a genius. With this calculation, the conversion success rate was almost 97. As long as it was not too unfortunate, it was almost possible to succeed. When can we mass produce it? Anytime, Qiu Yaokang said and looked at Fang Heng. The premise is that you find enough liquors to modify the T-virus. Or when we can develop the modified T-virus ourselves. I brought a lot of that stuff from Pine City. Right, yeah. I kept some for the follow-up experiments. There's not much that can be used after that. At most, I can complete 11 more transformations. Fang Heng calculated with his fingers, including the proliferator. If things went smoothly, he could probably get 48 liquors. It was enough to form a temporary liquor team. The combat power of this group of hunters was so strong that it was explosive. Although the liquor's HP was not as high as the vine zombies, it still inherited its own attribute. Fang Heng's physique was now high and he also had the 100 HP bonus of the vampires. When his HP was below 80, he could still use the skill to strengthen the body and recover his full HP. At least, if he fought a normal liquor one-on-one, he would definitely win. Fang Heng nodded and said, "Then let's begin." Mo Jiawei stood at the side and listened to the two gods' discussion. He was so scared that he did not dare to say anything from the beginning to the end. His mind was blank. Oh my god. What were these two gods talking about? Mo Jiawei's heart started to beat again. Mass-produce liquors. Now, the strange and uneasy feeling in Mo Jiawei's heart became more and more obvious. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that something was very wrong. DMN. Are these two the final bosses of this world? Are they discussing how to destroy this apocalyptic world? Bang bang bang. In the next moment, the doors of the cultivation pod in the laboratory opened one by one. One by one, zombies staggered into the cultivation pods. After leaving the secret laboratory, Fang Heng had just walked to the corner when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Hearing that joyful voice, Fang Heng was stunned. Lucia! Mo Jiawei was also stunned. Why did she appear in Fang Heng's shelter? Fang Heng. Lucia ran over quickly and gave Fang Heng a big hug. Lucia, why are you here? When Lucia heard Fang Heng's words, her originally good mood instantly turned sour. She ran all the way here. But Fang Heng's reaction was very cold. HMPH, can't I be here? I begged Teacher David for a long time before he brought me here. Don't you want to see me? No. I'm just a little surprised. Fang Heng looked at Lucia carefully. David, who was following behind Lucia, nodded at Fang Heng and explained to Fang Heng. Just now, we were testing the stability of the space passage. There was an anomaly in Colonel Barker's communication location. He sent an emergency transmission request. So I opened the passage. Yes. There's an important matter. It's very urgent. Lucia became serious at this time. She leaned over and whispered into Fang Heng's ear. Fang Heng, Liu Qi has encountered some problems. I suggest that we go over and take a look now. Now? Yes. The sooner the better. The next second, a hint of a mission was triggered. Hint, you have triggered a mission. Lucia's discovery Mission name Lucia's discovery. Mission description: Lucia discovered an anomaly while following a suspicious member of the Dark Knights. Mission requirements: please follow Lucia and help her explore the truth. Time limit 3 hours. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the mission hint. It was the most difficult SS level mission, and the time was so tight. And it was a mission related to the anti-federal organization. Fang Heng was 100 curious. Just nice. He could try the new liquor. After thinking for a short while, Fang Heng nodded and said, "Okay. Time is tight. Let's go now." Fang Heng took 2 steps forward and stopped. He turned to look at Lucia. "Lucia, what's wrong?" "Well." Lucia raised her head and pointed at the ceiling. The 12 liquored who had just completed their transformation were lying on the high ceiling, following Fang Heng. Due to the light, ordinary people would not be able to detect their existence. "Fang Heng, are you controlling them too?" Lucia looked at the liquors in the air, her eyes glowing red. Then, she slowly lowered her head and looked at Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, I suddenly have a strange feeling. Can I try to control them?" The next second, Fang Heng was shocked. "Hint, your zombie clone liquor is being controlled. Hint, detected that your team member, Lucia, has a related skill and is trying to control the creature. Hint, detected that Lucia is a member of your team. You can allow Lucia to assist you in controlling the zombie clone." Fang Heng suddenly turned his head to look at Lucia. Lucia was trying to open her palm to the liquor on the ceiling. The liquor didn't move at all. Fang Heng frowned. He let go of the control authority of the liquor to Lucia. "Hint, your team member, Lucia, has gained control rights of part of your zombie clone liquor." The liquor immediately made a move. It quickly climbed along the wall to Lucia's side. Fang Heng also felt that it was strange. There was actually someone who could control his zombie clone. Liquor obediently lay beside Lucia. It was the first time Lucia had encountered such a situation. "I'm not too sure. I used to have a similar feeling, which was that I could control zombies. But today, the feeling of being able to control zombies is particularly strong, and it's also very easy to control." "Did you have this ability in the past?" "Not really. Ever since I returned from Pine City, I've gradually had this feeling. I feel that I can control a part of the zombies." Chapter 208 Infected Zone. Chapter 208 Infected Zone. Lucia was still in the trial stage of her ability, so she continued to explain. "I've tested it a few times before, but failed halfway every time. This is the first time I've succeeded." Fang Heng had a rough guess in his heart. Perhaps Lucia had awakened the ability to control zombies after returning from Pine City. However, this ability had just been awakened, so it was not strong yet. She could not fully control it. So, Lucia could only use his strength to control his zombies. Fang Heng was not sure if his guess was right. It was fine. Anyway, he had the highest level control authority of the liquor, so he could cut off the connection between the liquor and Lucia at any time. It didn't seem to be a problem to assign some control authority of the liquor to Lucia. After all, the way he controlled the zombie was mostly using those 3 commands: go over, run quickly, gather materials. It was too tiring to control the zombie clone in detail, and it consumed too much energy. Now that he had Lucia to help him control the liquor, it was even better. "Lucia, can you help me control a part of it, okay?" Lucia was secretly happy. It seemed that she and Fang Heng had a common language, so they could control the same batch of zombies. Mo Jiawei stood behind the 2 of them. He silently watched Fang Heng and Lucia discuss how to control the liquor. He had mixed feelings. "That's a liquor. Is it really okay for you all to do that?" David stood beside Mo Jiawei and whispered, "Aren't they a good match?" They were indeed a good match. They raised liquor as pets. If it was in a movie, these 2 would be the villains behind the scenes. Fang Heng waved at Mo Jiawei. "I'm going to finish the mission. I'll leave the matter of the space passage to you for now." Mo Jiawei looked at Lucia by the side and nodded silently. Going out to complete a mission with a female NPC in the middle of the night. No matter how he looked at it, it felt a little strange. In the morning, 4:30 a.m., a motorcycle was driving on the main road. Behind the motorcycle, 12 liquors were sticking close to the ground, chasing after the motorcycle and crawling at a fast speed. After obtaining the ability of vampires, Fang Heng also had a weakened version of night vision. Although the night would still affect Fang Heng's vision, at least he would be able to see beyond 2 or 3 meters, unlike before. In addition, Qiu Yao Kang provided anti-infection potions that greatly reduced the risk of infection. In short, Fang Heng wouldn't die from staying in the wild at night for a short period of time. Lucia had been modified by the G-virus body, so it was easy for her to move at night. Lucia drove her motorcycle while telling Fang Heng about the information she had received in the past 2 days. Fang Heng, your analysis is correct. Ever since I left Pine City, I have been tracking Liu Qi. A few days ago, I noticed that Liu Qi was acting sneakily. She entered the Fan City area through the teleportation passage of the Dark Knights. Fan City, the infected zone. Fang Heng immediately thought of that dangerous place. Not long ago, Fang Heng had seen some information about Fan City while he was collecting information. Fan City was originally a small town. After the zombie apocalypse, it had become an infected zone. The infected zone was filled with virus bodies. Once an ordinary player entered the infected zone, their infection index would soar. Other than that, the interior of the infected zone was filled with highly mutated zombies. It was an extremely dangerous place. Yeah. I followed Liu Qi all the way. She didn't enter the infected zone in the real sense. Instead, she entered an abandoned military base at the periphery of the infected zone. I conducted a rough investigation of that place and discovered that the abandoned military base had been occupied by a group of survivors. Their defense was very strong, and they had set up a perimeter with guards. At first, I thought that they might be a group of ordinary survivors and was prepared to continue observing. But not long ago, I found traces of the Meteorite Company's activities there. I'm sure that the people of the Meteorite Company are also inside. Just this afternoon, I saw Bragg. Fang Heng asked curiously. Who is Bragg? He is one of the high-ranking officials of the Meteorite Company. The chief engineer of the Meteorite Company. He once participated in the research and construction of the Meteorite Company's building. He also contributed to the research and development of the space-tearing device. A higher-up of the Meteorite Company, the chief engineer, from the sound of it. He did not sound any weaker than Victor. He might also be ins-level big shot. Not bad. Not bad. At that time, he had kept Liu Qi as bait to fish for a bigger fish. He did not expect that there would be good news so soon. After I found Bragg, I immediately returned to the Dark Knights to report. The Dark Knights are still making plans and evaluating this operation. The main purpose of our visit this time is to investigate. Of course, if there's an emergency, we can react on our own. Fang Heng. This afternoon at dusk, Liu Qi came to the military base again. After staying in there for nearly 10 minutes, she quickly left. Lucia's eyes gradually became excited. I have a feeling that something is wrong with her. Lucia's expression and tone. Fang Heng thought that she couldn't be expecting to encounter some kind of emergency. Half an hour later, the motorcycle stopped at the periphery of the infected zone. Hint: you have entered the periphery of the infected zone. You will continue to be at risk of infection. Hint: your physique has been detected to be greater than 15 points. You are immune to the negative stat infection risk effect. Fang Heng. It's over there. Lucia lowered her voice. She pointed at a building not far away. It was an abandoned military base. It looked like the exterior of the building had been damaged to a large extent. Part of the building was exposed. Fang Heng could vaguely see a faint flame moving inside the building. There should be someone patrolling. Lucia skillfully led Fang Heng to hide behind a protruding rock. She pointed at the military base and pointed out 5 positions in succession. There are guards at these positions. Let's take care of them directly. Shall we break in and take a look? Let's wait and see. Fang Heng deliberated in his heart. He was not sure whether these people were foes or friends. The people of the Meteorite Company were not necessarily villains. Lai Bo and Victor in his shelter were also members of the Meteorite Company in the beginning. Theoretically, since Liu Qi could try to communicate with them, they should be able to as well. Fang Heng said that he was not here to fight but to get benefits. Thinking of this, Fang Heng took out a high-power telescope from his backpack and looked in the direction of the military base. Fang Heng was surprised. A player. Through a certain window, Fang Heng recognized the female player in the room at a glance. Deng Xin. Fang Heng and Deng Xin had met once before in the tool shop. Back then, Deng Xin had accepted Old Black's mission and went to the tool shop to look for the G-virus. She was not very lucky and was caught by Fang Heng. He didn't expect to meet her again. It seemed that Deng Xin's luck had always been bad. Look at this little unlucky fellow. Fang Heng grinned. It seemed that the other guards were also players. Chapter 209 The Butcher Zombie. Chapter 209 The Butcher Zombie. Lucia asked in a low voice. Fang Heng? Do you know her? Yeah. We've met once before. While speaking, Fang Heng took out a mask from his backpack and put it on his face. He thought for a while, then raised his head to quickly observe the positions of the 5 guards. Think of a way to get rid of these guards. Let's sneak in and take a look. 3 of the 5 guards on the building covered each other's positions. They needed to kill them at the same time to prevent them from giving away any signal. You'll take care of those 2. You take care of the last one. We'll attack together on 3. Fang Heng and Lucia focused on controlling the liquor at the same time. Under the cover of the night, the 12 lickers quickly dashed toward the abandoned military base. They climbed up the wall quickly, hidden in the shadows of the wall. The lickers moved swiftly, trying not to make any noise as they quietly approached the 3 players. Originally, it was very difficult for Fang Heng to distract himself and control the lickers to attack at the same time. Now with Lucia's help, he could save a lot of energy. The 3 guards did not notice that they were being targeted by the lickers who were hiding in the dark. Fang Heng softly counted down to 3. 3, 2, 1 do it kai kai kai. The lickers burst out from the shadows one after another and threw the 3 players to the ground. The shark claws directly cut their throats. After all, the players' level was not even 5 yet. Their throats were hit by a vital attack, and before they could even make a sound, they were instantly killed. Lickers were so useful. Fang Heng was secretly thrilled. If it was a vine zombie, it would be even more troublesome. There were only 2 guards left. Without wasting time, Lucia directly switched to the sniper rifle and prepared to kill them one by one. She was more comfortable with this. Focus and aim. Lucia gently pulled the trigger. Wait. Fang Heng gently moved the sniper rifle away from Lucia. Lucia put down the sniper rifle and looked surprised. A shadow suddenly appeared behind the guard. That was a Tier 3 mutated zombie of Butcher Zombie. The Butcher Zombie was also known as the Giant Axe Zombie by the players. 2 extra deformed heads were growing on its shoulders. It looked very terrifying, but its actual function was unknown. Among Tier 3 creatures, the Butcher Zombie was probably the bulkiest one, focusing on enhanced attack and defense. Its biggest feature was that it held a giant axe and a black armor. The heavy and giant axe not only kill most players in an instant, but with one swing of the axe, the player's building could also be destroyed. The Butcher Zombie could even secrete a special mucus substance under its skin. This substance formed a black armor after condensing, providing the Butcher Zombie with a powerful defensive ability. The player who was carrying out the guarding mission also heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind. He turned around vigilantly. Who is it? Seeing that it was the Butcher Zombie, the player was so scared that his face turned pale. He immediately took out his pistol and attacked it continuously. Bang bang bang. The Butcher Zombie moved a little slowly, but ordinary pistol bullets could not penetrate its outer layer of black armor. The huge battle axe fell from above. The player was hacked to death by the axe. The Butcher Zombie let out a roar. For a moment, the entire military base fell into chaos. Outside the military base, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. The Butcher Zombie. That guy was a good toolman for dismantling shelters. With a single swing of the axe, even reinforced concrete would have a big hole in it. He had to catch one and bring it back for research study. Fang Heng turned to look at Lucia. Come, let's go in and take a look. Okay. In front of the window, Deng Xin was still not sleepy. She was wiping the shotgun in her hand. This shotgun was the reward for accepting this mission. She had to persevere for another 2 days. When the mission was completed, her team would be rewarded with a large sum of survival points. This mission seemed simple, but she felt a little uneasy tonight. Why was it suddenly so noisy outside? Dun dun dun. Deng Xin was about to go out to take a look when someone suddenly knocked on the door from outside. Deng Xin carried her shotgun and walked to the door. At the door, a player anxiously said, "Deng Xin, I don't know what's going on down there. There's a zombie invading the building. It's a tier 3 mutated zombie. The butcher zombie. Quickly wake up your team and retreat." Butcher zombie. Deng Xin was shocked. "What about the research room down there?" "What do you mean? What do you care about the research room? Run, they are not guaranteeing our lives." The player gritted his teeth and said, "Run, gather on the 6th floor. There's hope if we can hold on until dawn." After saying that, he quickly ran upstairs. What was going on? Why would a tier 3 mutated zombie suddenly appear? Deng Xin's heart was in a mess. Just as she was about to turn back to her room to wake her teammates, she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. Deng Xin's pupils suddenly contracted and her heart beat violently. A cold feeling rushed from her back to her head. Looking down, a bloody claw was already on her neck. Deng Xin slowly turned her head stiffly. At that moment, Deng Xin's heart shook violently again. Fang Heng stood out from behind the liquor. "Long time no see. Can you tell me what the mission you received was?" Looking at the familiar mask, a bitter smile appeared on Deng Xin's face. How could she be so unlucky? It was him again. Deng Xin had seen Fang Heng's strength before. Having already suffered a loss against Fang Heng once, she couldn't bring herself to resist and directly threw away the shotgun in her hand. "What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. I only want to stay alive." A smart choice. You also know that I've always been very trustworthy. As long as we work together, I promise to let you go. Fang Heng nodded and motioned for the liquor to move its sharp claws away. "What's going on here? How did you get here?" Deng Xin heaved a sigh of relief and explained. "About 5 days ago, my team received a mission from Old Black and rushed here. The objective of the mission is to assist the NPCs here to guard this abandoned military base, provide them with protection, and think of ways to help them obtain sufficient food and materials." Fang Heng thought for a moment. "Then do you know Liu Qi? Liu Qi is also under the employer. She came here later today, but she left very soon. I don't know anything else." Fang Heng and Lucia looked at each other again. "Who are those NPCs? Where are they?" "They are all in the basement. Below the abandoned military base is one of the secret experimental bases left behind by the Meteorite Company. Most of the NPCs are employees of the Meteorite Company." Deng Xin told him everything she knew. After the time leak of the biochemical virus, they've been staying here to investigate. Liu Qi didn't let us have too much contact with them. I don't know anything else. You have been to the basement, right? Fang Heng looked at Deng Xin. "Bring me there to take a look." Chapter 210 Deceased. Chapter 210 Deceased. "You still want to go to the basement, didn't you? Hear there are a lot of tier 3 mutated zombies down there." As Deng Xin spoke, she suddenly had a bad feeling. She noticed that Lucia had raised her automatic rifle and aimed it behind her. Deng Xin turned to look. A butcher zombie slowly walked up the stairs. Its movement speed was faster than ordinary zombies. Lucia aimed the sniper rifle at the middle head of the butcher zombie. She gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The middle head of the butcher zombie consciously dodged to the side. Its movement was very slow, so the butcher zombie couldn't dodge the bullet that was moving at high speed. The bullet entered the head of the butcher zombie. Blood splashed out from the head. After being attacked, the butcher zombie didn't have any reaction and continued to walk towards the room. This was probably the effect of having 3 heads. If an ordinary zombie was hit in the vital parts, it would have a stun effect. Even if a tyrant was hit in the vital parts, it would still have a short stun effect. However, the butcher zombie was completely immune to the stun effect. A tier 3 creature. It was indeed strong. Would a tier 2 modified liquor be able to fight it? Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and immediately ordered the liquor behind him to attack. "Kill!" The liquors beside Fang Heng quickly chased after the butcher zombie and climbed over. A large number of liquors quickly surrounded the butcher zombie. A liquor jumped up and took the lead to attack. The sharpened claws completely countered the armor of the butcher zombie, leaving a deep cut on its chest. The black armor that was hard for a pistol bullet to break through was torn apart by the liquor's sharp claws. One strike back. The liquors were natural predators. They surrounded the butcher zombie and formed a circle around it. rapidly moving around to find a suitable angle of attack. Compared to them, the butcher zombie was too clumsy. It raised the battle axe in its hand and swung it forward. The thick battle axe made a sound as it tore through the air. Unfortunately, it only swept through the air. The lickers quickly avoided it with agility. The huge battle axe landed heavily on the ground, creating a shallow hole in the cement ground. However, this attack was still dodged by the lickers. After a few attacks, the butcher zombie could not even touch the lickers. After understanding the attack pattern of the butcher zombie, the lickers attacked again and again, leaving deep wounds on the body of the butcher zombie. In a short moment, the butcher zombie was torn into pieces. Hint: you have killed the butcher zombie. You have received 18 survival points. Complete Evolution Crystal 1. Fang Hang observed the entire battle and gave the lickers a thumbs up in his heart. Tier 2 versus Tier 3. They completely crushed their opponent, even if it was a one-on-one battle. As long as they were given enough time, Fang Hang believed that the licker would rely on its own strength to kill the butcher zombie. On one hand, it was due to its individual combat style and how it restrained its opponent. The licker's agile combat style was perfect for restraining the thick and cumbersome butcher zombie. Its sharp claws were also perfect to counter the butcher zombie's black armor. On the other hand, it had the attribute suppression. The licker had inherited half of Fang Hang's attribute value, so its overall attribute was much stronger than that of an ordinary licker. Fang Hang had a new evaluation of the licker's fighting ability. Deng Xin, who was watching from the side, was trembling in fear, her body unconsciously trembling slightly. These lickers' combat ability was too terrifying. Even a Tier 3 mutated zombie couldn't last 2 minutes against them. And the player who could control these lickers under that terrifying mask, who could it be? Fang Hang turned to look at Deng Xin. Can we go now? Deng Xin was still afraid, but she didn't have a choice. Deng Xin forced herself to take a deep breath. Okay, he'll take you there. She could only pray that the masked man in front of her was strong enough to keep her alive. Deng Xin led Fang Hang to the basement. During this time, other players kept passing by them. They were a little curious about the masked Fang Hang, but they were only curious. At this time, everyone was trying to protect themselves, so they didn't have the time to care about Fang Hang. With the help of the powerful lickers, they killed 2 butcher zombies in a row and arrived at the entrance of the underground passage. The entrance was split into 2 halves. It was the handiwork of the butcher zombies. I've been here a few times before. I only know that the people of the Meteorite Company are doing some research here. I don't know the details of the research. Fang Hang said coldly. Well, do you know Bragg? Bragg is the person in charge here. He has always avoided meeting outsiders. Take us to him. His office is in the 2nd basement. I don't know if he's there now. The underground passage had also fallen into chaos. The 3 of them quickly passed through the passage. Fang Hang could hear the sound of gunfire from afar. From time to time, zombies would appear. Most of them were shot in the head by Lucia's sniper rifle. Soon, Fang Hang was led by Deng Xin to one of the rooms in the 2nd basement. Deng Xin tried to push the door open. Let me do it. Fang Hang walked forward, switched to a shotgun and fired at the door lock. Fang Hang kicked at the door again and forced it open. The door was wide open. Fang Hang had a bad feeling when he saw the scene in the room clearly. A man in leather armor fell on a chair, facing everyone. There was a large pool of blood on his chest. Was he dead? It's Bragg. Lucia recognized Bragg. She quickly walked forward and checked the wound on Bragg's chest. He's been dead for some time. He was shot. It was a fatal shot to the heart. Lucia turned around and mouthed to Fang Hang. Liu Qi. Bragg was most likely shot by Liu Qi. It was the same in Pine City. Liu Qi's mission was to kill. Coincidentally, Bragg was also a great architect from the Meteorite Company. Could there be a connection between the two? Fang Hang stroked his chin and thought carefully. What did the anti-federal organization want to do? It seemed that they had been trying to kill the Meteorite Company's great architect. Could it be that these people knew some secrets? Fang Hang was going to ask Victor when he went back. Perhaps Victor didn't even know that he owned some classified information. Fang Heng was about to thoroughly search the room to see if there was any missing information when gunshots came from outside. Then, a young NPC wearing a black combat uniform barged in from outside the room. When he saw the dead Bragg, he was first stunned, then raised his muzzle and aimed it at Fang Heng, who was the closest. Deng Xin immediately shouted, "Captain Qin, we didn't do it. Bragg was already dead before we came here." Chapter 211 Quarantine Zone Plan. Chapter 211 Quarantine Zone Plan. Qin Xiaofeng frowned when he heard this. He re-examined the corpse on the chair. He realized that Deng Xin wasn't lying. Bragg had been dead for some time. However, Qin Xiaofeng still didn't completely let down his guard. He continued to stare at Fang Heng. "I've never seen you before. Who are you?" "Watch your back." Lucia gave a light shout and pointed her muzzle at Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng sensed something and immediately squatted down. Bang bang, 2 gunshots were heard and the 2 spider zombies behind Qin Xiaofeng fell into a pool of blood. Qin Xiaofeng slowly stood up and nodded at Lucia. "Thank you. I'm Qin Xiaofeng, the captain of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group." Crimson Blood Mercenary Group. This name sounded very familiar to Fang Heng, and he couldn't remember it at the moment. "What about you?" "We're from the Dark Knights. Previously, we investigated that there was a member of the Dark Knights named Liu Qi whose behavior was strange. After following her for a period of time, we found that she secretly came here. Today, we followed her here to investigate." "Liu Qi." Qin Xiaofeng frowned and thought for a while. He said, "About 2 hours ago, our people noticed that there was an anomaly in the secret research valve. So we immediately sent people to carry out emergency repairs. After we went there, we found that the sealed entrance had been destroyed. A large number of dangerous mutated zombies that were originally inside the quarantine zone had left through the entrance. Not long ago, I just got confirmation that the valve control system and the sealed door had been destroyed." While speaking, Qin Xiaofeng looked at Deng Xin. "You are in charge of the periphery security. There was no anomaly today." Hearing that, Deng Xin subconsciously glanced at Fang Heng, who was still wearing a mask. The biggest anomaly was the 2 of them. However, they came here after the crisis broke out. The incident in the research room should have nothing to do with them. Could it be Liu Qi? Deng Xin thought of her. Liu Qi came here once at dusk and left before dark. At that time, I thought it was a little strange. After all, it will be dark soon. Are you really from the Dark Knights? Lucia took out a well-made badge and handed it to them. This is the badge of the Dark Knights. Qin Xiaofeng held the badge in his hand and carefully observed it for a moment. Then, he punched the wall at the side. Damn it, I was tricked by her. Slowly withdrawing his fist, Qin Xiaofeng looked at Fang Heng and Lucia. "I've heard about your Dark Knights. I need your help now." A game hint appeared at the bottom right corner of Deng Xin's and Fang Heng's retina. Hint: player has triggered a team mission crisis in the infected zone. Warning: this mission is almost impossible to complete. The player need to choose carefully. Mission description: you have found a secret research institute of the Meteorite Company in an abandoned place. After some exploration, you have learned that there is a crisis here. Mission requirements: assist Qin Xiaofeng to save the research institute that was on the verge of destruction. Fang Heng glanced at the mission hint and was surprised for a moment. He was actually given a warning by the King of Gods. Fang Heng had accepted many SS-level missions, but this was the first time he had received a warning that the mission difficulty was too high. He had to give it a try. Fang Heng glanced at Deng Xin beside him, then slowly removed the mask on his face. "Since we're working together, it's necessary for me to formally introduce myself. I'm the Colonel of the Dark Knights, Fang Heng, and this is Lieutenant Lucia." "Colonel?" Deng Xin was shocked. She did not expect such a young face to be behind this mask. Moreover, he was at the military rank of Colonel in the Dark Knights. After the initial shock, Deng Xin felt bitter in her heart. An SS-level mission. If she had a choice, she would turn away and run. Deng Xin was very self-aware. She had the ability to accept such a mission, but she did not have the ability to complete it. She might even have to risk her life. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Xiaofeng's eyes. He picked up the submachine gun again. "Colonel Fang Heng, The situation is urgent. Let's walk and talk at the same time. As Qin Shaofeng spoke, he took the lead and walked out of the room. Just as he stepped out of the door, Qin Shaofeng's expression suddenly changed. A layer of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. It was the liquor. More than 10 liquors were hiding outside the room. They stared at Qin Shaofeng like tigers eyeing their prey. Qin Shaofeng instantly felt a heavy burden weighing down on his body. The pressure was extremely great. He raised his submachine gun, not daring to make the slightest move. These liquors belong to a special project that our Dark Knights are working on. They are very quiet, Fang Heng said and snapped his fingers. The liquors received the order and slowly moved away from Qin Shaofeng, climbing up the wall to the ceiling. Hearing what Fang Heng said, Dang Xin seemed to have understood something. No wonder Fang Heng had the powerful ability to control zombies. It turned out that it was the strength provided by the Dark Knights. It's the latest research of the Dark Knights. Thank you. Follow me. Qin Shaofeng nodded and led the group to the 4th basement. Along the way, Qin Shaofeng introduced the situation of the secret research site to Fang Heng and the others. This was originally the Meteorite Company's secret research area. Mr. Bragg was the supervisor here. Our Crimson Blood mercenary group was entrusted by the Meteorite Company to be responsible for the daily safety of the underground secret quarantine zone. At the same time, we were also responsible for the security work to prevent foreign spies from infiltrating the research institute to gather intelligence. Qin Shaofeng sighed heavily as he spoke. No one expected that one day, the apocalypse crisis would suddenly erupt. Fang Heng's curiosity grew. You said quarantine zone. What's that? Meteorite Company's quarantine zone plan? As far as I know, it's basically a huge quarantine experimental zone built 100 meters underground. The experimental zone simulates the daily environment of the outside world, and a high dose of a new type of virus is injected into it. In the beginning, the purpose of building the quarantine zone was to simulate the apocalyptic environment for virus experiments. Qin Shaofeng laughed at himself and said, No one expected that the apocalypse crisis would break out before the experiment was carried out. After the apocalypse crisis broke out, we decided to stay here to prevent the high concentration of virus and mutated zombies from leaking out of the quarantine zone. We waited quietly for the rescue team to arrive. But as time went by, the rescue team didn't arrive. Instead, part of the pipeline in the quarantine zone had a problem and the highly toxic gases leaked out. Some of the highly toxic gases had caused the formation of the infected zone in the outside world. Later, we found a way to repair the damaged pipes, but many researchers also paid the price with their lives. If all the viruses in the quarantine zone were to leak out, then all of us humans would really be finished. The air we breathe would be filled with highly concentrated virus bodies, and no one would be able to survive. Hearing Qin Shaofeng's description, Fang Heng quickly recalled something. The Crimson Blood mercenary group was a mercenary group in the background of the Apocalypse game. Their strength was not bad. However, from Qin Shaofeng's description, it seemed that the Meteorite Company chose to protect this place for the sake of the survival of all humans. Chapter 212 Liquor's Debut. Chapter 212 Liquor's Debut. Not long ago, we found that the emergency exit and the control system leading to the quarantine zone were all destroyed. Apart from that, even the communication system inside the research institute was disabled. The emergency exit was destroyed and many mutated zombies rushed out of the quarantine zone. Now, the most important thing is to find a way to repair the safety valve and control the zombie corpses inside. Qin Shaofeng was very anxious. He strode toward the command center in the 4th basement. The operator of the command center activated the emergency leakage plan as soon as they found the anomaly, and released a special gas in the whole area. This gas can neutralize the high concentration of virus gases leaked from the quarantine zone. But it's very expensive to create, so the stock is limited. It can only last for 12 hours at most. And Liu Qi. At the thought of Liu Qi, Qin Shaofeng's eyes were full of anger and he clenched his fists so tightly that blue veins could be seen protruding on the surface of his skin. She lied to us. She told us that the Dark Knights want to cooperate with us and guard this dangerous area with us. She cheated us of our trust. Today, I saw Liu Qi and wanted to talk to her, but then she went to the basement. 'Tis the one who did all of this. If I ever see her again, I will tear her apart. Lucia's mood became heavier. She looked at Fang Heng worriedly. They had to repair the damaged emergency exit as soon as possible within 12 hours. Otherwise, if the high-concentration virus gases were to leak out, Fang Heng instantly understood the whole situation. Liu Qi killed Bragg and also thought of a way to destroy the quarantine zone's control system and safety valve. She had contributed to the destruction of this world. However, Fang Heng was still very curious. Why did the anti-federal organization want to destroy the world? Why did they want to destroy Server 8? What benefits would it bring them? While he was thinking, Qin Xiaofeng had already brought a few people to the fourth basement. The sound of gunfire kept ringing out. At the fork in the road ahead, Fang Heng saw a few members of the mercenary group wearing black combat uniforms trying their best to defend the passage. A dark horde of zombies surged out from the other end of the passage. The members of the Crimson Blood mercenary group couldn't hold on any longer. They used their submachine guns to suppress the zombies while slowly retreating toward the passage where Fang Heng and the others were at. Quick, go help them. Seeing that his companions were in danger, Qin Xiaofeng raised his submachine gun and stepped forward to support his team. Then, he fired at the dark horde of zombies at the end of the passage. There were too many zombies. Fang Heng's eyes flickered. He stepped forward and pressed on Qin Xiaofeng's shoulder. Step back. You'll do it. Qin Xiaofeng was stunned. Then, he heard a sizzling sound. The lickers that were attached to the ceiling quickly climbed toward the dark group of zombies in front of them. Lickers were natural predators. They flew past the Crimson Blood mercenary group and charged into the zombie horde to start a crazy slaughter. With Fang Heng's strength attribute, the lickers' attack power had increased once again. Their sharp claws could easily cut through the bodies of ordinary zombies. Only a Tier 1 mutated zombie could barely withstand 2 or 3 of their attacks. Fang Heng's game log immediately flooded the screen. Hint: your licker clone has killed an ordinary zombie. You have obtained 3 survival points. Evolution Crystal Fragments 1. Hint: your licker clone has killed a Tier 1 mutated zombie. You have gained 10 survival points. Hint: your licker clone has killed a Tier 2 mutated zombie. The members of the Crimson Blood mercenary group who were fighting against the zombie horse were also stunned. They saw a group of lickers rushing toward them. They thought that they would die here today. Who would have thought that the lickers would attack the zombie horde? The members of the Crimson Blood mercenary group were leaning against the wall, not daring to move. They did not even dare to breathe, afraid that the lickers would suddenly turn around and attack them. Deng Xin followed behind Lucia. Her scalp had turned numb. It was completely different from killing the Tier 3 butcher zombie just now. The visual effect of this kind of direct killing was even more shocking. To hear the lickers worked together to achieve an overwhelming crushing effect. They charged into the zombie horde and began to slaughter wildly. Even ordinary Tier 1 zombies were completely unable to withstand the powerful damage output of these lickers. The lickers fought their way through the passage, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint and pursed his lips. As expected of the lickers who were born to slaughter, even a tyrant wouldn't be able to kill so efficiently. The protection fee paid to the King of Gods was worth it. Qin Xiaofeng shouted, commanding the injured Crimson Blood mercenary group members to retreat to the safe passage. Only then did the members of the Crimson Blood mercenary group realize that these lickers were controlled by humans. They still carefully returned. Captain Qin, how's the situation over there? He Chai, the team captain, panted heavily. It's bad. We can't defend area anymore. The team suffered heavy casualties. We had no choice. The situation was getting worse very quickly. Area A can't be defended anymore. A large number of zombies have invaded the underground research institute. There might be zombies everywhere in the passage. If we don't block the entrance in time, the command center will fall. Once the control panel of the command center is damaged, or the backup power supply of the third basement is destroyed by the zombies, the entire quarantine zone will completely lose control. At that time, it will be over. Fang Heng stood beside Qin Shiafang and said, "Don't worry. It's not that bad. The liquors we control can still buy you some time." The Crimson Blood mercenary group had never seen anyone who could control a liquor. They all turned to look at Fang Heng. "This is Fang Heng and this is Lucia. They are all friends from the Dark Knights. Hint your friendship with the Crimson Blood mercenary group has increased." Qin Shiafang looked at the members of the Crimson Blood mercenary group. "The commander is now in Area F. You guys go to Area F immediately to provide support. Report the situation in Area A to the commander. The rest of the wounded follow me first." Qin Shiafang then said to Fang Heng, "Fang Heng, I'll have to trouble you with this passage." "Okay." Fang Heng stayed behind to control the 4 liquors, to guard the passage entrance and summon the rest of the liquors back to his side. "Let's go to the main control room first." After taking a detour on the 4th basement, Fang Heng followed Qin Shiafang into the command center. A large number of research personnel and engineers were gathered in front of the console. They were arguing about something. The situation was bad. The emergency exit of the quarantine zone had been destroyed and a large number of zombies were pouring out of the passage. Qin Shiafang's arrival gave everyone hope. A researcher asked first, "Qin Shiafang, where's Mr. Bragg?" Qin Shiafang shook his head. "He's dead. He was murdered." The entire command center fell into a dead silence. Chapter 213 Support. Chapter 213 Support. A big beardy researcher pushed through the crowd and walked to Qin Shiafang. "Captain Qin, all 7 emergency exits A, B, D, E, F, H and I have all been damaged to different degrees. The biggest problem now is the exit F. A large number of Tier 3 mutated butcher zombies are pouring out of exit F, and most of the passage has been occupied by the zombies. We have to think of a way to deal with them." Qin Shiafang clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. Someone said in a low voice, "There's nothing we can do that's a Tier 3 mutated creature. We can't defend it. With our current abilities, we can't defend against such a large number of zombies. We'd better run." Run to where? "If the quarantine zone is destroyed, the virus will leak out and form a larger infected zone. Even the whole world will." At this time, the group was leaderless. The commander of the Crimson Blood mercenary group, teeming, was leading his men to kill zombies outside, but couldn't make it back in time. The command center was in a state of panic. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the big screen in the command center. The screen showed the locations and damages of several passage openings in the Underground Research Institute in real time. There were a total of 12 passage openings leading to the quarantine zone. 3 of them were seriously damaged. 4 of them were destroyed and the remaining ones were all issuing yellow warnings. Almost all of them represented danger. Deng Xin also saw the screen. Her heart sank to the bottom. She quickly analyzed all the possible ways to complete the mission. However, she couldn't find any. This SS-level mission was not something she could complete. Not to mention her. No one else could do it. Deng Xin whispered, "Fang Heng, there's no chance. Even with the help of the liquors, we can't stop such a large number of zombies. Not to mention that we only have 12 hours. Even without the threat of the zombie horde, we will need more than 12 hours to repair the broken emergency exits. We'd better evacuate now. We can still complete part of the mission if we leave with a few high-level NPCs." Fang Heng listened to Deng Xin quietly. He didn't answer her. He just raised his head and looked at the map on the big screen. Most of the zombies in Area F were Tier 3 mutated creatures. Another chance to farm monsters. Originally, all the Tier 3 mutated creatures in City S had been killed. Now, he had found them again. In the quarantine zone. To others, it might be hell. But to Fang Heng, this place might be heaven. The mission wasn't important. What was important was how to get an endless stream of Tier 3 mutated zombies to farm monsters and level up. Fang Heng's brain was working rapidly. Obviously, due to the high concentration of virus gases in the quarantine zone, he could not farm monsters in peace. If he wanted to farm monsters, he had to protect the entire Underground Research Institute that was on the verge of collapse. Deng Xin was right. This mission had 3 major difficulties. The first difficulty was the threat from the large zombie horde. The second difficulty was the time limit of the high concentration of poisonous gases. The third difficulty was to repair the damaged emergency exits. To ordinary players, everyone would die. If the situation was completely turned around, there was only one way. After thinking for a short while, Fang Heng came up with an idea. Calm down and listen to me. Fang Heng tried to calm down the panicking crowd. However, his voice was completely covered by the noisy debate in the laboratory. Fang Heng had a slight headache. Well, the first step of the plan had met with trouble. He was rather helpless in the situation in front of him. Seeing this, Lucia raised the automatic rifle, aimed at the ceiling and pressed the trigger. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots made the researchers in the room instantly quiet down. They all cast frightened gazes at Lucia. Fang Heng took half a step forward and walked to Lucia's side, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the room. Which one of you has a high-level construction skill? Qin Xiafeng was stunned when he heard this and turned his head to look at Fang Heng. The rest of the people also fell silent and looked at Fang Heng and Qin Xiafeng. Who was this guy? Qin Xiafeng explained to everyone. This is Colonel Fang Heng of the Dark Knights. The researchers started discussing in low voices again. Colonel, so young it must be fake. Right. Did the Dark Knights send reinforcements? It can't be fake. It was indeed rare to see a colonel, but seeing that Fang Heng was so young, everyone still had some doubts about him. We are here to prevent the virus in the quarantine zone from leaking out. My goal is the same as yours. Fang Heng's gaze swept across everyone again. Who has the construction skill? This is very important. The crowd looked at each other, just as someone was about to answer. The door of the main control room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. 2 members of the Crimson Blood mercenary group rushed in with a wounded man on their backs. The researchers in the command center hurriedly cleared out an experimental table and placed the wounded man on it. Then, a few more wounded men were escorted into the command center. Suddenly, a researcher thought of something and shouted, "Are you all crazy? Why did you bring them back after being attacked by zombies?" Everyone's expressions changed and they took a few steps back. Qin Xiafeng also looked at the leader and asked, "What happened?" It wasn't a zombie attack. It was a secondary collapse caused by an explosion when we were repairing the emergency exit. We encountered a secondary collapse. Zhang King was furious and couldn't help but fly into a rage. At this incident wasn't an accident at all. Someone used a highly concentrated bomb to destroy the emergency exit. But the wound will be infected by the zombie virus even if it's exposed to the air. It's okay. It's not a big problem. Fang Heng walked to the side of the wounded people and checked their condition. He noticed that the faces of the wounded were pale, and sweat was dripping down their faces. This time, I brought the vaccine specially made by the Dark Knights. After the injection, it can resist the infection. At least for a short time. There won't be any problems. Fang Heng took out the anti-infection vaccine from his backpack and walked to the side of the wounded and injected them one by one. Fang Heng, thank you so much. At this time, the entire control room was exceptionally quiet. Due to your treatment, the favorability rating of the Research Institute staff and the Crimson Blood mercenary group has increased slightly. Fang Heng finished injecting the wounded, then looked around again. Their condition is stable now. There is no risk of them becoming infected with the zombie virus. Hearing that, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But the danger isn't over yet. I'll try my best to bring everyone here to survive and solve the crisis. Or, you can stay here and argue until 12 hours later. Fang Heng's eyes swept across every researcher in the control room. No, it won't take 12 hours at all. This place will soon be occupied by zombies and completely fall. Chapter 214 Temporary Command Authority. Chapter 214 Temporary Command Authority. The entire command center fell into silence once again. Fang Heng. Qin Xiafeng walked to Fang Heng's side. You have a way to help us. Don't. You. Fang Heng nodded, his tone filled with confidence. Yes, but I need you to listen to my commands for the time being. The next moment, Fang Heng and Deng Xin received a similar game hint. The Research Institute staff is evaluating your Fang Heng proposal. They are evaluating the player's favorability rating, reputation, charm, identity, mission evaluation and so on. Hint evaluation completed. The Research Institute staff and the Crimson Blood mercenary group trust you Fang Hang. Hint you Fang Hang have obtained the temporary command authority of the team. Deng Xin looked at Fang Hang in surprise. Fang Hang could obtain the command authority of the entire team. This kind of game method had completely exceeded Deng Xin's understanding of this game. In the past, the NPCs were the main players in the game, and the players would just be in the background. There was this kind of gameplay in this game. Seeing the game hint, Fang Hang was a little excited. The first step of the plan was also the most difficult, but it was achieved. Thank you for your trust. Fang Hang nodded to everyone. Time is tight, so let's cut the crap. Whoever has learned the construction skill, the higher the level, the better. A white and thin young man walked out of the crowd first. Yan Tian, Mr. Bragg's disciple. I've learned construction from him for a while. The other staff members of the Secret Research Institute also stood out. I know how to do it too. I've learned construction for a while, so I can help. Seeing 4 or 5 people standing out from the crowd, Fang Hang was slightly relieved. Fortunately, there were NPC survivors who could build the teleportation passage. To avoid such trouble in the future, he would find an opportunity to learn construction skills himself when he was free. Fang Hang looked at Qin Shiafang. I need you to lead the mercenary group and do everything you can to stall for time. Give up on the repair of the emergency exits in the quarantine one. Give up on guarding the entrances and exits. Conserve your strength. Everyone, retreat. We need to stop the zombie horde from controlling the power supply and the central control of the shelter. We need to send out another team and think of a way to lure the zombies out. Try your best to hold on for 1 hour. In 1 hour, you'll find someone to come and rescue you. The situation was urgent. Since Qin Shiafang had chosen to trust Fang Hang, he didn't hesitate anymore. He nodded solemnly and commanded the remaining Crimson Blood mercenary group that could fight. Let's go, follow me to Area F. Fang Hang looked at Deng Xin again. Follow them. If you encounter a situation, use the survival radio to contact us. Deng Xin was stunned for a moment. Then, she saw Fang Hang's friend request from the survival radio. Okay, I got it. For some reason, Fang Hang gave Deng Xin a strange feeling. It seemed that he had everything under his control, and he could turn the tables. You'll go now. With that, Deng Xin hurriedly left the main control room with Qin Shiafang's team. Yan Tian and the others followed behind Fang Hang. Colonel Fang Hang, what should we do next? Fang Hang's gaze quickly swept across the hall of the main control room. It's almost enough. Fang Hang muttered to himself in a low voice and quickly took out a blueprint from his backpack. Take a look at this. A construction blueprint. Yan Tian and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they all came closer and carefully studied the blueprint provided by Fang Hang. His space-tearing device. Yan Tian raised his head and looked at Fang Hang with a surprised expression. He had such a thing. Space-tearing device was the top secret of their meteorite company. Let's see if the building materials are sufficient. What else is missing? One of the architects quickly studied it and raised his head to answer. Materials are available, but the building materials are temporarily stored in the storage room in the 3rd basement. If we go there now to retrieve them. There's more. Yan Tan had come into contact with the space-tearing device before. He looked at Fang Hang and said, Colonel Fang Hang, it's too late to build the space-tearing device now. Right, it will take a long time to locate the coordinates of the passage. As he spoke, Yan Tan slowly stopped. He also realized something. Yes, the main space-tearing device in my shelter has been modified. It can quickly locate the passage. Fang Hang looked at everyone again. Any other questions? Yan Tan and the other 3 architects exchanged glances. They shook their heads at the same time. All right, let's move out. Yan Tan, follow me. The rest of you stay here and wait for orders. Clear out a construction area in advance. Lucia, you stay here and guard. All right, leave this to me. Fang Hang drank another can of coffee as he spoke. He began to throw the materials in his backpack out one by one. Even though he had not slept for an entire night, his mind was abnormally excited. Everything was gradually on the right track. The number and intensity of the mutated zombies in the quarantine zone were too high. It was not realistic to rely on the 12 lickers and the remaining members of the Crimson Blood mercenary group to defend this place. Moreover, most of the engineers in the entire research institute were already dead or injured. The repair progress would be too slow. It was also courting death to repair the damaged entrances and exits of the quarantine zone. It was already the best outcome to be able to escape with everyone. The only way to change all of this was to build a teleportation passage. Once the teleportation passage was completed, a large number of zombies in the shelter could enter the research base through the passage to provide reinforcements. Not only the zombie team, but also the Dark Knights. Coincidentally, David was in their shelter with 2 teams of Dark Knights. Coincidentally, David came with an engineering team. It was a godsend. With the engineering team and the Dark Knights, it was possible to repair the passage openings. First, he used the zombie team to control the situation. Then, with his relationship with David, he asked the Dark Knights to help repair the damaged safety valve. Once the plan succeeded, not only could he complete the mission, but he could also leave a backdoor here and slowly farm the Tier 3 mutated zombies. Yang Tan did not know what Fang Hang was thinking. He hurriedly led Fang Hang and the remaining 8 lickers to the 3rd basement. Colonel Fang Hang, it's over there. Coming to the storage room in the 3rd basement, Yang Tan opened the emergency exit and walked in. He began to search for materials in the storage room. Fang Hang had a big backpack skill, and his physique attribute also added weight-bearing attributes. Previously, he had emptied his backpack in the command center to move the materials now. As he was moving the materials, Fang Hang scanned a few messages on his retina. Hint: your zombie clone licker modified body is currently exposed to a high concentration virus body, and its HP will continue to decrease as time goes by. The rate of HP reduction will gradually increase. Hint: mutation is probable after being exposed to a highly concentrated virus body for a long period. You can spend 5,000 survival points to accelerate the mutation. Positive mutation success rate 0. If the mutation fails, the zombie clone will die. It can still be resurrected. Chapter 215 Establishing a Passage. Chapter 215 Establishing a Passage. Fang Hang frowned and flipped through the game log. The licker that had been following the passage had already entered the quarantine zone. Affected by the high concentration of poisonous gas in the quarantine zone, the licker also began to lose HP. Fang Hang did not expect that the high concentration of virus in the quarantine zone would even affect a zombie corpse. Fang Hang wasn't interested in the 0.1 positive evolution probability. Fang Hang shook his head. In short, he had to think of a way to complete the construction of the space-tearing device. He immediately controlled the 4 lickers to return along the passage, leaving the quarantine zone and blocking the intersection again. Fang Hang brought Yang Tan back and forth to the 3rd basement a few times. Soon, the materials needed to build the small space-tearing device were ready. Due to the lack of construction skills, Fang Hang could only watch the NPCs build from the side. While the NPCs were constructing, Fang Hang went offline at the last minute and immediately contacted Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei had just slept for more than an hour when he was woken up by Fang Hang from his sleep. Big brother, what are you talking about? Hearing Fang Hang's description on the phone, Mo Jiawei quivered and suddenly stood up from the bed. He was not sleepy at all. Okay, I'll go online and contact Mr. David right away. Okay. I'll go and make preparations. After hanging up the phone, Mo Jiawei shouted in his heart. "D a minute. It was so late at night, and the god went on a mission with Lucia. And it was a big mission." Mo Jiawei did not think any more and hurriedly got up and went online. When he returned to the shelter, Mo Jiawei immediately went to the basement to look for David. He was in a hurry, and just as he entered the basement, he bumped into Qiu Yaokang, who happened to be walking towards him around the corner. Qiu Yaokang had just completed the follow-up records of the liquor transformation project, and was ready to go back to his room to sleep. He looked at Mo Jiawei coldly. "Why are you so anxious? What's the matter?" "Oh, the boss found the quarantine zone." "What did you say? Quarantine zone? Is it Meteorite Company's quarantine zone plan?" Qiu Yaokang's bloodred eyes suddenly shone with a strange light. Let's go, bring me there to have a look. No. One has been confirmed dead 7 hours ago. Congratulations! The plan has taken another big step forward. In a small hotel, Old Black dialed a familiar cell phone number. No. 4 is also under our control. But no. 2 is more troublesome. I've received news that the Federation has found traces of No. 2 and is trying to recruit him. Yeah. We need to give them more trouble. It may not be enough to simply expand the infected zone. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Old Black chuckled gloomily. Hee hee. Alright. But that'll cost extra. More and more zombies poured out of the quarantine zone. Qin Xiaofeng led his 2 combat teams to defend the main passage entrance. According to Fang Heng's plan, the team had given up on all the passages in the quarantine zone. Instead, they were defending the main passage leading to the generator room and the command center, abandoning the soldiers to protect the commander. The other 2 combat teams were trying to lure a large number of zombies away from the research institute. Although this had greatly reduced the pressure on the combat teams, there were still too many zombies. The zombies pouring out from the other end of the passage seemed to be endless. The team was about to run out of bullets. Qin Xiaofeng clenched his teeth. He remembered what Fang Heng had told him, that they should try their best to hold on for an hour. 4 to 7 minutes had passed. The combat teams began to retreat. Qin Xiaofeng had already thought of the worst-case scenario. At worst, he would just blow up the entire passage. That way, he could temporarily block the passage. The negative effect of doing so was also very great. The zombie horde would also surge out of other passages. The explosion would even cause some of the circuits to be damaged. The subsequent repairs would be even more troublesome. At this point, they had no choice but to resort to this kind of expedient measure. Boom! Qin Xiaofeng threw the last hand grenade at the passage in front of him to delay the zombie horde. Quick, set the explosives. Qin Xiaofeng was about to give the order to destroy the passage when his face suddenly changed. He heard the sound of chaotic footsteps coming from behind the passage. Were the reinforcements here? However, in the next second, Qin Xiaofeng turned around to check. His face was ashen. It wasn't the reinforcements, but a dense zombie horde. Why did the zombie horde attack from the other side? Could it be that the rear has been breached? A member of the Crimson Blood mercenary group raised his gun and was about to shoot when Qin Xiaofeng suddenly realized something. He held down his submachine gun. Wait, look. At the front of the zombie horde, a man in a dark knight uniform was leading the way with guns in his hands. Captain Qin Xiaofeng Yuan Lixin, a member of the elite Dark Knights. Colonel Fang Heng asked me to come and pick you up while he was talking. He had already handed the communicator to Qin Xiaofeng and walked away quickly. Buzz! 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 After a series of electrical sounds, Fang Heng's voice sounded from the other end of the communicator. Xiaofeng, are you safe? Still managing? If you had come a few minutes later, you would never have seen me. Again. 7. Hey! That won't do. There are less than 7 hours left. You still have a lot of work to do. Hurry back to the command center and gather. Don't even think about slacking off. On the other side, Fang Heng hung up. In less than 10 minutes. Another row of messages appeared in the game log. Hint: you have built a small-scale space-tearing device inside the Secret Research Institute. Hint: you have convinced David to agree to your plan. Your friendship with David has increased. Hint: you have led the Dark Knights to assist the Secret Research Institute. Your friendship with the members of the Research Institute has increased. Your friendship with the Crimson Blood mercenary group has increased. Hint: your zombie clone has killed a Tier 1 mutated zombie. You have obtained survival points for. Hint: you have successfully rescued Qin Xiaofeng's Team 3. Your friendship with the Crimson Blood mercenary group has increased. Hint: your shelter member, Qiu Yaokang, has guided the research personnel of the Secret Research Institute. Qiu Yaokang has gained the admiration of the researchers. You have obtained the favorability rating of the research personnel. Hint: you have successfully rescued the Crimson Blood mercenary group's Team 8. Seems like someone got mixed into this. Qiu Yaokang, why is he here too? Fang Heng was currently blocking the entrance of Area C with the Crimson Blood mercenary group's commander, Huo Lin. and trying to repair the damaged gate of Area C. Forget it. Just come if he wants to. He was a little confused, but he didn't have time to think about it. He turned off the game hint and focused on what was in front of him. After completing the construction of the small-scale teleportation passage, Feng Heng immediately split the Dark Knights into several teams, each carrying a communication device and a batch of zombie clones to gather the scattered teams of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group. He immediately led the Lickers and the Elite Dark Knights teams to support the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group's commander, Huo Lin. The engineering team led by David also followed behind the team. There were less than 7 hours left until the gas used to neutralize the poison gas was exhausted. Next was the second step of the plan. Repair works. They needed to finish repairing all the damaged emergency exits within 7 hours. Time was very tight. Chapter 216 Charisma. Chapter 216 Charisma. David, how's the construction? Not good. The emergency exit of the quarantine zone is made of high-density alloy. There are also mechanical controls operating inside. Apart from requiring a large number of expensive maintenance materials, the maintenance is also very difficult. Feng Heng asked in a deep voice. How much longer? David raised his head and looked at the inside of the emergency exit. He looked at the combat team fighting against the zombie horde inside the passage. He shook his head and said, under ideal conditions, even if we don't get disturbed and have enough materials, it will take at least 4 hours. The materials prepared in advance are not enough. I need to go back and collect the materials. 4 hours for a door. And it was still the least damaged Area C. Fail. There was no time at all. Even the small team of Dark Knights could not complete the repair of the safety valve in 7 hours. At this time, the sound of electricity came from the communication device. Buzz God. Can you hear me? Yes. What's the matter? On the other end of the communication device, looking at the scene in the command room, Mo Jiawei could not help but swallow his saliva. God. This I'm not too sure. It's Big Brother Q if it's convenient. Why don't you come back and take a look for yourself? Q Yaokang. Feng Heng had a terrible headache. Whatever, he still had to go back and get the materials. So he went back to take a look first. God. I swear. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. You know Mr. Kia's temper better than I do. In the command center, Mo Jiawei complained to Feng Heng. When he was looking for David, he coincidentally bumped into Q Yaokang, who was about to go back to his room to rest. Q Yaokang immediately teleported here when he learned that Feng Heng had discovered the quarantine zone. He couldn't even stop him. Later on, Q Yaokang tested the state of the Secret Research Institute on the spot, and resolutely ordered for people to transport some of the experimental equipment in the shelter through the teleportation passage. Big Brother Q said that he wants to directly conduct research related to the infected zone here. Mo Jiawei felt bitter in his heart. After teleporting here, he also triggered the SS level mission. He thought to himself. At this time, Q Yaokang, this god, was still thinking about his research. And this group of researchers was also the same. They were all like possessed. With just a few words, they were all bewitched by Q Yaokang. Mo Jiawei sighed heavily and pointed to the other side. God. Look. Those arrogant and noisy researchers followed behind Q Yaokang and watched him operate the machine obediently. The way they looked at Q Yaokang was full of admiration. Feng Heng's mouth was also wide open. A game hint flashed across the lower right corner of his retina. Hint: due to your performance, the researchers of the Secret Research Institute approves of you. Hint: the researcher of the Secret Research Institute is impressed by your shelter member, Q Yaokang's charisma. Hint: your shelter's attractiveness has passed the test. Hint: researcher 9 is willing to join your shelter. Click here to see the details of the research personnel's attribute. Charisma. Are you sure Q Yaokang has this thing? Feng Heng was stunned for a while. From the moment he opened the teleportation passage and received David's Dark Knight's team, he had only run out for less than half an hour. In such a short time, Q Yaokang had completely gained the approval of this group of research personnel. How did Q Yaokang do it? Feng Heng silently clicked on the details of the research personnel. Most of these new researchers who joined the shelter were researchers who rated around level B. One of them even reached level A, only one grade lower than Lai Bo. They all had high-level research skills. It was a win-win situation, even if the mission failed. These NPC researchers would already be under him and would greatly increase the efficiency of the shelter's research. At least there was a guarantee. Feng Heng still looked at Qiu Yaokang with confusion. What method did he use to trick these researchers? At this time, Qiu Yaokang was teaching his new subordinates, who he had just been tricked, to learn the new experimental equipment. Seeing Feng Heng walk over, Qiu Yaokang turned to Feng Heng and nodded, indicating for his subordinates to work. Feng Heng, the newcomers you found are not bad. At least they are not as afraid of death as Lai Bo. Also, for us, we must not give up on this secret research institute. The virus mutation in the quarantine zone has very high research value. Its value is immeasurable. Qiu Yaokang's tone was very calm. But when he spoke, his eyes were shining. He felt that Feng Heng's luck was simply too good. The chosen one was impressive. He could find whatever he wanted. He had just learned a lot of important information related to the quarantine zone from these researchers. This information was priceless. Using the high concentration of virus in the quarantine zone, we can start the research on fusion bodies. If things go smoothly, the transformation of zombie fusion bodies can also be put on the agenda as soon as possible, greatly shortening the research process. The quarantine zone is actually so useful. Feng Heng rubbed his swollen temples. However, he had a headache. It was basically impossible to completely restore the quarantine zone. Alright. The premise is that we can think of a way to defend this place. We are now in a very big trouble. What? The high concentration of the virus in the quarantine zone has been leaked. And there are only 7 more doses of the backup potion used to neutralize the virus. The time is too short. We have no way to complete the repair of the damaged emergency exits in 7 hours. Qiu Yaokang was very calm. He reached out and pressed a few buttons on the experimental instrument. Feng Heng, why do we have to limit the repair to 7 hours? He instantly understood Qiu Yaokang's meaning. You want us to temporarily evacuate? Yes. The virus cannot be spread through the space-tearing device. The teleportation passage can also ensure the safety of our evacuation. When we have collected enough information, I'm confident that we can develop a new potion as soon as possible to improve the human body's resistance to the virus. Together with the special protective suit, it won't be a problem to resist the high-concentration virus in a short time. As for the potion to neutralize the high-concentration virus gas, I have the ability to develop it. While speaking, Qiu Yaokang turned his head and glanced at the space teleportation passage that was being opened. In order to do that, I need to set up an experimental observation station within 7 hours to obtain more experimental data for testing. As for you, Feng Heng, after the evacuation, I need to use your zombies to travel back and forth here to collect the information. Feng Heng thought about the feasibility of Qiu Yaokang's plan. It was feasible. To others, this was almost a dead end. But to Feng Heng, he had an endless number of zombie clones. This gave him more room to maneuver. Feng Heng instantly had an improvement plan. After the NPCs temporarily evacuated through the teleportation passage, he could think of ways to learn building maintenance skills on his own. Even if the zombie clone would be affected by the high concentration of poison gas, and its HP would still be reduced. However, the Vine zombie had the advantages of high HP and unlimited rebirth. He would let the zombie clone that was exposed to the high concentration of the virus slowly repair the damaged safety valve. As long as he was willing to spend more time, he would be able to complete the repair of the safety valve. Feng Heng, this is our chance. Qiu Yaokang's eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. Once we gather enough information and complete the relevant experiments, the fusion and mutation will become controllable. We will also be able to find a way to resist the zombie virus. And the antidote to the ordinary zombie virus will be developed very quickly. Alright, let's do it according to your plan. As Feng Heng spoke, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Attention all units. Please return to the command center immediately." Chapter 217 Loot a Burning House. Chapter 217 Loot a Burning House. As usual, Liu Bufan got up. washed up, ate breakfast and went to work. He had just arrived at the company when he received an emergency notice from the Federation. Seeing the notice, Liu Bufan realized the importance of the matter and quickly went online to look for Fang Heng. Then, he saw a large-scale space-tearing device next to the basement of the shelter. Under the guidance of the elite Dark Knights, Liu Bufan went through the space passage to the command center of the Secret Research Institute. Seeing such a huge command center, Liu Bufan was stunned. What was this place? It wasn't like this yesterday. In just one night, Big Brother started to diversify and build a second base. Liu Bufan walked to Fang Heng, who was busy in the crowd. "Boss. What are you doing?" "Yes." "Liu Bufan. You're here. This is a newly built space-tearing device in our shelter. It can open a space passage. This was originally the Meteorite Company's Secret Research Institute. I just received a new mission. During this period, I will focus on the tasks related to the Research Institute." Fang Heng was distracted by the game log and long-range zombie control to block the passages. The situation was not bad. The zombie clones blocked all the entrances and exits. For the next 2 days, the shelter will be temporarily handed to you as usual. If you encounter any trouble, contact me immediately. Liu Bufan took a little time to sort out his thoughts. After talking for a long time, he still opened a branch base. "Is there anything important?" Liu Bufan came back to his senses. "Yes, boss. There is an emergency. The work studio just received an emergency notice from the Federation." "Huh, what's wrong?" "It's the Blood Moon Project. The Federation's Blood Moon Project is in trouble." Blood Moon Project. He had almost forgotten about the Blood Moon Project. The people on the Federation's list were about to arrive at the shelter. Liu Bufan continued to explain. "The Federation has obtained the latest intelligence. The anti-federal organization will launch an attack on some of the player shelters participating in the Blood Moon Project. The operation has already begun half an hour ago. Many player guilds have already been attacked, and some guilds have suffered heavy losses. The Federation wants us to be on high alert and be prepared to defend against the enemy." Liu Bufan silently sighed in his heart. He felt that these people from the anti-federal organization had gone mad. Why did they have to cause trouble before the Blood Moon? Wasn't this indiscriminate destruction? Hearing this, Fang Heng lightly nodded his head. The timing of the anti-federal organization's attack was very ingenious. It happened to be a few days before the Blood Moon tide. They didn't need to destroy the player's shelter. They just needed to deal enough damage to it. By then, the player's shelter would naturally be cleaned up by the zombies during the Blood Moon. However, Fang Heng didn't panic at all. His shelter's defense was very strong, and the anti-Federation people would die if they came. Fang Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood still as if he had discovered a new world. Blood Moon, the anti-federal organization, was so sneaky. He could also use this tactic too. At this time, almost all the player shelters were trying to reinforce their residences, hoping to tide through the Blood Moon safely. Who would be willing to start a war at this critical juncture? It was the busiest time for the other players. It was also the best time for him to completely eliminate the group of holdouts and expand his territory. Liu Bufan continued on the side. "The Federation wants us to remain vigilant. If necessary, they will provide us with various materials and support." Mo Jiawei nodded when he heard that. "Yeah. I also heard from a few friends that the anti-federal organization's people are quite ruthless this time. Several unions were attacked by mercenary groups and suffered great losses. It's hard to even protect themselves in the Blood Moon, let alone participate in the Blood Moon Project. This time, the people of the Federation will have a headache. God, I think Chen Yu will call you later, and he wants to put more people in the shelter." Liu Bufan smiled and said, "That's good, boss. Then we have to ask for a lot. The fleece of the Federation has to be pulled hard." Well, Fang Heng pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Liu Bufan, you mentioned the situation of the holdouts in the forest before." "Ah, the holdouts." Liu Bufan was confused by Fang Heng's sudden thinking. "Are they all right? They haven't done anything special recently. They are all strengthening the shelter and preparing to pass the Blood Moon. What do you think will happen if we attack their base when the Blood Moon is coming?" Liao Bufen's eyelids twitched and thought, "Boss is so ruthless. Well, if boss sends out a zombie team, they will probably flatten the shelter with the shelter gone. Those people probably won't be able to escape the blood moon. That's right, move or die." Fang Hang snapped his fingers. Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, "I'm familiar with this loot a burning house." He had also participated in the negotiations with those holdouts. He hated the fickleness of these people. So he volunteered. "Great God, your plan is wonderful. I can help you. We have to communicate first before fighting. Otherwise, it will affect our reputation. I'm familiar with this job." Mo Jiawei alone was not enough. Mo Jiawei was qualified to negotiate, but he was not competent enough to fight alone. Fang Hang still had to deal with the zombie horde in the Secret Research Institute and find a way to repair the damaged safety valve. It was too troublesome to control it remotely. Seeing Fang Hang in a dilemma, Lucia suggested, "Fang Hang, do you need my help? You?" "That's right, there's Lucia. She was the first lieutenant of the Dark Knights. It was no problem for her to lead a small team of Dark Knights in battle. More importantly, she could also help control the zombie clones." Lucia was good at everything except her personality, which was a little reckless. Well, he still had Mo Jiawei to work together with her. Compared to Lucia, Mo Jiawei's personality was still quite steady. If they were to collaborate, there should be no problem. "Could Lucia, you and Mo Jiawei work together during the period before the blood moon? I need you to think of all ways to expand your influence. Start from the few holdouts in the forest." Fang Hang was excited. "If everything goes smoothly, after clearing the forest, we'll continue to expand with the prison as the center and bring the entire area under our control. Anyway, because of the blood moon and the anti-federation matter, the players in the game were in a panic. Why not take this opportunity to seize the land and resources?" Listening to Fang Hang's plan, Mo Jiawei was also inexplicably excited. Look, they were starting to seize the land and move towards regional hegemony. They were a big step ahead of the Federation. This was the disposition that a god should have. Chapter 218 Test Mission. Chapter 218 Test Mission. Hint: your zombie clone has killed a Tier 2 mutated zombie. Obtained survival points 12. Hint: you have saved the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group's Team 4. Your friendship with the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group has increased. Hint: you have used a healing spray to successfully heal the Secret Research Institute surveyor. Terry, your friendship with the Research Institute staff has increased. Half an hour later, the zombie team sent out by Fang Hang had sealed off all the main entrances of the Secret Research Institute. The Crimson Blood Mercenary Group, which had been scattered to guard the entrances, gradually returned to the command center together. Space passage. High-level shelter. Dark Knight's team. Mysterious high-level researcher, and the zombie team that they saw in the passage earlier. Seeing Fang Hang reveal his trump cards, Dang Xin was shocked by Fang Hang's strength. She couldn't think of going against Fang Hang anymore. Fang Hang told Huo Lin, the commander of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group, about the revised plan. "So I hope you can join my shelter during this time." "Of course. I hope you can join us permanently." Fang Hang thought for a moment and added, "Yes. And for the peace of this world." After listening to Fang Hang's story, the commander of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group, Huo Lin, and the deputy commander, Qin Xiaofang, looked at each other. Hint: you want the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group to join your shelter. In the process of judging, hint: considering reputation, friendship, shelter's attractiveness, hint: judgment failed. Fang Hang, thank you for your help, but I'm sorry. After a simple exchange of glances, Huo Lin rejected Fang Hang's invitation. Before the apocalypse, our Crimson Blood Mercenary Group was hired by the Meteorite Company to protect the staff of the Research Institute. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, we chose to stay here to prevent the virus in the quarantine zone from leaking out. Now that Bragg is dead and the quarantine zone is about to fall, there is no need for us to stay here. We can rely on our abilities to survive the apocalypse. No, it's not falling. It's just a temporary evacuation. I promise that we will take back the shelter and seal the quarantine zone again. After that, the quarantine zone will still need your protection. Fang Heng thought for a moment and tried to persuade them based on the best story he had seen in previous strategies. For the sake of this world, I need your strength. Huo Lin lowered his head again and fell into deep thought. Fang Heng, I don't know if I should believe you. How about this? I'll give you 10 days. If you can regain control of the quarantine zone in 10 days, then I'm willing to join your shelter. Of course. You also have to protect the lives of the original workers. Fang Heng turned his head and looked at Qiu Yaokang. Qiu Yaokang nodded. That's enough. 10 days is enough for me to replicate the special gas used to neutralize the high concentration virus. The prerequisite is that I need enough gas to make the raw materials. Fang Heng happily agreed. Alright. We have a deal. Hint player's current mission infected zone crisis status partially completed. Hint based on your performance in the mission. You have obtained 35 survival points. Your favorability rating with the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group has increased. Hint you have triggered the follow-up mission Crimson Blood Mercenary Groups Test. Mission name Crimson Blood Mercenary Groups Test. Mission requirements: repair the damaged safety valve in the infected zone within 10 days and disperse the high concentration of poisonous gas in the infected zone. Mission rewards survival points. Crimson Blood Mercenary Group and some staff of the Secret Research Institute. Huo Lin nodded and said, I'll have to trouble you for this time. If you're ready, start moving immediately. Qiu Yaokang urged from the side. I need to leave as much detoxifying gas as possible as a sample for analysis. Huo Lin immediately arranged for the Research Institute staff to start preparing for evacuation. Fang Heng then shifted his gaze to Deng Xin at the side. Facing Fang Heng's gaze, Deng Xin's expression changed slightly. She wouldn't be silenced. Right. It wasn't worth it to die here for no reason. Deng Xin decided to struggle for the last time. Fang Heng, I promise you that everything I see and hear here will be kept confidential. Sign the contract. Confidentiality clause. Anything is fine. Fang Heng took 2 steps forward. He sized up Deng Xin and then sent her an invitation. Why don't you consider joining my studio? You can work online. And the pay is 3 times that of an ordinary A-list gaming company. Deng Xin was stunned. Join? She suddenly felt like she had gone from hell to heaven. Okay boss, I'm willing. Without thinking, Deng Xin directly imitated Lao Bufen's way of addressing him as boss. She was afraid that Fang Heng would regret it. Money was not the key. The key was future development. Even an idiot could see how great the potential of Fang Heng's shelter was. Not to mention that she had just gotten a mission reward thanks to Fang Heng. It was just an unfinished SS-level mission, and she had already gotten 6,000 survival points. It was a huge sum of money in the early stages of the game. Working with this new boss would be better than taking jobs in the black market. Very good. Fang Heng nodded and stroked his chin. I think you have the potential to be a spy. I have a very important mission for you. Deng Xin. Hint you have learned a skill building maintenance mastery level 1. Skill building maintenance mastery. Skill description 1. You can repair most of the buildings. When you repair the buildings that you have mastered, you can obtain additional maintenance progress and reduce the difficulty of maintenance. Skill description 2. Level up the skill can obtain an additional maintenance success rate. Reduce maintenance consumption and maintenance time. The highest skill can be upgraded to level 50. Done. After slapping the skill book on his head, Fang Heng let out a sigh of relief. In the early stages of the game, it was very troublesome to get a specific skill book. Fortunately, building maintenance skills were not very popular. Mo Jiawei spent a little effort to get it from the black market. But even so, it still cost Fang Heng close to 10 million Federation coins. After that, the skill book traveled back and forth in the game through the Dark Knight's teleportation passage. By the time it reached Fang Heng's hands, it was almost night. After learning the skill, Fang Heng immediately opened the teleportation passage. Fang Heng sat in front of the bonfire and opened the game log to remotely control the zombie team. Currently, the zombie team was divided into 3 groups by Fang Heng. In the afternoon, Lucia had already led a group of lickers and a small team of Dark Knights from the shelter to carry out the expansion plan and eliminate the holdouts. Of the remaining 2 groups, One group was led by Tyrant into the secret research institute that was full of high-concentration viruses to carry out the maintenance plan. The other group of reserves were sent by Fang Heng to cut down the trees. Chapter 2 in 1906 Alloy. Chapter 2 in 1906 Alloy. Hint: your zombie clone is exposed to a high concentration of the virus, and its HP will continue to decrease as time goes by. The rate of HP reduction will gradually increase due to the effects of the poisonous gas. The zombies that entered the Secret Research Institute began to slowly lose HP. This caused quite a bit of trouble for Fang Heng's maintenance plan. There was good news as well. At this time, the hightier zombies that were densely packed in the Secret Research Institute rarely took the initiative to attack their own kind. Fang Heng could relax his hands and feet and boldly repair the safety valve without being interrupted by attacks. After the zombie team found the safety valve at point C, Fang Heng's game log began to flood the screen again. Hint: your zombie clone is using S-alloy to repair the safety valve. Hint: you have consumed 8 alloy 6. This repair has increased the gate's integrity by 0.7. Hint: your zombie clone's HP has decreased. Fang Heng calmed himself down and waited for half an hour. The zombie clone's HP had decreased by about 30. Fang Heng made a slight calculation. Without considering the use of the HP recovery skill, the zombie clone would probably only last for an hour in the secret research room. After coming to this conclusion, Fang Heng began to formulate a hack plan. With a 50-minute limit, the zombies entered the Secret Research Institute to repair the gate in batches. After coming out, they would rest for another 20 minutes to recover HP, and so on and so forth. It's done. Hack slowly. Fang Heng was extremely tired. He rubbed his sore eyes and quickly went offline after arranging the hack. He had already stayed in the game for 2 days and 1 night without going offline. He had to rely on his coffee to survive. It was only because Fang Heng's physique attribute was higher than that of an ordinary player. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on and fall asleep. After going offline, Fang Heng walked out of the game cabin and directly pounced on the big bed. Not long after he laid down, in a daze, Fang Heng received another call from Mo Jiaowu. Hello God, are you asleep? Yes. I just laid down. What's the matter? We've run into a bit of trouble regarding the player's shelter. If we encounter those who put up resistance, we will directly destroy them. No question about it. But what if we run into someone who's willing to surrender? After exiting the game, fatigue doubled. Fang Heng was already very sleepy, and his consciousness was a bit hazy. What's our original plan? Give them some resources to move away. God, resources aren't enough. Mo Jiaowei smiled bitterly. Without a shelter, they won't be able to survive the blood moon with just resources. They'll definitely fight us to the death. There's no need to give them resources. Besides, it's not good for our work studio's reputation. So Lucius suggested that if we meet anyone who is willing to surrender to us, we can bring them back to the shelter first to ensure their safety. Then, we can send them away after the blood moon passes. Fang Heng forced his drowsy brain to think for a moment. That was fine. There was no problem. Ever since Building No. 2 and Building No. 3 of the shelter had been cleaned up, the prison's space had tripled. Anyway, the prison was big enough and there were enough prison cells. It was just like bringing them back to prison. Moreover, the first blood moon was not strong. Now, in addition to the dark nights, there were also tyrants guarding the shelter. Oh right. There was also the automatic turret built by Victor. Okay. Then we'll do as you say. But remember our principles. After cleaning up, we must burn down their shelter to prevent them from playing games with us again. We'll go back and rebuild the shelter after the blood moon. Okay. I will remember that. Fang Heng was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly remembered a detail that was almost overlooked. Wait. Oh, what, it's okay to stay in our shelter temporarily. But do they pay rent? Do they pay for food? Fang Heng felt that he was too careless. He suffered a loss the last time as a result of the Federation's Blood Moon project, as they did not pay for food. He definitely couldn't suffer another loss due to this group of people. This they probably won't pay. Right, then let them pay for their meals. Fang Heng yawned as he spoke. It's fine if they don't pay. Let them move logs outside every day to pay off their debts. Coincidentally, there was also a group of zombies that would chop down trees outside at night. A large number of logs were left in the wild, but no one picked them up. B. Relying on Liu Yi and the other workers. The efficiency of picking up logs was too low. It would be a waste not to use them. Alright. God. Well, do as you say. The next morning, at the Federation's temporary resource collection point outside Hope Town, looking at the large military truck parked outside the resource point, all the players inside the resource point cast envious gazes. You've been prompted. You're in charge of the daily operation of the entire temporary resource point. That's because the superiors trust me. Oh right. Why do you suddenly need so many ore materials? It's all because of the Blood Moon project. You've stuffed so many people into my prison. Can't you expand the prison and raise the prison's defense level? Fang Heng spread his hands. Otherwise, how can I resist the Blood Moon zombie wave? Shen Yu was embarrassed and scratched his head. No wonder Fang Heng wanted so many Hydeer ores. He must have obtained some special defensive blueprint. I'm sorry. The Anti-Federation faction's attack was too sudden. I really can't find anyone else in the area who has the ability to accommodate so many players. It's fine. It's fine. Fang Heng generously waved his hand. You guys have also provided us with resources for free. We're even now. Repairing the safety valve in the quarantine zone required a special 8 alloy. Fang Heng had been hacking the whole of last night and woke up this morning to take a look. A minute. All the alloy metals had been used up. The safety valve in Area C had only been repaired to 87. However, his maintenance skill level had also been raised to level 8. He should be able to save more on the subsequent use of materials. The problem was that the current amp alloy required several kinds of ores as raw materials, and making them was very troublesome. Some of the ore resources could not be found in the forest area. Therefore, Fang Heng could only take advantage of the Blood Moon project as an exchange and ask the Federation for a large batch of rare ores. In addition, Mo Jiawei also purchased another batch at a high price. The agreed second group of Blood Moon project personnel will arrive at the prison shelter in batches this afternoon. When the time comes, he'll have to trouble you to provide protection for them. No problem. Leave it to me. He'll guarantee that they'll survive the Blood Moon safely. Fang Heng yawned again as he spoke. He had only slept for 8 hours last night. He was not completely awake. Shen Yu looked at the truck that was loaded with the ores and said, Fang Heng, you want a lot of ores. I'm afraid that one truck won't be able to hold it. Right. It's okay. I've brought a few more trucks. They are a bit slow. I think we'll have to wait a little longer. There are more trucks. Shan Yu was surprised. A military transport truck was already very precious. In their entire temporary resource point, they only had 2 normal transport trucks that they had just applied for. When did Feng Heng's shelter become so rich? Shan Yu scratched his head and said, That's good. There are a few players on the Blood Moon project list that are already on my side. If it's convenient, can you pick them up together? Sure. Feng Heng readily agreed. Chapter 220 I knew it was him. Chapter 220 I knew it was him. As the two of them were talking, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded from within the Federation temporary resource point. Shen Yu's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? It's possible that the investigators have discovered some danger and triggered the alarm. I'll go over and take a look. Shen Yu explained and quickly walked towards the hall of the temporary resource point. Feng Heng immediately followed him. Who sounded the alarm? On the second floor of the hall, a Federation soldier handed the binoculars to Chen Yu. Captain Chen, look over there. Chen Yu took the binoculars and looked in the direction the soldier pointed. Armored vehicles. About 5 armored vehicles were heading towards the temporary resource point aggressively. Chen Yu was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Was it someone from the Anti-Federation faction? Mian. Offensive players aside, these people were already attacking the Federation directly. How much did they invest in these 5 armored vehicles? Was it necessary? Were the people from the anti-federal organization crazy? Or was it because of some special strategic significance of Server 8? For a moment, several terrifying thoughts appeared in Chen Yu's mind. Chen Yu, who had just become the leader of the temporary resource point, was a little flustered. The armored vehicles could be carrying rocket launchers, and the damage caused by the rocket launcher to the resource point building would be extremely huge. Quick! Report to the superiors. Fang Heng coughed lightly and patted Chen Yu's shoulder. Don't be nervous. Chen Yu. They are my people. Chen Yu turned his head and looked at Fang Heng with a strange look. He asked again, your armored vehicles. Fang Heng nodded and smiled kindly. Don't look so scared. How is it do you feel more assured about my prison shelter with them? It will be safe to survive the blood moon. Shen Yu. Seeing that Fang Heng was not joking, Shen Yu could not help but open his mouth. Although he was relieved, he was still very shocked. Their federation had not yet been equipped with trucks. How did Fang Heng manage to get these armored vehicles? Where did you get so many armored vehicles? Yes, I'll give you 3 chances. Armored vehicles. Pine City. By connecting the 3 things, Shen Yu immediately thought of the armored vehicles found in the factory of the meteorite company in Pine City. Some time ago, Shen Yu also participated in the mission in Pine City from the command room. During that mission, Fang Heng successfully repaired the armored vehicles in the meteorite company's factory, which allowed the Dark Knights to quickly gather and greatly increase the completion rate of the mission. You got them from Pine City. Awesome. You got it right the first time. Fang Heng snapped his fingers. Didn't expect the scale to become so big after the promotion. Right, okay. You're making fun of me. Shen Yu smiled bitterly. He still did not understand and asked, but how did you send such a heavy armored vehicle back to the shelter? Fang Heng pointed at his temple with his index finger. Of course. I used my brains. Shen Yu frowned. He quickly thought of Fang Heng's decision to stay behind in Pine City, while everyone retreated, and his disappearance during this period. Could it be that he stayed in Pine City to think of a way to tinker with the armored vehicle? That made sense. Alright, Fang Heng. I admit defeat. Shen Yu felt that his IQ was not high enough. He decided not to think too much. After all, it was not the first time he had met Fang Heng. He had seen too many of Fang Heng's tricks. As long as he was sure that Fang Heng was not from the Anti-Federation organization, it would be fine. Speaking of Pine City, the Dark Knights are preparing to enter Pine City for another exploration after the Blood Moon tide passes. We are already researching a special weapon to deal with the mutated spiders. Shen Yu patted Fang Heng's shoulder and said in a low voice, we heard that the pesticide seems to have a miraculous effect on them. They are currently developing special weapons. If there's any news, I will immediately inform you. Fang Heng looked at Chen Yu and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Should he tell him the truth? He had already cleared most of Pine City. Forget it. It was better not to tell him. Next time we go to Pine City, let's continue our alliance. Cough cough. Definitely next time. Soon. 5 armored vehicles neatly stopped at the entrance of the Federation temporary resource point. Armored vehicles were originally used for combat, but after Victor's modification, each armored vehicle had a large trailer at the back, greatly increasing the load. The disadvantage was that it looked somewhat out of place. Moreover, the speed was relatively slow. 5 elite Dark Knights got down from the armored vehicles. It couldn't be helped. This time, Fang Heng could only personally lead the team over. After all, other than the elite Dark Knights, it was difficult for other players to drive the armored vehicles for a long distance. Chen Yu silently looked at these armored vehicles and the elite Dark Knight's mercenary. His eyes filled with envy. He sighed in his heart. Sigh armored vehicles. He wanted one. Unfortunately, his superiors would not even approve a military armored vehicle, let alone such a high-grade vehicle. Chen Yu shook his head and waved his hand to signal the Federation soldiers to help move the ores into the trailer. While helping to move the ores, Chen Yu carefully thought about the wording and asked, Fang Heng, has your shelter been expanding externally recently? Fang Heng was stunned and asked curiously, how did you know? Chen Yu resisted the urge to ridicule Fang Heng. He thought to himself, you've created such a big commotion. It's impossible for us not to know. Chen Yu sighed again. When he first received the complaint, his first reaction was that Fang Heng had done the whole thing. Sure enough, his guess was correct. What's wrong? Why do you have a weird expression? It's like this. Recently, we received a few more reports saying that the Dark Knights had participated in the anti-federal organization's attack on the player's base. We even thought that they were implicated by the Blood Moon project. Chen Yu was silent for a moment as he spoke. He recalled how his superiors had broken into cold sweat when they heard the news. At first, his superiors thought that the anti-federal organization might have obtained a high military rank within the Dark Knights, so they immediately launched an investigation. However, strangely, Chen Yu was much calmer than his superiors when he heard the news. He did not panic at all. Dark Knights. Chen Yu's first reaction was that this was most likely done by Fang Hang. This had almost become a thinking habit for Chen Yu. Chen Yu felt that his superiors were a little impatient and that he should contact Fang Hang first. After a thorough investigation, the results were even more shocking to the Federation. Counting yesterday afternoon and night, the shelters of 15 players were attacked by the same Dark Knights team. This team was made up of elite Dark Knights and a zombie team. It was a very strange combination. Some players even swore that they saw lickers in that team. The final result was that out of the 15 shelters, 7 were destroyed and 8 surrendered. Chapter 221 Victor joins the party. Chapter 221 Victor joins the party. After surrendering, the player's shelter was burned down on the spot, and all players who chose to surrender were sent to the prison shelter. The prison shelter signed a contract with the surrendering players to ensure their safe passage to tide through the Blood Moon. The whole process was very professional and formal. It was said that the prison shelter could guarantee them 3 meals. Not only that, they could even live in separate cells. Prison. After hearing the news, the Federation heaved a sigh of relief. Now, they could be sure. This was not the work of the anti-Federation forces. It was Fang Hang's doing. The Federation had learned from various sources that Fang Hang had not completely revealed his talent skills on his resume. They judged that Fang Hang's talent skill was to control a zombie corpse, and the number of zombies that could be controlled by him should be more than 1. This also explained why Fang Hang was able to develop rapidly in the early stages of the game. As for the lickers that several players saw, they suspected that the players were so shocked by the incident that they hallucinated about the lickers. Of course, the biggest possibility was that the Dark Knights were behind it. It was recorded in the Federation's classified information. In the middle and later stages of other servers, it was observed that there were super-powered people in the Dark Knights who could control the lickers and other zombies to fight. The Blood Moon was about to arrive and the players were in danger. But at this time, Fang Hang was still thinking of expanding. It was worrisome. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, but still tried to communicate with Fang Hang according to the instructions of his superiors. It was not illegal for players to fight for territory, but they could not cause too much panic. Stability was of utmost priority. It was a bit too much to take down 15 shelters in less than a day. His superiors were so scared that they had to take medicine to stabilize their nerves. Fang Hang, it's normal to expand the shelter territory. Our Federation will not interfere in matters among the players. But if you have similar plans in the future, you'd better inform us to avoid any trouble. Okay. Fang Hang nodded his head suspiciously. He thought to himself, what the hell was the Federation thinking? He only destroyed a few players' shelters. Was there a need to be so wary? Yes. I'll try my best. Chen Yu felt as if his teeth were aching. What the hell was try my best? After leaving the Federation temporary resource point, 5 armored vehicles loaded with ores slowly drove into the prison shelter. One by one, the players under the protection of the Blood Moon project got down from the armored vehicles. They all looked at the prison shelter. The thick walls and the sentry towers gave them a sense of security. Of course, there were also armored vehicles. This was the first time they had encountered an armored vehicle, not to mention the new server. Even the old server did not have this kind of treatment. Liu Bufan brought Liu Yi and 2 NPC survivors over. He asked Liu Yi and the NPC to guide the new batch of players to enter prison building No. 3 to register. Then, he moved closer to Fang Hang and reported in a low voice. Boss, I've already arranged for people to clear out building No. 2 and building No. 3. I've also sealed off the road leading from Building No. 2 and Building No. 3 to the basement. Elite Dark Knights are guarding it 24 hours a day. Not to mention, the prison is really useful. It's very convenient to arrange for 2 people in one room. Well, Fang Heng looked at the other side of the prison square. There were quite a number of players pointing at the oars on the armored vehicles and trailers. They all looked surprised. Who are they? They are the first batch of refugees sent by the Federation for the Blood Moon Project. Some of them are prisoners of war brought back by Lucia. I restrict all outsiders from entering Building No. 3 and they are not allowed to leave the shelter. Most of these people are offline. They go online once or twice a day to eat. Some of them want to stay for a long time. When they go online, they wander around the prison buildings and prison square. As for those prisoners of war, I plan to let them go outside in the afternoon to pick up logs to pay for their meals. Oh right. There were also prisoners of war. He knew that among the people that the shelter took in, there would be spies from the gaming unions and companies. Some information about the prison shelter would be leaked. However, Fang Heng was not worried. What they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. The real secrets of the shelter were hidden in the basement of Building No. 3. If they wanted to enter that place, they had to pass through the intersection guarded by the Dark Knights. In addition, the entrance to the secret passage in the basement was blocked by the tyrant 24 hours a day. If they were unlucky and entered the room where the corpse vine was planted, it would be even more interesting. On the premise that the secrets of the basement of the shelter were not discovered, revealing the strong defense of the prison to the public could deter the major gaming companies and save them some unnecessary trouble. Fang Heng whispered, "I'll leave them to you. Don't let them get close to Building No. 3. Leo Bufin also knew the importance of this matter. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes, I understand. Leave it to me." Fang Heng still needed to focus on the reconstruction of the quarantine zone of the Secret Research Institute. With enough ores, the next step would be ore smelting. Well, he had to make another trip to get back all the furnaces in the abandoned mine. Fang Heng pondered over the next step of his plan. David and Victor walked out of prison Building No. 3 while chatting and laughing. When he saw Fang Heng, Victor showed a relieved smile. "Fang Heng, thank you. Angel has been transferred to the newly built sterile ward in the basement. She's in good condition now. Mr. Q has brought his research team to check on Angel's condition. He has also promised to personally make an antiviral treatment drug for her. If you don't mind, I will stay here forever. I'm already so old and don't have any other skills. I still have some experience in building and mechanical modification. I hope I can be of some help to you." Fang Heng was excited. "What do you mean by if you don't mind you're too polite? It's great that you can join my shelter. Hint you have completed the mission Victor's request. Hint you have obtained 3,500 survival points. Victor click here to see the detailed attribute has joined your shelter. Hint Victor's current loyalty max. Hint player's current shelter can build a special building special mechanical research room. Hint your shelter's level has been increased. Hint your shelter's attractiveness has been increased." The shelter's chief mechanical engineer was finally here. Fang Heng was a little excited and opened Victor's character attribute to check. Character Victor, Strength 6, Physique 7, Agility 4, Perception 7, Intelligence 13, Will 7. Current loyalty max. Basic Science level 78. Mechanical modification level 77. Mechanized construction level 69. Scientific fitness level 12. Rationalization of mechanical use level 59. Mechanical research and development level 82. Advanced buildings level 77. Advanced mechanical maintenance level 99. Advanced building maintenance level 99. Super learning level 70. Focus level 70. Awakened talent skill architectural potential level 3. Talent skill description increases the efficiency of all team members by 20 for construction, mechanical construction, building maintenance and mechanical maintenance. For every 1 level increase in skill level, an additional 1 efficiency bonus will be obtained. Chapter 222 The prison was extremely good. Chapter 222 The prison was extremely good. Victor and Qiu Yaokang were both S-level characters. Victor also had a talent skill. Needless to say, Victor's support skill was very useful. It directly increased the construction rate by 23. It would be beneficial to the entire team. Fang Heng looked around again. He had already enjoyed the effects of Victor's team skill. Due to the inheritance effect of the zombie clone, his zombie clones had also increased their construction speed by 23. The effect was immediate. Fang Heng looked at Victor and still felt that something was not right. In terms of strength, Victor was indeed very strong, not to mention the exoskeleton-enhanced mechanism that was still in the research center. Just the automatic turrets were worth the ticket price. Fang Heng had seen it with his own eyes when he was in Pine City. When the time came to surround the outer wall of the shelter with a circle of automatic turrets, the entire shelter's defensive ability would undergo a further qualitative change. Victor was indeed worthy of an S-level rating. Thus, in Fang Heng's opinion, Victor's strength was about the same as Qiu Yaokang's. As far as geniuses were concerned, Victor might still be a little lacking. Why did the Anti-Federation forces have to spend so much effort to hunt down Victor? They had no interest in Qiu Yaokang, who was at the same level. Could it be that Victor had other secrets that had not been discovered? Should he go and probe the Federation? They might know something. Victor suggested to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I want to set up a large-scale mechanical research room in the shelter to facilitate my subsequent research and level up of mechanical weapons. Of course, Victor. From now on, you will be the chief mechanical engineer of the shelter. Haha. Thank you for your trust. Fang Heng, I feel like this is my new home. I will do my best to protect this place. Just like how I will protect Angel. Of course. This is your home. If you need any materials for the building, just come to me. I will help you think of a way. Fang Heng decided to stop thinking about Victor's matter for the time being. After all, there was still the issue of the quarantine zone waiting for him to deal with. After the quarantine zone was completed, there was still time to think of a way to find out Victor's secret. Zhu Zuhei was an ordinary employee of the Foursquare Gaming Club, a little-known gaming company. Unfortunately, just a day ago, his gaming company's shelter in District 8 was taken over by a group of thugs. The girl in the lead had a hot figure, and her looks were stunning. The more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. She commanded a zombie team to attack the shelter, crazily destroying the shelter's periphery defense structure. After a short resistance, the boss of the company surrendered and signed a protection contract with the thugs. Zhu Zuhei was also sent to prison. At first, Zhu Zuhai was desperate. He felt that his life would be lost in the Blood Moon. But after entering the prison, Zhu Zuhei felt that he had discovered a new world. The strength of the prison's defense was beyond his imagination. The outermost perimeter was barbed wire, and the inner side was reinforced with 2 layers of cement walls. Hidier and PC mercenaries were guarding the sentry tower 24 hours a day. They even used sniper rifles as their weapons. It was too terrifying when Zhu Zuhei first saw the armored vehicles parked in the prison square. He was shocked. Why? The accommodations in the prison were also pretty good. He was assigned to a double cell in the prison. It was clean and spacious. It was much better than the small shelter he used to live in. 3 meals a day were delivered to the door of the cell. As he thought about it carefully, staying here would allow him to safely tide through the Blood Moon. Not only that, he was given 3 meals a day and was able to eat and drink as much as he wanted. It was not bad living here. It seemed that life was better than before. Zhu Zuhei heard that after signing the surrender contract, his boss received a demolition payment. More or less, the company was compensated for the investment in the game during this period, allowing them to start over in another place. The only trouble was that they were required to move 500 units of logs outside every day as food expenses. If they moved more logs, they could get extra money. The forest outside the prison was also very strange. There were logs everywhere, so they could pick them up at will. At first, Zhu Zuhai was not very willing. Only a fool would move more logs. In order to eat, Zhu Zuhai was forced to spend more than an hour every day, randomly picking up some logs to complete his daily mission. But later, something was not right. Zhu Zuhai found that there was a group of fighters in the other prison group. They had been picking up logs outside since dawn. They had been moving logs back and forth for a whole day. It was strange. The purchase price of the prison log was very low. Had this group of fighters gone crazy? After many inquiries, Juzuhi finally came to a realization. It turned out that one could obtain additional honey during the process of picking up logs outside. The prison said that they could do anything they like with the honey. However, players could not just pick up the honey without picking up the logs. If they were found out, they would be shot to death. The prison also set up an area where players could pick up the logs. They sent out several NPC squads of the Crimson Blood mercenary group with submachine guns to patrol and check. At the same time, they welcomed players to supervise and report. Juzuhi instantly understood. Honey was quite valuable apart from filling one's stomach. It could also slightly reduce the degree of infection. If one drank too much, it could also increase a character's attribute. A player gave a precise calculation in the forum. After consuming a total of 20 bottles, a character's physique attribute had increased by 3. Normally, a bottle of honey could be sold for close to 10 in the outside world. According to the group of fighters, they could get 4 to 5 bottles of honey in a day by moving the logs. Even if they were unlucky, they could still get money from moving logs. What were you waiting for? Juzuhi immediately joined the army of fighters and became one of them. What made Juzuhi even more surprised was that he heard a friend from the company mention that he chatted with the guards of the prison camp while playing basketball in the afternoon. It was a mission that triggered the basketball game. Win the game. Unfortunately, those NPCs were like cheats. Their physical fitness was too strong. The mission was not completed in the end, but those NPCs were very happy and taught him a D-level revolver mastery skill. This news quickly spread throughout the prison. The players immediately lost their composure. This prison was full of treasures. Juzuhi wanted to stay here and not leave. He didn't have to worry about food and drink. He could even earn money to learn skills. Where could he find such a good place? After moving the logs for a whole day, Juzuhi dragged his tired body and went offline. It was tiring, but worth it. Today, he had explosive luck. He picked up a total of 8 bottles of honey, which made his colleagues from the company extremely envious. He had received nearly half a year's salary. Just as he was about to take a shower and go to sleep, Juzuhi's phone rang. Menghao? Juzuhi remembered his childhood playmate. He had heard that Menghao had been doing quite well over the years. He had been promoted to a big company and had become a C-something. This kid had been smart since he was young. It's been a long time since we last had dinner together. Hasn't it? How have you been doing recently? Can you help me out? After some small talk, Menghao cut to the chase. Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about. I heard that you're in prison. Right. You are always so well informed. I need to ask you something. Chapter 223 Facing a Great Enemy. Chapter 223 Facing a Great Enemy. IFK Gaming Company. It used to be one of the top gaming companies in the world. After a series of internal reforms, IFK gained a firm foothold in the King of Gods game and occupied District 3. At this moment, the meeting room was filled with the company's executives. A handsome young man stood in front of the projector. The night before last, our shelter in the forest region was attacked. The next morning, Shelter No. 7, which was near the Twilight Mountains region, was also attacked by the same team. Unfortunately, both shelters were destroyed. Please take a look. This is a part of the video captured when the shelter was attacked. It can be concluded that the attacker's team is the most powerful elite Dark Knights combat team in the zombie apocalypse game. They are the high-level mercenaries that can be hired in the game. This team far exceeds us in terms of weapons, equipment and individual abilities. In the meeting room, the executives of various companies whispered to each other. The scene on the screen was shocking. The elite Dark Knights team wielded more power and was able to suppress their opponents with their high-tier weapons and long-range firepower. The player from the shelter had just poked his head out from behind the cover, and the next second, the enemy would snipe him from afar. What could they use to fight back? Wooden bow. Their entire shelter only had 2 pistols and more than a dozen bullets. Which company can form such a small team? If the player can have the combat power of the Dark Knights in the early stages, it is indeed impossible to resist their attacks. The gap in terms of equipment is too big. It is not strange to lose. Is there a need? The game is only in the early stages and they are already starting to expand. Menghao controlled the video to freeze on a certain frame, zooming in on a blurry shadow. Everyone, please take a look at this. Seeing the ferocious liquor on the screen, the company's higher-ups were once again in an uproar. What is that thing? Liquor. Why would a liquor appear on the battlefield? Menghao nodded and said, yes, it's a liquor. This team of Dark Knights is not only equipped with excellent weapons, but they can also control a small number of liquors to assist in battle. After the fall of the shelter, we immediately investigated the origin of this team. Now we can confirm that they are from the Forest Area Prison Shelter team. Using the name on the internet, we will temporarily call them Prison Army. As Menghao spoke, he switched the screen. A personal photo of Fang Heng appeared on the screen. In the photo, Fang Heng looked quite proud and aloof. This is the person behind the prison. Fang Heng. Let me introduce him briefly. Player Fang Heng once joined a local professional gaming team. Later, he was found to have some problems and was expelled from the team. H11C. Some time ago, Fang Heng joined Phoenix Sound Gaming Company. Later, due to internal disputes, he voluntarily resigned. According to the information that Phoenix Sound received, Fang Heng is an extremely dangerous character. He has caused great losses to the gaming company. After leaving the company, Fang Heng set up his own studio. I heard that his studio has been working closely with the Federation. Not long after that, he joined the Federation's Blood Moon project. Menghao's tone gradually became heavy. All things considered, I believe that the prison will be the biggest competitor our company will face in the near future. In terms of military strength, if we were to fight him head-on, we have no chance of winning. There was an uproar within the company. Quiet. An old man with a white beard who was more than 100 years old gently knocked on the table. Shen Jun. He was one of the company's founding members and had witnessed the ups and downs of the company. He was an authoritative figure and had a say in the entire company. How about cooperating with him? Have you contacted Fang Heng? Mr. Chen. Menghao respectfully nodded at the old man. We have tried to contact Fang Heng's newly established work studio. The other party has indicated that they will seek instructions from the boss, Fang Heng. However, there has been no follow-up so far. Nonetheless, judging from the actions of Fang Heng's team for the past 2 days, they have no intention of cooperating with external parties. Everywhere they go, they negotiate first and offer compensation to ask other players to leave. If the other players don't agree, they will immediately go to war with them. They are very resolute and decisive in their actions. In addition, this team has the ability to move at night. They are advancing too fast. The most critical point is that based on the rate they are expanding the prison area, they are expected to expand to our central district, Main City, at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. The meeting room was dead silent. Main City. This was the central focus of their plan. About 10 years ago, the company took control of the entire server in District 3. They accidentally discovered a special hidden mission. Unfortunately, for some reason, the mission could not be completed in the district. From then on, EFK had already started planning. Their target was District 8, which they did not know when it would open. The EFK gaming company was confident that once they completed this mission, they had over 50% certainty that District 8 would also be theirs. The company had been preparing for this mission for more than 10 years. Finally, just a month ago, Server 8 opened. The gaming company immediately found the mission point, Meng City, and started a series of shelter construction with Meng City as the center. 10 years ago, EFK company had started the layout. Everything was going according to the original plan. EFK gaming company had already built more than 20 small shelters around Meng City as outposts. After that, they would accumulate strength during the first blood moon and start expanding ahead of time after the third blood moon. However, they did not expect that before the first blood moon had even started, they were already at risk of others expanding their territory. Amidst the silence, A middle-aged man who looked fierce suggested, "Have you ever thought of hiring people to disrupt their momentum? How about hiring a mercenary group and paying mercenaries and players to attack this small team? We've already tried to contact several well-known mercenary groups and player guilds, including the Blackthorn Mercenary Group, which is the strongest in the elementary game. The mission reward we offered is 3 times the market price." In the end, only 2 mercenary groups accepted our offer, but they quickly canceled the order and paid the liquidated damages after conducting a field investigation. As for the Blackthorn Mercenary Group, Meng Hao looked at the middle-aged man and paused. Then he continued, "After they heard the contents of the mission, they said that they would not accept any missions related to the prison. They also advised us to consider developing in another place and not to provoke that prison. In terms of combat ability, the Blackthorn Mercenary Group was the best in the elementary game. Even they were so afraid of the prison. In a head-on confrontation, the success rate of winning is infinitely close to 0. We have done at least 20 battle assessments and simulations. Once we are attacked by that team, the best outcome is that the other side will be slightly injured and our shelter will be destroyed. This is a crisis. If we don't deal with it properly, the Ming City project will be completely destroyed by the prison army, and the hidden mission that we triggered will be exposed." The air in the room seemed to freeze. No one expected that there would be a point in time where the project that their company had been planning for more than 10 years would be in a life-and-death situation. Chapter 224 A Ticket to the Prison. Chapter 224 A Ticket to the Prison. What about the meteorite company? They've already completed the 3rd ring for the hidden mission. We've helped Tsugawa Hidehunters so much. He might not just stand by and watch. You're right. With the strength of the mansion, we can compete with the prison. But if we do that, Tsugawa Hidehunters' mansion will be completely exposed under everyone's eyes. After this incident, all of the major powers will be watching us. Therefore, the mansion can only be our last trump card. We cannot reveal it until the very last moment. After a moment of silence, Shen Jun looked up at Meng Hao. "Meng Hao, since we invited you to join the company, we naturally trust your ability. What do you think?" "I do." Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly. "Powerful cities are often broken from the inside. I've investigated Fang Hang. He has one biggest weakness. He's too greedy. Greed is the original sin." A confident smile appeared on Meng Hao's face as he quickly switched to another PowerPoint. "This is the plan I've come up with. However, it's going to take a huge amount of money to start it." Shen Jun looked at the PowerPoint contents and fell into deep thought. This plan was feasible. Early in the morning, Mo Jiawei dragged his tired body and went online. He was so tired, he didn't sleep well last night. "Sergeant Mo Jiawei, last night, our team successfully burned down another 12 shelters." Lucia was still full of energy. She showed off last night's results to Mo Jiawei. "If we didn't have to deal with the prisoners of war, our speed would be even faster." The modification of the G-virus made Lucia only need a short rest every day. She had been working 24 hours a day for the past 2 days. During the day, she led the dark nights, and at night, she led the zombie team to fight. Everywhere she went was in shambles. 12 shelters. Lucia's efficiency has increased again. Mo Jiawei muttered to himself. He had just woken up and he was still in a daze. Lucia continued, "I've arranged for a team to bring the prisoners of war back to the prison shelter. Next, we'll continue to move toward the West Riverside area. There are at least 7 shelters there." "Okay, just do as you said." Mo Jiawei yawned as he spoke. The team slowly moved forward. Mo Jiawei ate some biscuits and the feeling of drowsiness finally eased a little. From afar, he raised his binoculars to scrutinize the area. According to the information he had bought from the black market, there should be a small player's shelter not far away. Sure enough, he saw it. What's that?" From his position, Mo Jiawei saw a few white flags flying outside the shelter. Putting down the binoculars, Mo Jiawei opened his mouth. From the very beginning, most of the players in the shelter had resisted, and they would rather die in battle than surrender. Several battles were fought furiously. But in the past 2 days, as the small team gradually pushed forward, more and more players began to surrender. Yesterday afternoon, almost 70 of the shelter's teams surrendered to Lucia. Damn it. They didn't even see their faces today and they just raised the white flag. The team slowed down and approached. Outside the shelter, a player was waving the white flag excitedly. Are you the prison army we surrender? Inside the shelter, many players poked their heads out with eager looks. Mo Jiawei suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. Where did the term prison army come from and why did they all look so excited? We surrender, let's sign the contract. We agree to surrender. Since you all know, then sign the contract. Mo Jiawei took out the contract he had prepared beforehand and handed it over. Faintly, he felt as if he had overlooked something very serious. Lucia did not feel that way at all. In fact, she was extremely excited. Seeing that the other party was cooperating obediently, Lucia immediately signaled her dark knights to set fire to their shelter. Then, she opened the map and drew a big cross on the shelter. Sergeant Mo Jiawei, let's continue to the next shelter. Lucia was full of fighting spirit. She looked like she was going to expand the prison territory to include the surrounding 28 areas. Okay. Mo Jiawei took the surrender contract from the other player and looked through it carefully. There was no problem. Okay. Mo Jiawei felt that he must have not slept well these 2 days and had thought too much. The plan was going so smoothly. How could there be a problem? Hello, Director. Yes. Yes. MS Dai is a friend of yours. Yes, Director, I will complete the mission. Shen Yu swallowed his saliva and carefully closed the phone. Director X's sister-in-law also wanted to enter the prison shelter. This was a bit troublesome and he would have to talk to Fang Heng again later. Just as he recorded this in his notebook, Shen Yu's phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Shen Yu's heart pounded wildly. Hello Ollie, why did you blacklist my WeChat friend last time? Oh, your nephew accidentally deleted it. What, you want to treat me to a meal? No. 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 He'll treat you. Ah. This your good sister, she wants to join the shelter too. Yes. Yes. I understand. What prison? She wants to go to the prison too. Okay. 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 You'll fulfill your request. After hanging up, Shen Yu was in a daze. Since this afternoon, he had received 5 or 6 calls, all requesting to be transferred to the prison. What kind of magic did the prison have? Ring. 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 His phone rang again. Hello, class monitor. Your nephew. He wants to join the prison too. No. 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 He'll help you think of a way. But, class monitor, how did you know about the prison shelter? It's all been exposed in the forums. Shen Yu hung up the phone with one hand and quickly opened the largest players forum with the other. An article went viral, with more than 100 replies appearing in the most eye-catching location. The blood moon is coming. I found a place with good feng shui. Shen Yu opened the article. Prison army. Wasn't that part of Fang Heng's territory? Shen Yu's heart skipped a beat and he started reading carefully. You have powerful dark knights on guard to protect your life and safety 24 hours a day. 3 meals a day. Professional chefs to serve you inside the prison. They even provide income for moving logs. There were also free instructors teaching basic skills for free. There was even free honey to take. Honey could increase the player's physique attribute. It also had cosmetic effects. The market price was 12 yuan per bottle. Looking at the promotional poster posted on the forum, Shen Yu fell into silence. He could tell at a glance that this article was written by a professional. The comments below were also one-sided compliments. There was even news about the sale of prison tickets. The price soared to 30 yuan per ticket. Chapter 225 Difficulty Level. Chapter 225 Difficulty Level. Prison ticket. Feng Heng had never sold prison tickets to the public before, right? Shen Yu found it even more strange. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but exclaim that the player knew how to make a living. A few shelters were built within the attack range of the prison army. They guessed that the prison army might come over, so they frantically recruited players. After the prison army came, they surrendered. The player guild company directly earned a huge amount of entrance fee money. Shen Yu felt that he had learnt something new. In the game, many players felt that their shelter would not be able to survive the blood moon. But after joining the prison, it was different. The prison could guarantee safety and meals and allow them to earn money. There was even a chance that they could learn skills. Chen Yu scratched his head again. Was this article published by Feng Hang? Was he doing something fancy again? Chen Yu felt that something was not right. He made a rough estimate, including the Blood Moon project and the prisoners of war that Feng Hang had accepted. There should be more than 600 people in Feng Hang's shelter, with so many players gathered all at once. By then, the difficulty level of the Blood Moon would double. For safety reasons, it was better to contact Feng Hang in case something went wrong. In the prison shelter's newly built temporary command room, the big screen was projecting a real-time image of the secret research room from a distance. The 4 danger areas, A, B, C and D, were already displayed with green signs. The entire shelter was filled with applause and cheers. Hint: you have completed the repair of the safety valves in areas A, B, C and D of the secret research room. Hint: your favorability rating with the research room staff and the Crimson Blood Mercenary group has increased significantly. Feng Hang had been hiding in the basement for the past 2 days, diligently controlling the zombie clones to repair the safety valves in the quarantine zone. He had finally repaired Area C and Area D, which had the greatest damage. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to complete the repair work of the entire Secret Research Institute in 2 days. He didn't know how Qiu Yaokan's research was going. After all the safety valves were repaired, he still needed to carry out the last step, neutralizing the high concentration of virus gas from the quarantine zone. As Feng Hang was thinking, a blood red game hint refreshed on his retina. Hint: 30 hours until the Blood Moon arrives. The first Blood Moon has entered its final countdown. Hint: the number of survivors, including those who are not online in the environment around your shelter, has exceeded 800. Based on the current number of people, you will be attacked by an additional number of zombies during the Blood Moon. The difficulty level is estimated to be level 27. Hint: the strength of the attacks due to the Blood Moon is related to the number of people. You can try to reduce the number of people around the shelter. Hint: I wish you good luck, survivors. Please prepare for the arrival of the Blood Moon. What was this situation? 800. Difficulty level 27. Feng Hang was startled. When did so many people live in the prison? Feng Hang was in a state of shock, and he immediately used his communicator to contact Liao Bufan. Yes, boss. The number is correct, including the NPCs. There are now 852 people in the shelter. Liao Bufan checked the record book and immediately reported the detailed data. Where did so many people come from? They are all prisoners of war brought back by Lucia. Don't you know? Boss. You know what? Boss, Lucia is really aggressive. In just 3 days, we have already cleared out all 6 areas connected to the forest. Now, apart from us, there are a total of 7 areas that have lost half of the player shelters. Feng Hang secretly exclaimed in his heart. It had only been 3 days. Feng Hang had originally estimated that Mo Jiawei and Lucia could expand to 2 or 3 areas, which was already the limit. He didn't expect them to be so fearless. Blood Moon level 27 was about the strength of the 15th Blood Moon in a super large shelter. Feng Hang estimated that they could still hold on at this stage. Adding more people would be troublesome. He immediately used the emergency communication channel to contact Mo Jiawei. Feng Hang to temporarily end the expansion plan. Bring Lucia back quickly. Mo Jiawei, Roger. Fortunately, he discovered it early and was able to stop it in time. Feng Hang heaved a sigh of relief. After calming down and thinking carefully, Feng Hang frowned. Something didn't seem right. After more than 3 hours, Lucia brought back a batch of prisoners of war who were triumphant and in high spirits. Following behind the team was another group of players who were also in high spirits. They looked like they were having a good time. They did not have any sense of being prisoners of war at all. Colonel Feng Hang, the expansion plan has been successfully completed. 7 large-scale areas, including the forest area, have been cleared. Please give us your instructions. Lucia could not hide the joy on her face. Feng Hang looked at Lucia silently. Feng Hang, we're back. Mo Jiawei also took out the map to claim credit. Feng Hang, look, this expansion is a huge success. We've already taken down all 8 areas. We have also signed contracts with all the players who surrendered. Ahem. Thank you for your hard work. Especially you. Lucia. Go back and rest first. It's okay. I'm not tired. Is the expansion over? I can continue? The expansion plan ends here for the time being. Go back and rest well. We're going to welcome the blood moon soon. I need you to be fully prepared. Lucia's expression turned solemn. After getting Fang Hang's approval, she felt warm inside. You should rest well too. Don't tire yourself. After Lucia said that, she led the Dark Knights back to Building No. 3 to rest. Leo Bufin also called Li to bring the prisoners of war to check in at Building No. 1. After everyone left, Fang Hang called out to Mo Jiawei. Come, tell me in detail about the expansion plan for the past 2 days. What was going on? Why did he suddenly become so serious? Did I get played out? Half an hour later, Fang Hang saw the posts circulating on the internet and blurted subconsciously. How could a game be played like this after pulling the sheep from the Federation for so long? Now it was his turn to be pulled by the player. Was it a loss or a gain? Fang Hang couldn't figure it out. To be honest, there were too many logs collected from the forest over the past 2 days. The entire shelter couldn't hold them anymore. Later, Victor suggested that they all be transported through the teleportation passage and piled up in Pine City. The game guilds, which surrendered, had also signed an agreement, acknowledging that the 28 areas, including the forest area, belonged to Fang Hang's territory. They would not appear in the area after the Blood Moon ended. However, the intensity of Blood Moon level 27 had exceeded Fang Hang's expectations. Fang Hang, you're right. Someone is plotting against us behind our backs. Mo Jiawei hurriedly went online and passed the preliminary results of the investigation to Fang Hang. I've used my family's connections to investigate. This article was written by a professional writer from EVE Gaming Company. Fang Hang licked his lips. As expected, his hunch was right. Chapter 226 Conspiracy. Chapter 226 Conspiracy. EVE Gaming Company. Fang Hang had some impression of the company. This was a very famous gaming company that dominated the entire zombie apocalypse District 3. Even the Federation's influence in District 3 was far inferior to theirs. EVE Gaming Company was relatively low-key in District 8, and they rarely heard news related to them. The strange thing was, why would EVE Gaming Company suddenly target the prison shelter? If it wasn't because he had been greedy in Pine City not long ago and obtained 4 tyrant forms and completed the initial development of the liquor. Blood Moon level 27 would definitely be child's play for Fang Hang. Fang Hang felt that the enemies this time were not quite the same as the ones he had encountered before. They knew how to play dirty, leaving such a strong enemy alive. He could not sleep or eat in peace. He had to make a counterattack as soon as possible to completely eliminate the hidden danger. Mo Jiawei blamed himself very much for this matter. This expansion project was led by him. He felt that he should have discovered the problem earlier. Otherwise, he would not have been so passive as now. Fang Hang, what should we do now? He was thinking about how to take revenge. What are you afraid of? Leo Bufin said casually and disdainfully. At worst, well, just chase those freeriders out of the shelter. Don't do it. Mo Jiawei shook his head repeatedly. Don't do it unless it's necessary. Most of the players in the prison are innocent survivors who were tricked by EVE Gaming Company. They have nothing to do with them. Moreover, our work studio has signed a contract with them. If we chase them out rashly, it will have a great impact on the studio's reputation. We will also encounter a lot of trouble with the follow-up contract. I am responsible for this. I will fork out money to recruit some mercenary groups to help protect the shelter. I will also use some of my family's connections to think of ways to move some of the players in the prison to other shelters to reduce the pressure that won't be necessary. The shelter can still hold on and manage the difficulty level of Blood Moon level 27. Fang Hang raised his head at this time. I'm worried about EVE Gaming Company. Gather information about them as soon as possible and find out the reason why they are targeting us. Sensing the confidence in Fang Hang, Mo Jiawei breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, okay, I'll think of a way now. No matter what, it was a gaming company that had taken over Server 3. It was an opponent that they had to respect. Fang Hang was prepared to make plans before taking action. After he had investigated the other party, he would take action against them. More than 3 hours later, under a big tree, Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei were using binoculars to look at a small town in the distance. Fang Hang? That's the place. Meng City. Mo Jiawei told Fang Hang the latest information he had obtained not long ago after spending some money. I just did a lot of research on Eve Company and Server 8. It's very strange. After the new server opened, a group of players belonging to Eve Company entered the game. It feels like they were prepared. The company deliberately left a group of players to play passive games on the server. After entering the game, they immediately gathered in Meng City. A week later, they started to build a large-scale shelter in Meng City. They've occupied Meng City in less than a week. In the early stages of the game, the number and intensity of the zombie horde in the city were very high. Ordinary players could not enter the city to explore. Even Fang Hang found it difficult to do so. How did they do it? Meng City was originally a tourist city. About 20 years ago, a meteorite fell on Meng City, causing a sensation all over the country. But soon, the scientific team found radioactive elements in the meteorite, and the entire Meng City was contaminated by radioactive substances. So, all the residents in Meng City immediately began to evacuate. After that, Meng City was completely abandoned. Therefore, in the background of the game, Meng City was also known as the Dead City. The more he investigated, the more Mo Jiawei felt suspicious. In the beginning, there were almost no zombies in Meng City. Similarly, because the city had been abandoned for more than 20 years, there weren't many resources in the city, and food was even rarer. It's strange. Eve Company seemed to have known about Meng City beforehand. They went straight to Meng City from the beginning. Moreover, it's strange that Eve Company chose Meng City as their initial development point. They could have made a better choice. Both in the initial stage and in the middle and later stages, it would have been better to find a random spot in the surrounding area than this DMN place. Yet, they chose to start with hell difficulty. Yeah. Why? He smelled a conspiracy. The greedy Eve Gaming Company. They clearly had complete control over Server 3, and just Server 3 alone could make them a fortune. Yet, they still had to come to look for bad luck. Oh right. I also found out that recently, Eve Company has acquired a lot of special chemical materials in their resources. Chemical materials, why do they need these things? Fang Hang's doubts deepened. In the early stages of the game, the most common materials used to develop a shelter were food, wood, stones, steel and so on. There was absolutely no special chemical materials. Only Qiu Yaokain's laboratory had a lot of things to do. Fang Hang also spent a lot of survival points to buy a lot of special chemical materials. Yes. In addition, Eve has very tight security around Meng City. They have set up 7 small-scale shelters in the surrounding area, forbidding any player from approaching. Meng City seems to be a big problem. Fang Hang's interest in Meng City grew. He had originally come here to conduct a pre-war investigation. Now, it seemed that there would be unexpected gains. What kind of tricks did the bosses of District 3 want to play in their District 8? The Eve has done a good job of keeping it a secret. I've spent a lot of effort, but I still can't figure out what they are doing in Meng City to make up for his mistakes. Mo Jiawei did his homework this time. I suggest we sneak into Meng City to check out the situation in detail. As he spoke, Mo Jiawei quickly took out a drawing from his backpack. Let's follow the old plan. Old plan? Fang Hang's eyelids twitched when he saw Mo Jiawei's drawing of Meng City's sewer. Yes. Meng City is very big. There are many abandoned buildings inside. Eve Company's guards are tight on the outside and loose on the inside. Some of them are stationed on the periphery of the entrances. But the guards inside are very lax. As long as we sneak into Meng City through the sewer, the follow-up investigation will be much easier. Okay. Let's sneak in and take a look. He was already very familiar with a place like the sewer. The two quickly found the nearest entrance to the sewer, then put on a wet face towel, drank a bottle of anti-infection potion made by Qiu Yaokang and climbed down the iron ladder into the sewer. Chapter 227 Laser Beam Turrets. Chapter 227 Laser Beam Turrets. In the sewer, the zombies that were entrenched in the area smelled the scent of humans and stood up unsteadily. They had come in a hurry. Feng Heng had driven a military truck here this time, so he only brought a full liquor team and a vine zombie team. Each team had 50 members. Tyrant was too ostentatious and was not suitable for scouting, so Feng Heng did not bring it along. The lickers received the order and quickly rushed into the zombie horde to kill. Hint messages quickly refreshed in Feng Heng's retina. Hint you have killed a normal zombie 1. Obtained survival points 3. Hint you have killed a weak zombie 1. Obtained survival points 1. Hint you have killed a rotten zombie 1. Obtained survival points. More than 50 lickers completely crushed these low-level zombies. In just a moment, the zombie horde was completely wiped out. After experiencing the hell mode of Pine City, dealing with the underground sewer of this abandoned small city was just like child's play. The two of them immediately followed the map and moved forward along the cleaned underground sewer. Soon, the two of them arrived at the iron ladder leading to the exit. Feng Heng climbed up the iron ladder and tried to push the manhole cover above. The manhole cover was sealed. It's sealed, and it's poured with cement. EFK Gaming Company also did some protection work for the sewer. They strengthened the cover of all the city's sewer exits and even poured a layer of cement above it, completely blocking all entrances and exits. A troublesome opponent would go to this extent. Feng Heng secretly nodded in his heart. In the early stages of the game, almost no player would go into the underground sewer to invade the city's stronghold. The environment of the sewer was not a place where people stayed. However, EFK Company still carried out the corresponding precautionary actions by sealing all the manhole covers. However, they did not expect that even if the manhole cover was sealed, Feng Heng could still use a large number of zombie clones to forcefully break the manhole cover in a short period. Feng Heng was experienced in dealing with such situations. He immediately took out a wooden frame from his backpack and built a simple platform on the spot. The vine zombie clones climbed onto the wooden frame one by one and raised their iron hammers to attack the manhole cover. The other group of lickers continued to wander around the sewer and slaughter. These natural predators hunted ordinary zombies extremely quickly. In less than an hour, the entire Meng City sewer would be cleaned up by them. After knocking for 15 minutes, the manhole cover was completely broken. Hint you have removed the manhole cover. You have obtained crushed stones 12. Scrap metal 4. Feng Heng climbed up the ladder and tried to listen to the situation outside. Noticing that it was quiet outside, Feng Heng whispered to Mo Jiawei, "You'll go up and take a look first." In the backyard of an abandoned grocery store, Feng Heng poked his head out from under the manhole cover. He quickly looked around the surroundings. The small courtyard was very quiet. There were no traces of zombies at all. The information was correct. EFK had long occupied Meng City and cleaned up the zombies. Mo Jiawei saw the safety signal given by Feng Heng, so he climbed up the sewer with Feng Heng. I only know that EFK's shelter is in Meng City. It's probably in the northwest direction of the city. We need to look for it carefully. Mo Jiawei was about to walk out of the main gate when Feng Heng held him down. SHH. Don't talk. Feng Heng pulled Mo Jiawei back behind a big tree. On the street, a 7-man team was walking around to patrol. Feng Heng and Mo Jiawei looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It was a team from the Meteorite Company. The members of this team were all wearing the exclusive uniforms of the Meteorite Company, and they were also equipped with the exclusive weapons of the Meteorite Company. Could it be that they encountered a high-level hidden mission again in the game background? The Meteorite Company's higher-ups had disappeared after the outbreak of the zombie virus. No one knew where they had gone. EFK Company had been trying to stay in Meng City since the game began. It was very likely that they had long known that Meng City was related to the Meteorite Company's mission. Seeing the Meteorite Company's team gradually leaving, Mo Jiawei asked in a low voice, "EFK Company and Meteorite Company have hooked up." "It's very likely. Let's follow them and have a look." The two of them followed the Meteorite Company team from afar. After walking past 2 corners, Feng Heng suddenly pulled Mo Jiawei back. "Don't." Seeing Mo Jiawei's puzzled gaze, Fang Heng gestured with his chin to the corner not far away. It was a large mansion located in the city. The building was completely white and was about 4 stories tall. Behind the perimeter wall of the mansion stood 4 sentry towers. There were also NPC mercenaries from the Meteorite Company guarding the sentry towers. Is this the headquarters of the Meteorite Company? Should we go back and inform the Dark Knights? There was a secret here. No rush. Let's observe it again. Fang Heng looked around the surrounding terrain as he spoke. He patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder and called out to him in a low voice. The two of them did not continue to approach the White Mansion. Instead, they turned around and entered an abandoned building at the side. They climbed up to the 5th floor of the building and observed the White Mansion from a high vantage point. Hey, Fang Heng, could that thing be? Mo Jiawei held the binoculars and carefully swallowed his saliva. He extended his hand and pointed at a few prominent spots on the White Mansion's high building. Could that be the G-28 laser turret? That's right, that's it. Mo Jiawei felt that he wouldn't be mistaken. When he was very young, he had seen a video. In the video, the Federation dealt with the Blood Moon level 97. In the end, they relied on the powerful output of the G-28 laser turret to kill the Berserk Corpse King and defend the shelter. The power of the G-28 laser turret was still fresh in Mo Ma's mind. Mo Jiawei turned to look at Fang Heng. The defense of the Meteorite Company was too strong, with just these 4 G-28 laser turrets. Even if Fang Heng could control the tyrant to attack, it would be very difficult for it to win against them. Seeing the 4 laser turrets, Fang Heng's breathing was also a little hurried. Beam weapons. There were actually beam weapons. This was one of the most powerful weapons in the later stages of the game. It was also one of the few weapons that could deal a huge amount of damage to a tier 5 mutated zombie. Similarly, using a laser weapon required a huge amount of energy. If he could think of a way to dismantle these beam weapons and move them back to the shelter, he was going to be rich. Fang Heng was tempted. His first thought was how to move the laser weapons back to the shelter. First, he had to think of a way to invade the mansion. All the windows in the rooms on the outer wall of the mansion were completely sealed, and the walls were reinforced with steel plates. The security was as tight as a military fortress. If we attack by force, the best way was to use the armored vehicles' long-range rocket launchers to continue bombarding the place. No, the Dark Knights definitely could not participate. If one of them died, they would have to pay for. Chapter 228 Plan Formulation. Chapter 228 Plan Formulation. Considering the zombie clones, they could only use the 4 tyrants and the lickers. Their combat ability was still lacking and they would be at a disadvantage. The licker had the agility and was undoubtedly the best choice for this kind of battlefield. Taking advantage of the short charging time of the beam weapon, the licker could quickly rush over and destroy it at close range. However, the number of lickers was not enough, including the proliferator. 50 lickers could not directly destroy the 4 large laser weapons. It would take at least hundreds of lickers to do. So, the most crucial point was that if they were to attack forcefully, they had to find a way to destroy the laser turret first. However, in this way, the G-28 laser beam turret would not be able to be brought home safely. Perhaps, they could slowly grind time. After all, the zombie clone could be resurrected an infinite number of times. But the durability and energy consumption of the enemy's laser weapons were limited. As long as they were willing to spend time, even the Meteorite Company wouldn't be able to withstand it. He didn't want to waste too much time here. Fang Heng, look over there. Mo Jiawei found something again and pointed to the distance. Fang Heng pointed the telescope at the location that Mo Jiawei was pointing at. Not far from the mansion, about 500 to 600 meters away, a player shelter was built there. Fang Heng observed the shelter through the telescope. He said, "It's a large-scale shelter. Its defense is very weak. It must be a shelter built by IFK." Mo Jiawei was resolute. That's right. It's so close to the Meteorite Company's mansion. There must some connection between them, okay? The defense of the periphery of the large shelter built by IFK was very weak. It was almost useless. The defense of the shelter is too weak. It can't withstand the joint attack of 4 tyrants. Mo Jiawei put down his binoculars and couldn't help but look at Fang Heng. He didn't know how to respond, so he could only sigh in his heart. How weak was this considered? He thought. How long had the game been open? Did you think everyone could use cheats? You were using the 4 tyrants as a reference. Who could withstand their attacks? Then he asked, Fang Heng, what should we do next? It's a bit troublesome. If we attack Eve's shelter directly, the meteorite company will most likely step out to help. Fang Heng roughly calculated in his heart. The shelter happened to be within the range of the G28 which was nearby. This is troublesome. Eve found such a backer. We really can't do anything to them for a while. Mo Jiawei was a little discouraged. Dig a tunnel. Mo Jiawei had a flash of inspiration. He rolled his eyes and suggested, Fang Heng, why don't we dig a tunnel into the mansion? Tunnel. Fang Heng, who was thinking about the plan, was suddenly stirred up. His eyes lit up. A plan was almost instantly formed and perfected in his mind. After a moment, Fang Heng raised his head and patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder excitedly. Mo Jiawei, you are also a genius. Probably it's still okay. I think. Mo Jiawei had just casually mentioned the plan of digging a tunnel. He did not expect Fang Heng to be more excited than him. But Fang Heng, is the plan of digging a tunnel really feasible? Thinking about it carefully, it was not so easy to dig a secret passage underground. Putting aside the time and effort, the noise generated during the excavation would definitely alert the meteorite company. Of course it's feasible, but we still need to touch up some details. As Fang Heng spoke, he opened the mission panel and reconsidered the entire plan. Enough. Oh, what enough? Enough time. There are 25 hours left until the blood moon. I need you to return to the shelter and restart the expansion project with Lucia. Continue to expand the periphery of the forest. The sooner the better. Fang Heng lowered his head and muttered to himself. Well, maybe it's not enough. Oh, right. Asked Chen Yu again. See if there are any more people in the Blood Moon project. Or if he has anyone who wants to come to our prison. Ask him to send more people. Mo Jiawei's jaw dropped. What was going on? Weren't they just talking about digging a secret tunnel? Why did it suddenly lead to the topic of restarting the expansion plan again? Mo Jiawei felt that Fang Heng was too quick-witted and he couldn't keep up with his thoughts. No. Fang Heng. Isn't Blood Moon level 27 approaching the limit of the shelter's carrying capacity if we continue to add people? No problem. I'll leave the expansion to you. I'll go offline to make some arrangements. You keep an eye on it for me for about 20 minutes. Then, without waiting for Mo Jiawei to react, Fang Heng went offline in a hurry. If everything went smoothly, not only would Eve Company learn an unforgettable lesson, they could even pack up the beam weapons in the meteorite company's mansion. Fang Heng, I heard about the prison. We've known each other for a long time. I'll definitely think of a way to help you when it comes to this. Didn't you want to reduce the number of people? What, you want more people? Chen Yu rubbed his ears. He even suspected that he was hearing things. Affected by the anti-Federation forces, various gaming companies' shelters suffered different degrees of damage. Each and every one of them was requesting to reduce the number of people. Why was Fang Heng going the other way? Not only did he not request to reduce the number of people, he even requested more people to join the shelter. After repeatedly confirming with Fang Heng, Chen Yu immediately flipped through the name list in his hands. There's not enough time. Based on 20 hours, I can only transfer around 90 people now. Sure, no problem. I'll go and apply with the leader now. But can you ensure their safety okay? Shen Yu hung up the phone. The people on the Blood Moon project list had all made great contributions to the Federation, and some of them had even deeper backgrounds. Once they were in danger, Shen Yu would definitely be held accountable. At that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to continue staying in the Federation. On the contrary, if he could successfully survive this crisis and successfully complete the Blood Moon project, it was a gamble. Shen Yu chose to believe in Fang Heng as usual. Fang Heng had done so many things in the past. He would definitely be able to do it this time. There were less than 6 hours left until the Blood Moon arrived. Eve Gaming Company. The top executives of the company responsible for the game's District 8 were gathered here. Dun dun. Secretary Jiang Yingsu knocked on the door and pushed it open. Directors, Managers. This is the latest information we have on the prison shelter. Jeong Yingsu placed the printed documents on the table in front of each top executive and reported to everyone at the same time. Director Meng's plan is executed perfectly. The prison has been thrown into chaos. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to the plan. The spies planted in the prison have not reported any new findings. Chapter 229 Temporary Safe House. Chapter 229 Temporary Safe House. Meng Hao picked up the report and immediately looked down to read it. More than 1,000 people. A company executive saw the estimated number of people in the prison on the document and couldn't help but laugh coldly. What a bunch of idiots. With 1,000 people, the difficulty of Blood Moon will reach level 30. When that time comes, the shelter will have to face a tier 4 Little Corpse King. Even if they have a team of Dark Knights, they won't be able to stop it. It seems that there are no problems with the prison. How are the preparations in Meng City? It has already been arranged. Captain Zhao is very experienced in commanding. Blood Moon level 5 is just a game to him. According to Director Meng's plan, the prison will not survive the Blood Moon. When the Blood Moon passes, Captain Zhao will lead a team to occupy the prison. Seeing that the plan was going smoothly, everyone in the meeting room was in a good mood. The biggest contributor this time is still Director Meng. He effortlessly obtained a prison base. Meng Hao ignored everyone's discussion. He looked down at the documents he had just obtained. The more he read, the more he felt that something was strange. Before he knew it, a layer of cold sweat had formed on his forehead. Something was very wrong. What's wrong, Director Meng? You don't look well. Are you sick? Meng Hao suddenly looked up. Something's wrong, something must be wrong. In the room, the people who were already discussing where the celebration party would be held suddenly quieted down. Director Meng, don't be so agitated. Take your time. There's one line in the report. Just 3 hours ago, a player's shelter from Area C by the lake was attacked by the prison army. The owner of the shelter chose to surrender. This means that the prison is still expanding. According to the game's settings, announcements will be made in the first 30 hours, the first 10 hours, the first 3 hours, the first 1 hour and the last 10 minutes before the Blood Moon, indicating the current Blood Moon difficulty level. It's impossible for the prison side not to notice that their difficulty level of the Blood Moon has increased significantly, but they're still expanding. This doesn't make sense at all. An indescribable feeling of irritation rose in Meng Hao's heart. He knew that he must have missed something, but he couldn't figure out what exactly the problem was. This feeling drove him crazy. A District 3 supervisor asked, "Are you too nervous? You said that Fang Heng is greedy, or that he is very confident in his shelter." Yes, Director Meng. Fang Heng used to be a lone ranger. He never had experience in controlling large-scale shelters. He may not be sensitive to the strength of the Blood Moon. Meng Hao flipped through the reports he had received. No, that's not right. Fang Heng is greedy, but he's not stupid. He must have realized that the number of players in the prison has already exceeded the limits of his shelter. But he's still expanding openly. Everything doesn't make sense. Everyone fell silent. Could it be that he has a way to deal with the Blood Moon? That's impossible. Don't joke around. From Blood Moon level 30 onwards, there would be the tier 4 Little Corpse King. We've seen the footage secretly taken inside the prison a few times. That kind of defense definitely won't be able to stop the Little Corpse King. Then could it be? Everyone began to discuss. Hearing everyone's unreliable guesses, Meng Hao grew more and more confused. He was very sure that Fang Heng had some sort of plan, but he knew nothing about it. This kind of unpredictability made Meng Hao extremely nervous. Hint: there are 3 hours left until the Blood Moon arrives. Overall, your shelter estimates the strength of the Blood Moon to be level 37. The difficulty increased by another 10 levels. Starting from level 30, the Blood Moon would spawn a Little Corpse King. To the player's shelter, the Little Corpse King was a nightmare that could not be resisted. Under the enhancement of the Blood Moon, the Little Corpse King's various attributes were greatly enhanced, and its destructive power was even stronger than the Nemesis. Even the Meteorite Company's mansion could only rely on the beam cannon to deal with it. However, their shelter had 4 tyrants guarding it. Tyrants had enough flesh on themselves, so they could still withstand it together. Come, let's drink. In front of the bonfire, Liao Bufan handed Feng Heng a bottle of coffee. Feng Heng drank it in one gulp. The alloy iron door on the left side of the room was pushed open from the outside. David walked in with Mo Jiawei, chatting and laughing. Feng Heng, why are you here? Aren't you still in Ming City? Seeing Feng Heng and Liao Bufan in the room, Mo Jiawei was shocked. Feng Heng stood up from the bonfire and nodded. This is the temporary safe house that I built not long ago. When the blood moon comes, the players of the shelter will be temporarily placed here. Liao Bufan will be in charge of this part of the work. You're just in time. Can you give me some advice and see how the safe house is? Mo Jiawei quickly looked around. What the hell did he know about a safe house? However, this safe house was large enough to accommodate thousands of people. The walls and ceilings were filled with the texture of metal and looked very solid. You upgraded and reinforced the walls with Tier 5 metal iron. No, it's just a special alloy layer that can increase a small part of the defense. Alright. Mo Jiawei couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Was that necessary? If they couldn't defend the outside of the prison and waited for the zombie horde to attack, it would be useless no matter how well the safe house was set up. At most, it would delay the zombie horde's attack time. Wouldn't they be waiting for death? Mo Jiawei suddenly noticed that there was an iron door on the other side of the safe house. What's that door? An emergency escape passage. Come, let's take a look. Feng Heng beckoned Mo Jiawei to walk to the other side of the safe house. Mo Jiawei didn't suspect him. He walked to the door and pushed it open. The moment the door opened, an indescribable stench assaulted him. Mo Jiawei immediately covered his nose and hurriedly closed the door. He was too familiar with this stench. He recognized it almost instantly. Sewer. You dug a sewer? Mo Jiawei turned his head and looked at Feng Heng and the others with surprise. He was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand the meaning of Feng Heng's fancy operation. What was the purpose of digging a sewer? What if the zombie horde came in through the sewer? Ha ha ha. David. Well done, I knew it, you're the best engineer I've ever seen. Seeing Mo Jiawei's confused expression, Feng Heng high-fived David, who was beside him. Victor also laughed happily. Not bad. If I had more time, I could have done better. Just yesterday, Victor made some modifications to the space-tearing device according to Feng Heng's plan, connecting the door of the space crack to the iron door at the entrance of the safe house. Through special construction methods, Victor had directly covered up the traces of the existence of the portal. In addition, the entire passage was very dark. Ordinary players would not be able to tell that they had already entered Meng City's sewer area through the teleportation passage. Just like a while ago, Mo Jiawei had passed through the space crack without knowing anything. Sigh. Liao Bufan sighed and put his hand on Mo Jiawei's shoulder. Welcome to Meng City Sewer, Mo Jiawei. Chapter 230 Spies. Chapter 230 Spies. Only then did he react. Meng City, this is Meng City, that's right. The teleportation passage. But when did he pass through the teleportation passage? Mo Jiawei was even more confused. He quickly opened his character's map panel to check. However, the map was pitch black. He could not see his position at all. The walls are coated with a special metal coating not to increase defense, but to isolate external signals so that the players in the safe house cannot identify their position. As Feng Heng spoke, he tried his survival radio again. In the safe house, the survival radio was also offline, unable to receive messages. Okay. Verification successful. Feng Heng clapped his hands. Everything is ready. In 2 hours, Liao Bufan, you will bring all the players into this safe house. Time is tight. We need to complete the transfer of the players within 1 hour. No problem. Leave it to me. Mo Jiawei finally understood. He realized Feng Heng's tactical intention. What a way to divert trouble. When the blood moon arrived, Feng Heng moved all the players who were originally in the shelter to the underground safe house in Meng City. The underground safe house was built underground and it was very close to Eve Company's shelter. There was a high probability that the game would assume that the underground safe house was in cahoots with Eve, coupled with the fact that the zombie horde would first attack buildings on the surface. At that time, The EVE company would take their place to attract the hatred of more zombies from the Blood Moon zombie wave. Of course, the safe house was not completely safe. Feng Hang also needed to send people to guard the entrance of the sewer. That's the general plan. When the Blood Moon arrives, a large number of zombies will attack the EVE company and the Meteorite company's mansion. When that happens, it will cause a lot of trouble. We'll take this opportunity to sneak into the mansion and think of a way to bring back their beam weapons. Victor, I'm not good enough to dismantle such a high-level machine. When the time comes, Yao go with us. Victor nodded and said, no problem. The EVE company wanted to play him out. This would teach them a good lesson and also destroy their shelter. After listening to Feng Hang's plan, Mo Jiawei was inexplicably excited. Great, awesome. This plan was so perfect. EVE company would never have thought that the zombies, which were supposed to attack the prison shelter, would attack their shelter instead. Feng Hang clenched his fist. Next, he would have to prepare the last step of the plan. Let's go and plant the bomb. Quick, follow me. The first group of people from prison know. 1 to 50 will line up. Don't panic. In the shelter, Liu Bufan waited for an hour before the arrival of the Blood Moon. Only then did he start to organize the players to move. Du Zuhei followed the long line and walked toward the basement. He asked curiously, brother, what are we doing? Where are we going? Isn't the Blood Moon coming soon? To the safe house. What is the safe house? I heard that it's to increase the safety level of the Blood Moon. In case the zombie horde breaks into the prison, all non-combat personnel will be sent to the underground safe house in advance. The safety level of that place is higher. That's true. We can't help either. The farther away from the battlefield, the better. The prison leaders are considerate. Are we going to stay in the safe house until the end of the Blood Moon? I think so. Who cares? Well, just follow them. Zhu Zuhei followed the team and slowly walked toward the basement. As a spy who had been bribed by Meng Hao, he silently turned on the survival radio to send Meng Hao the latest news. Du Zuhei 2 minutes ago. Everyone in the shelter began to move into the basement of the prison. After making a few twists and turns in the basement, Du Zuhei walked along a dark pathway. After passing through the door at the end of the pathway, he arrived at a huge underground square. The square was very spacious. All the floors, walls and ceilings were plated with a layer of high-strength alloy, shining with a metallic luster. Many players had already sat down in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing something in low voices. It seemed that this place was very safe. Everyone, this Blood Moon is expected to last 7 to 12 hours. For everyone's safety, please stay here for the time being. I hope everyone understands. I suggest that you use your sleeping bags to go offline and rest. We will ensure everyone's safety. If there is a crisis, we will have someone wake you up. The players did not have any opinions on this. Many gutsy players had already started to go offline to rest. They were already here. The safe house was already the place with the highest safety level in the prison. If the safe house was occupied by the zombies from the outside world, it didn't make much difference whether they went online or not. They were all waiting to die anyway. Zhu Zuhei looked around. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, since it was a safe house. Why did Liu Bufan stay here all the time? Didn't he need to command the players outside to deal with the Blood Moon? The 2 members of the Dark Knights also remained in the hall. They stood on the left and right sides of the main entrance, holding automatic rifles in their hands. Their sharp gazes constantly swept over the players. That kind of gaze was more like surveillance. Something's not right, Zhu Zuhei muttered softly. He wanted to turn on the survival radio to contact Meng Hao again. A special area. The communication wasn't working. It didn't matter. He could still contact him offline. Zhu Zuhei thought for a moment, then pulled out his sleeping bag and went offline. What about the others other than Liu Bufan and the 2 NPCs? What about the rest? Nothing. Everything else is normal. Are you sure you didn't find anything else, anything abnormal? I'm sure. I'm staying in the safe room right now. If there's anything wrong, you'll find it, Zhu Zuhei said resolutely. Brother, let me tell you something. There's something wrong with that Liu Bufan. He's here to spy on us. Okay, I got it. You continue to stay online. If there's a problem, contact me immediately. After hanging up, Meng Hao was still in a state of extreme unease. Everything was too normal. According to Zhu Zuhai, Liao Bufan and 2 elite Dark Knights were staying in the safe house to keep an eye on them. This seemed very normal to Meng Hao. The prison must have known that the players who had taken refuge had been infiltrated by the spies of the various major powers. Most of the manpower had been sent out to deal with the blood moon outside. The internal department must also be on full alert to prevent any internal strife among this group of players. Such surveillance was perfectly normal if it were him. He would do the same. However, the more normal it was, the more uneasy Meng Hao felt. There must be something wrong with Fang Heng's shelter. He must be secretly plotting something. But what exactly was wrong? Meng Hao clenched his fists tightly. How could Fang Heng resist a blood moon with level 30 and above? Chapter 231 The Blood Moon Arrives. Chapter 231 The Blood Moon Arrives. Ring. 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 Meng Hao picked up the phone on his desk. Okay. I'll be online right away. After putting down the phone, Meng Hao immediately turned and entered the game cabin. He returned to If's shelter in District 8. The atmosphere in the shelter was unusually heavy. The blood moon was about to arrive and the players were making final preparations. Wareham, the owner of the shelter, was Zhao Qinzi. Zhao Qinzi was an old employee of If and had done many meritorious deeds for the company. He had a calm personality and had many years of command experience. Zhao Qinzi was methodically carrying out the final pre-war inspection. When he saw Meng Hao approaching, Zhao Qinzi nodded at him. How is it? Is there a situation? Everything is going according to plan. Meng Hao shook his head. He hesitated for a moment, then said truthfully, but I still feel that something isn't right. I feel very uneasy. Zhao Qinzi looked at Meng Hao, then nodded and gave a soft Suddenly, Zhao Qinzi's face fell. His expression was extremely terrifying. He looked down at the log and didn't say a word. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Seeing Zhao Qinzi's expression, Meng Hao's heart began to pound. Zhao Qinzi looked up. His usually calm face was now filled with shock. The difficulty level of the blood moon has increased. I'll transfer it to you. See for yourself. Zhao Qinzi turned on his survival radio and directly sent the message to Meng Hao. Hint: there are only 10 minutes left until the blood moon arrives. Overall, your shelter estimates the strength of the blood moon to be level 33. Hint: your shelter estimates that it will not be able to resist the blood moon at this strength. Please be careful. Meng Hao's pupils suddenly dilated. Why did the difficulty level of the blood moon suddenly increase so much? 2 hours ago, their difficulty was only level 5. Why did it increase to level 33 now? It instantly increased by nearly 30 levels. More importantly, once the blood moon reached level 30 and above, they would be facing a tier 4 Little Corpse King. Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through Meng Hao's mind. Could it be that something strange had happened in Server 8, causing the difficulty level of the game to increase dramatically? Or was it because of the pupa plan, or was it because of him? Meng Hao couldn't help but think of Fang Heng. His intuition told him that all of this was Fang Heng's doing, but his rationality told him that it was impossible. Fang Heng was just a player. He definitely couldn't control the blood moon difficulty level in the game. Meng Hao realized that he had never been so lost. He breathed heavily, forcing himself to calm down and think. This had nothing to do with Fang Heng. The If company's shelter alone would not be able to withstand such a difficulty level. The only way to survive was to seek help from the neighboring meteorite company. I'll contact Sugawa Hideharu. They won't let us all die here. Hurry back. Leave this place to me. Once the blood moon arrives, I can hold on for 10 minutes at most. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei were hiding in a hidden sewer exit. Fang Heng lifted the manhole cover and observed the status of If's shelter from afar. Hint: blood moon countdown 3-2. Hint: blood moon has officially arrived. This round of blood moon lasts for 9 hours. Good luck, player. The sun was hidden in the thick clouds. A blood-red moonlight hung high in the sky. The entire apocalyptic world was covered with a layer of strange red light. It was coming. The screams of zombies could be heard in the distance. A dense zombie horde spawned around the town and swarmed toward the shelter in the center of the town. There was no end in sight. Under the cover of the blood moon, the zombies moved faster and were more aggressive than before. Fang Hang was excited. With such a large zombie horde, the difficulty level of the blood moon was definitely above level 25. Mo Jiawei also clapped his hands excitedly. Let's go. We need to move. Seeing the zombie horde getting closer, Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei went into the sewer together. Under the sewer, the four tyrants were standing casually. Behind them was a row of lickers. At the end of the line, there was a dense crowd of vine zombies. The vine zombie team blocked the passage leading to the temporary safe house. Since the entrance to the underground sewer had been sealed, there was only one passage left for the zombie horde. In the blood moon, most of the zombies would first look for targets to attack through the passage of the various defense facilities. The remaining few zombies would choose to directly attack and destroy the building. Once the number of zombies gathered outside the passage reached a certain number, the zombie horde would find another way and try to destroy the entire building from all directions. According to the plan, Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei would immediately return to the planned explosion point after entering the sewer. In the outside world, a large number of zombies swarmed into Meng City. The zombie horde surrounded the manhole cover that led to the entrance of the sewer, directly attacking the manhole cover and the surrounding cement ground. The remaining zombie horde headed straight for the Ifk Company's shelter and the Meteorite Company's mansion. Dao Qinzi did not panic. He commanded the Ifk Guild players to resist the wave of zombies. Ifk Company had dug a small moat around the shelter. The moat was not filled with water. Instead, it was filled with fuel that had just been poured in. The drawbridge slowly rose, relying on the large-scale cover behind the moat. The players fired a large number of burning arrows at the zombie horde. A layer of fuel spilt in the moat was ignited and started burning. The zombie horde was not afraid of the flames and fell into the moat one after another. Zhao Qinzi frowned. The moat had cost his guild a lot of manpower and resources to be built successfully. Dealing with the zombie horde that was below level 10 was not a problem. It was useless. There were too many zombies in the zombie horde. After the zombies died, a large number of corpses piled up under the moat. In a few minutes, the corpses would fill up the entire moat. Just as he expected, the moat did not last for more than 3 minutes. The zombie horde that was covered in flames stepped on the corpses of their companions and began to climb out of the moat. They charged into the spike traps at the outermost layer of the moat. Players used the Molotov cocktail to smash at the zombie horde outside of the spike trap, reducing the zombie horde's HP as much as possible. The durability of the spikes at the outermost periphery was decreasing at a visible rate. Even if the Meteorite Company had helped them attract a large group of zombies away from their shelter, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Meng Hao stood off to the side, looking at the spike traps on the periphery that was about to be destroyed. He clenched his fists tightly. Let's retreat. If we continue, the losses will only be greater. I've already communicated with Tsugawa Hideharu. We're giving up on the shelter. We're going to hide in the Meteorite Company's mansion temporarily to survive the blood moon. Zhao Qinzi stared at the zombie horde outside. It's not time yet. Let's wait a bit longer. It wasn't until the first zombie horde broke through the spike barriers and was about to rush to the front of the players that Zhao Qinzi pressed the button in his hand. Chapter 232 Alert. Chapter 232 Alert. The high-intensity explosives that had been set up in the periphery of the spike traps detonated with a bang. A sudden huge air wave came crashing down. Meng Hao had no idea that Zhao Qinzi had set up such a large amount of explosives here. He was sent flying by the huge air wave. Zhao Qinzi was much better. Like the other players, he was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away by the violent air waves. When he landed on the ground, Meng Hao quickly stretched out his hand to support his body and looked up. The explosion created a huge dust cloud on the battlefield. A crater was created on the ground, and almost all the zombies within the blast radius were killed by the explosion. When the dust cloud dissipated slightly, an endless horde of zombies began to swarm toward the shelter. Zhao Qinzi took one last look at the shelter behind him. He had built this shelter with his own hands and put in a lot of effort. But now, he had no choice but to let go. Let's retreat. Dao Kinsey waved his hand and led the remaining players to retreat toward the mansion. In the sewer, Fang Heng and the other three waited. The passage on the right in front of them had been excavated not long ago. As time was tight, the passage was relatively short. The tyrant could only bend down and walk inside, unable to stand up straight at all. The passage extended straight forward for nearly 100 meters. The rock wall at the end was already filled with explosives. Mo Jiawei was a little nervous, glancing at his watch from time to time. It's already been 7 minutes. Fang Heng, it should be about time. Right, wait a little longer. As soon as Fang Heng finished speaking, everyone's feet started to shake violently. Following that, a huge explosion sounded beside their ears. Small pieces of gravel kept falling from above their heads. It's faster than I expected. Looks like they won't be able to hold on any longer. Fang Heng leaned against the wall and chuckled. He immediately pressed the remote control button in his hand. The explosives at the end of the passage were detonated as well. Dust instantly sprayed out of the passage. Fang Heng waved the dust in front of him. Lucia, can you see clearly? A layer of red light appeared in Lucia's eyes. Her eyes pierced through the flying dust. It's blocked. The debris from the explosion blocked most of the passage. It's a bit troublesome. Fang Heng curled his lips and waved his hand. More than 20 zombies behind him picked up their shovels and entered the passage to dig up the debris. Earlier on, Fang Heng was worried that if he dug too much, he would attract the attention of the meteorite company. So he stopped when he was less than 5 meters away from the tunnel. The last 5 meters were supposed to be blown up with explosives. After another 5 minutes, a small path was finally cleared. The tyrant bent down and walked to the crack-filled rock wall in front of it. It raised its huge fist. One punch. Mo Jiawei swallowed his saliva. After this punch, he felt a slight tremor under his feet. 2 more punches. The entire wall couldn't hold on anymore, and a hole was created by the tyrant's punches. Ding-gling-gling-gling. Instantly, the entire mansion was filled with a piercing alarm sound. The alarm had been triggered. It was a little unexpected. In the plan, they should have sneaked into the meteorite company. The internal defense system of the meteorite company was extremely perfect, and the alarm had been triggered at the first moment. Mo Jiawei was a little flustered and his gaze shifted to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, what should we do? Fang Heng said in a deep voice. Don't worry about it. Let's continue. So what if the alarm was triggered? Facing Blood Moon level 25. Meteorite Company would be focusing all their attention on dealing with the zombie horde outside. They didn't have the energy to deal with both sides at the same time. The only thing was that time was a little tight. The original plan was to secretly move the beam weapons away, and also to see what atrocious things the Meteorite Company had done in the mansion. Since they had been discovered, they needed to speed up and find a way to dismantle the beam turret and move it back home as soon as possible. The tyrant accepted Fang Heng's instructions and punched a few more times around the hole. It forced open the hole and entered the interior of the Meteorite Company's mansion through the hole with great difficulty. Let's hurry. As Fang Heng spoke, he took the lead and climbed out of the tunnel. Behind him, a team of lickers followed Fang Heng out of the tunnel. Although the alarm was loud, just as Fang Heng had expected, the Meteorite Company was in chaos. No one immediately came to investigate. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the corner of the corridor. A surveillance camera was facing them. Fang Heng, someone is watching us, Lucia said as she raised her hand and shot the surveillance camera into pieces. Faced with the noisy sirens, Mo Jiawei felt like he had no idea where to start. Fang Heng, where should we start from now? Fang Heng turned his gaze to Victor. Victor thought for a moment. It's best if we can find the main control room. This will speed up the dismantling of the beam turret. And, if not, we can only forcibly cut off the power supply and physically dismantle the beam turret. However, this will damage some of the components. And the speed will also be slow. We don't have time to look for them one by one. Let's just physically dismantle them. Let's go to the 4th floor. The 4th floor. Previously, he and Mo Jiawei had observed from outside the mansion. The 4 beam turrets were probably located on the 4th floor. The high-intensity beam weapon that Fang Heng had been thinking about was there. The biggest purpose of infiltrating the meteorite company was to snatch the beam weapon. Such a powerful weapon had to be brought back to the shelter. Since it had been discovered, there was no need to steal it secretly. They could just take it by force. They could just snatch it. Kai. Under Feng Heng's guidance, the lickers quickly climbed along the wall and ceiling. Two tyrant forms walked in front, striding toward the second floor. At this time, in the outside world, Zhao Qinzi led the team to the garden of the Meteorite Company's mansion. They worked together with the Meteorite Company's mercenary group to resist the zombie horde that was pouring in from the outside world. Hint: your shelter is under continuous attack. HB is below 3. Please repair it in time. Seeing the message in the game log, Zhao Qinzi's heart was bleeding. However, the imminent crisis did not give him time to digest the pain. It was less than 7 to 8 minutes from the shelter to the Meteorite Company's mansion, and his party had suffered heavy casualties. A minute. A bunch of cheapskates, they are not even willing to give us their weapons. The captain of the sub-party, Han Zhu, was very angry. He cursed while continuing to throw Molotov cocktail at the zombie horde outside the mansion. Besides the top-tier beam weapons, the Meteorite Company also had large-caliber automatic cannons and a large number of NPC mercenaries. The output of the automatic cannons was high enough. The weapons of the NPCs of the Meteorite Company were also good enough. It was no problem for them to withstand the attacks of the zombie horde for a while. However, the crisis was not over yet. Zhao Qinzi's mind was tense. How should he deal with the Little Corpse King after this? The zombie wave above level 30 would spawn the Little Corpse King. Chapter 233 Main Control Room. Chapter 233 Main Control Room. Meng Hao stood off to the side in silence. He wasn't very good at fighting. It was at this point that the alarm in the Meteorite Company's mansion suddenly rang out. An internal alarm. Meng Hao stared in shock. A feeling of unease rose in his heart, and he turned to look at the mansion behind him. Something might have happened, Zhao Qinzi said in a deep voice, as he looked in the direction of the mansion as well. At the entrance of the mansion, the captain of the Meteorite Company's mercenary team, Hao Ti, was using a walkie-talkie to communicate with the people inside. It's fine, the mansion has been invaded by zombies and the alarm has been triggered. The danger has been resolved. Continue with your defensive work. In accident, Meng Hao's intuition told him that this was definitely not an accident. He immediately turned to Zhao Qinzi and said, "Something's wrong. I'll lead a team to take a look." Meng Hao and a few other players were just about to try to enter the mansion when they were blocked by Hao Ti, who was standing in front of the mansion. Without the approval of Mr. Tsugawa Hideharu, no one is allowed to enter the mansion. I know there's a problem in the mansion. Let me in. I can help. Hao Ti stared at Meng Hao for half a second. He raised the submachine gun in his hand. Mr. Meng Hao, as I said, everything is under Mr. Tsugawa Hideharu's control. You just need to settle your own stuff. Meng Hao clenched his fist. Just now, a row of game hints floated across his retina. Judgment failed. He knew this was the reason why his favorability rating was not high enough. Tsugawa Hideharu, ungrateful wretch. Ifk had paid so many resources for the Pupa project, but the favorability rating was still not high enough for them to enter the mansion at will. However, this also meant one thing. Meteorite Company was definitely in trouble. Meng Hao felt an extreme sense of powerlessness rising from the bottom of his heart. He had a premonition. The development of the situation had long been beyond his control. He had always been able to take control of things. From this moment on, he couldn't even participate. Feng Heng's team of 4 hurried to the 4th floor. In the process, Lucia shut down all the surveillance cameras along the way. It was strange that there were too few guards. Feng Heng anticipated that they would encounter a small amount of resistance on the way to the 4th floor. However, it was strange that they did not encounter any obstacles along the way, except for the small team at the intersection. Of course, the small team was slaughtered by the lickers in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Heng took a glance at the game log and observed the situation at the sewer entrance and the prison shelter. Hint: elite Dark Knights of your shelter killed an ordinary zombie. You gain 3 survival points. Hint: members of your shelter. Hint: your vine zombie is being attacked by zombie dogs. Hint: your zombie uses a skill block, but fails. Hint: your zombie is attacking. Using the entanglement skill, the situation in the shelter was good. It was only Blood Moon level 4. In addition to the high-intensity defense towers, there was also a group of Dark Knights guarding the prison shelter. It was easy. As for the inside of Meng City, the zombie horde outside had already broken through some of the manhole covers and entered the sewer. Soon, they would rush in from all the manhole covers in Meng City. In order to defend against the zombie horde, Feng Heng had set up 3 layers of defense in the sewer. The first layer was made up of 2 tyrants. The second layer was made up of lickers. The last layer was made up of a dense horde of vine zombies. Considering that the sewer was not the zombie horde's main target, Feng Heng estimated that they could hold them off for at least 5 hours. Feng Heng had also made up an emergency plan. If something unexpected happened, he could detonate the bomb in the passage and destroy the passage to buy time. At that time, the players hiding in the safe house could take advantage of the teleportation passage to return to the shelter. Perfect plan. Foolproof. They arrived at the 4th floor. The pathway was empty. Feng Heng did not know where the beam turret was built, so he used the most direct and aggressive method. Use force. He will break into every room to search. The 2 tyrants strode forward and searched the rooms one by one. The tyrant forms had a higher level of intelligence, so they could already accept more complicated commands. Or, unlike ordinary zombies, they raised their huge fists and smashed at the locked rooms. Every time they smashed at the door would shake violently. In the main control room, the 6 mercenary soldiers of the Meteorite Company who were stationed there were already informed through the intercom that someone had broken into the mansion. Cold sweat was dripping down their foreheads as they aimed their muzzle at the door. The iron door could not withstand the tyrant's brute force and was blasted open after a few punches. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The moment the door was smashed open by the tyrant, all the NPC mercenary soldiers pulled the trigger. A series of gunshots. Dense bullets rained down on Tyrant's body. The Tyrant had no choice but to raise its hands to protect its head, which was also its weakness. Unfortunately, the firepower was still too weak. This kind of firepower could at most slightly suppress Tyrant. The gunshots lasted for more than half a minute. When the mercenaries' bullets ran out, the gunshot stopped. Tyrant put down the fist that was blocking its head. It didn't feel any pain. There was a limit to the damage caused by the submachine gun bullets on the Tyrant. The series of attacks didn't even break the vine armor under Tyrant's skin. What kind of monster was that? The expressions of the Meteorite Company's NPCs were as if they were seeing a ghost. Bang bang bang. Tyrant strode forward and threw a punch forward. An NPC was hit by Tyrant's fist. He was sent flying and smashed into the wall behind him. Hint: you have killed a mercenary from the Meteorite Company. Favorability rating with the Meteorite Company has decreased. Hint: you have entered a hostile state with the Meteorite Company. Have found it. Feng Heng heard the sound of gunshots coming from the room in the distance, and a message flashing across his vision. He immediately brought Lucia and the other 2 to clean up the mess. Entering the room, Feng Heng quickly scanned the interior of the room. He immediately felt pleasantly surprised. Mo Jiawei said in surprise, "It's the main control room." That's right, they found the main control room. There was a huge screen on the wall of the main control room. The windows on the screen corresponded to the various cameras in the mansion. Even the situation outside was captured by the cameras. As for the 6 NPCs of the Meteorite Company who had been guarding the main control room, they had been easily taken care of by Tyrant. They were lying on the floor in every corner of the room. Victor immediately walked to the control panel and tried to control it. Feng Heng, this is the control room, but I do not have the password. I can try to gain the administrator's permission to control the mansion's internal system. As Victor spoke, he began to operate on the platform of the main control room. Suddenly, his brows furrowed tightly. Kai Zhai Zhai Zhai. Chapter 234 King of God's Mission. Chapter 234 King of God's Mission. Creak, what's wrong? The large screen in the main control room suddenly dimmed, and then lit up again. An old man's face appeared on the screen. He looked extremely thin. Welcome to the residence. Uninvited guests. Forgive me for being blunt, but you don't seem to know what manners are. Looking at the old man on the screen, Fang Heng was puzzled. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere before. Mo Jiawei muttered to himself. How could it be him? Tsugawa Hideharu? Fang Heng's eyes lit up, and the memories of the original body were also awakened. One of the 3 founders of the meteorite company in the zombie apocalypse game. It was said that he had been suffering from a lot of illnesses, and had passed away a few years before the zombie apocalypse. Tsugawa Hideharu, isn't he already dead? Victor lowered his head and operated the main control platform, trying to gain control of the platform. At the same time, he said, "Don't be fooled by him. What you're seeing now is a synthetic image, not him," Fang Heng observed. Indeed, Tsugawa Hideharu's face on the screen was a little strange. No, I'm Tsugawa Hideharu himself. In a biological sense, my body has already died, but my consciousness still exists in this world. Forget it. You won't understand. Death is only temporary. Soon, you'll get a new body and be resurrected in a way you understand. Tsugawa Hideharu was sitting on a wooden chair. I admit that your ability to control zombies surprised me. I recognize your strength. My pupa project also needs strong survivors like you to join it. Come, work with me. Join me. Join the pupa project, and it'll grant you eternal life. Pupa project. This was the first time he had heard such a strange name. Mo Jiawei had a confused look on his face as well. However, in the next second, a row of red hints appeared on Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei's retinas at the same time. Hint: player has triggered the King of Gods mission Pupa project. Mission name: Pupa project. Mission description: in the meteorite company's secret base, you have discovered a synthetic image of Tsugawa Hideharu. Mission difficulty A. Mission requirements: try to obtain more information about the Pupa project. Mission reward: King of Gods points. Follow-up mission information. King of Gods mission. In the game, missions were divided into King of Gods missions and normal missions. King of Gods missions were extremely rare. They were on the next level. The biggest difference between King of Gods missions and normal missions was that the mission reward for the former was King of Gods points. But the difficulty was not necessarily as high as normal missions. The vast majority of ordinary players would never be able to trigger a King of Gods mission in their entire lives. This made sense. If company had spent so much effort, so they had found a hidden King of Gods mission. No wonder even District 3 had stopped staying put and came to District 8 to steal business. Ka! The screen suddenly darkened and the old man's figure disappeared. The screen lit up again and returned to its original state. The main signal source came from the second basement. The control platform there has higher level access. Victor raised his head and explained to the two. I temporarily cut off the connection with the signal source of the second basement. The access is insufficient. The control room is now semi-offline, and we can only control a small part of the resources. Mo Jiawei was also excited. Good heavens! This was a King of Gods mission. It was not on the same level as a normal mission. A normal game only focused on a single game, while a King of Gods mission corresponded to the entire game world. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and started thinking. King of Gods missions were very rare in elementary games. If he encountered one, he would definitely think of a way to participate in it. However, before that, he could not leave behind the beam weapons. Fang Heng turned his head and asked, Victor, have you found the beam weapons? Is there a way to dismantle them? Yes. If we want to dismantle the beam weapons, we first need to gain complete control. Right now, I can only think of a way to cut off the power supply of the beam turrets before trying to manually connect it to the main control room to gain access. Victor skipped over the lengthy explanation and gave a direct conclusion. I need some time. As for the follow-up beam cannon, I also need time to dismantle it. Okay. You stay here and think of a way to dismantle the beam weapons. I'll think of a way to stall for time. Fang Heng turned to look at Lucia. Lucia, I'll leave a tyrant form and half of the liquors for you to control. You must protect Victor. Lucia nodded solemnly. Fang Heng patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder. Let's go to the second basement to see what Tsugawa Hideharu is up to. On the second basement, the alloy passage's door was tightly shut. Tyrant strode forward and extended its huge fist. It threw a punch at the door. A heavy punch landed on the metal door, leaving a slight dent on the door. Feng Heng turned his head and looked at the surveillance camera at the corner of the passage. Mr. Tsugawa, don't you want to talk to me? I'm still a little interested in your pupa project. Perhaps we can negotiate for a mutually satisfactory result. Crack. With a soft sound, the metal door slowly opened in front of Feng Heng. Feng Heng stuck his head out and looked at the passage behind the metal door. The straight passage extended forward and did not seem dangerous. For safety reasons, Feng Heng controlled the tyrant to walk in front. After confirming that it was safe, Feng Heng used his eyes to signal Mo Jiawei beside him. The two stepped into the passage. In the next second, Tsugawa Haida's voice came from the loudspeaker in the passage. Stop. Feng Heng stopped and looked at the surveillance camera at the side. What, you don't want to work with me anymore? No. I want to work with you. But you have to show your sincerity. Oh, sincerity. Allowing you to enter my secret research room is already the biggest concession and sincerity I've made. In exchange, I need you to leave the zombie outside the safety door. This is the foundation of our partnership. You can't refuse. Young man. He had two things to do now. First, he had to figure out what the pupa project was and get more information. If possible, he had to try his best to get some benefits. Second, he had to buy more time for Victor, who was still on the 4th floor dismantling the beam turret. He had to agree to his conditions. Feng Heng said and waved his hand, leaving the tyrant form and the liquors outside the safety door. Young man, I don't have any information about you in my internal database. What should I call you? I am Feng Heng and this is Mo Jiawei. Chapter 235 Pupa Project. Chapter 235 Pupa Project. By the way, Mr. Tsugawa Haidaru, I think you've noticed that under the influence of the blood moon, the zombie horde outside is very aggressive. Soon, the Corpse King will attack the mansion. You can guess if we cause trouble in your mansion. Can you keep the research room of your mansion and continue the pupa project? On the loudspeaker, Tsugawa Haida's voice became gloomy. Feng Heng, are you threatening me? Ha ha ha. Of course not. At most, it's just a warning. Feng Heng laughed and said half-truthfully. Without the protection of my zombies, what if you suddenly act on impulse and attack me? It's always good to leave a way out for myself. If I die, the zombie team I left behind will attack the mansion at all costs. After saying that, Feng Heng stepped into the passage. Mr. Tsugawa, before we work together, I have another question that I'm very curious about. I hope I can find the answer here. You can tell me, but I can't promise that I'll answer your question. Feng Heng stopped and raised his head to look at the camera not far away. Is the apocalypse part of the meteorite company's plan? No, it's not. After a pause, Tsugawa Haidaru continued, to be precise, I'm not sure. At least, the apocalypse has nothing to do with me. Its arrival has slowed down my plan. I left the headquarters of the meteorite company 8 years ago. At that time, I had already withdrawn from the biological weapon project of the meteorite company. Eudora and I had a huge disagreement on how to use the primogenitor virus. She preferred to take risks. She used the primogenitor virus to grow in the bodies of various creatures to obtain a more unique virus body. This kind of disorderly mutation is very dangerous and unstable. But she succeeded. The T virus and G virus were both created by her. As for me, I prefer the primitive evolution, letting the primogenitor virus complete its evolution. That kind of evolution is the most beautiful. So after a quarrel, I chose to be independent and left the company. We separated and did research in our respective fields. Feng Heng continued to walk forward through the passage. He had heard about Eudora. Eudora was one of the 3 founders of the meteorite company, just like Tsugawa Haidaru. In the forum, the players believed that she was the most dangerous woman in the apocalypse game and that she was the one who controlled the zombie apocalypse. What happened after that? Where did Eudora go after the apocalypse? I'm not sure. After that, I completely lost contact with her. I've been staying here to focus on perfecting my pupa project. Alright, what exactly is the pupa project? The pupa project, to put it simply, is the eternal life project. Using genetic modification technology, The primogenitor virus that has been cultivated will be fused with the human genetic fragments. The simulated life form will be nurtured from birth until the body grows into an adult. This process is also known as remodeling. We are remodeling to give birth to life. We are not modifying life like what Eudora did. After the completion of the pupa project, the various functions of the body will be fully improved. Finally, the preset genetic fragments and the main memory will be completely fused into the body, and the body will be completely reborn. Such a rebirth will not produce any rejection like the virus. Once the pupa project is successfully implemented, you'll be able to continuously nurture stronger life forms and continuously replace their bodies, thus achieving the goal of eternal life. Hearing what Tsugawa Hideharu said, Fang Heng frowned. Eternal life. It sounded very surreal. In Fang Heng's opinion, if he was reduced to a zombie that was neither human nor ghost, eternal life would be meaningless. However, Tsugawa Hideharu's project sounded a little like cloning humans. The reason why IFK Company entered Server 8 was most likely to obtain the pupa project. Fang Heng carefully considered Tsugawa Hideharu's pupa project. Something was not quite right. Theoretically speaking, according to Tsugawa Hideharu, eternal life might indeed exist, but there would be many problems in the actual implementation process. Mr. Tsugawa, I have a question. If your original body did not die after the genetic fragments and main memory were injected, then a second you would appear after the fusion of your memory. I want to know which is the real you. No, the scenario you described does not exist. Because of the soul. Alright, that's all for the commentary. The purpose of the pupa project is to obtain eternal life. Even though I don't have the ability to carry out this step yet, the final implantation step is very difficult. It's very difficult for us to preserve and extract the latest memory and obtain the complete basic map. As they spoke, Fang Heng had already walked along the long passage to the end. There was an iron door at the end of the passage. Fang Heng stopped in front of the iron door. The induction door let out a soft sound before it was pulled open to both sides. Behind the door was the laboratory of the mansion's research center. It was different from the laboratory that Fang Heng had imagined. There was only darkness in the laboratory. A smell of rust assailed his nostrils. The floor was covered with a layer of light purple fungus blanket. The carpet was a jumble of dark brown spheres. Poopy. It was similar to the spider cocoon he had seen in Pine City. The pupae here were bigger. Wires coiled around the dark gray pupae. One end was connected to the pupae and the other was connected to the machinery in the main control room at the back. The pupae maintained a fixed frequency, beating rhythmically. This combination of technology and insects seemed to be very incompatible. The large electronic screen in the laboratory lit up again. The synthetic image of Tsugawa Hideharu appeared on the screen. Fang Heng, did you see that the pupa project is in front of you? They are breeding new bodies. Fang Heng, now that you know about the pupa project, it's time for you to give your answer. Is it cooperation? Or perish? Fang Heng stared at the swarm of pupae in the laboratory. A game hint appeared on his retina one by one. Hint: mission pupa project completed. You have obtained 20 King of Gods points. Hint: player has triggered the next King of Gods mission. Tsugawa Hideharu's invitation. Mission description: you have received most of the information about the pupa project from Tsugawa Hideharu. You need to make some choices. Optional mission: branch 1, choose to believe in Tsugawa Hideharu and join the pupa project. Description: player currently belongs to the Dark Knights faction. If the player chooses this option, the player's reputation in the Dark Knights will be emptied and the player will enter a hostile state with the Dark Knights. Description: the Dark Knights mercenary who has joined the player's shelter will remain, but loyalty will be reduced. Mission difficulty S. Mission requirements: join the pupa project. Assist Tsugawa Hideharu in resisting the current zombie wave and complete the pupa project. Mission reward: King of Gods points. Follow-up mission. Optional mission: branch 2, reject Tsugawa Hideharu's invitation. Mission requirements: reject Tsugawa Hideharu's plan and destroy his memory carrier in the mansion. Mission reward: King of Gods points. Dark Knights contribution. Dark Knights friendship. Optional mission: branch 3, free choice of mission branch. Chapter 236. Is there even a need to think about it? Chapter 236. Is there even a need to think about it? Looking at the row after row of game hints that refreshed, Mo Jiawei carefully swallowed his saliva. Good heavens. This mission line was so difficult to choose. If he chose option 1, it was equivalent to the massive investment in the Dark Knight's mission line in the early stages being completely wasted. It was too big a loss. The most enticing thing was the Pupa project. From what Tsugawa Hideharu had described, if the Pupa project could be completed, they could be resurrected an unlimited number of times. Life was priceless. Mo Jiawei asked in a low voice. Fang Hang, how do we choose? Fang Hang felt that it was not difficult to choose at all. How do we choose? Is there even a need to think about this? Of course. We have to delay time and pretend to cooperate. We have to think of a way to get more benefits from Tsugawa Hideharu. Then, we can destroy Tsugawa Hideharu's memory carrier and get the reward from the Dark Knights. Finally, he had to move everything that could be used in the laboratory back home. As for the Pupa project, without Tsugawa Hideharu, his shelter could still carry out the research. Could Qiu Yaokang be worse than Tsugawa Hideharu? Fang Hang was excited. But if that was the case, if he wanted to move the entire laboratory and research materials related to the Pupa project back to the shelter, he definitely couldn't do it in such a short time. The previous plan also needed to be changed. He hoped that Victor could be more capable. Tsugawa Hideharu urged. Fang Hang, tell me, what is your choice? He quickly hid the greed in his eyes and pretended to be in a difficult position, trying to stall for time. It's a difficult choice. Mr. Tsugawa, I am indeed very interested in immortality, but working with you means that I have completely fallen out with the Dark Knights. Also, your project is very illusory and a little unrealistic. I don't see the slightest possibility of it being feasible. Tsugawa Hideharu interrupted unhappily. Very illusory, no. Fang Hang, I have already completed the first 3 stages of human experimentation. I can prove it to you now. Could it be that there was an unexpected gain? Human experimentation, what are you referring to? To us humans. Our growth potential is far from reaching its limit. Through the secondary breeding of the Pupa project, your attribute can be further enhanced. How is it do you want to try it? This step is very simple. There's no need for troublesome procedures such as memory transplant or gene transplant. Fang Hang glanced at the pupae in the laboratory. Use them. He was not afraid that Tsugawa Hideharu would tamper with the modification process. In the elementary level Apocalypse game, if a similar modification was dangerous, the game would give a hint of the risk. Moreover, the vast majority of the risks could be eliminated by using survival points and evolution crystals. For example, the original zombie gene enhancement potions developed by Qiu Yaokang also had negative effects. At that time, Fang Hang had eliminated the negative effects through the consumption of survival points and evolution crystal fragments. However, psychologically, he still felt a sense of resistance toward this disgusting creature. He saw Mo Jiawei's excited expression. Why don't you give it a try? Me sure. Mo Jiawei didn't feel burdened by this kind of modification. On the contrary, he was very interested in it. On the screen, Tsugawa Hideharu shook his head and said, No, Fang Hang, he can't do it. His physical fitness is too low. He can't reach the minimum standard of cultivation. The success rate of forcefully cultivating him is very low. It's just a waste of materials. Too low. Mo Jiawei muttered softly. He felt that he was being targeted. I'm not that weak. Alright, then I'll give it a try. He still needed to buy time for the new plan. Fang Hang braced himself and took a small step forward. What should I do? It's very simple. You just need to enter the cocoon. It'll assist you in the subsequent modifications. However, I can't guarantee that the breeding and regeneration will be 100 complete this time. There's still a chance of failure in the evolution. Shichichi, the top layer of the cocoon was automatically torn open, revealing a black hole. It was very disgusting. Fang Hang took a deep breath, overcoming the psychological barrier and preparing to step into the cocoon. Tsugawa Hideharu interrupted. Wait a minute. Fang Hang raised his head and looked at the screen. The cooperation is mutual. I can provide you with Tier 1 modifications for free. Now, it's your turn to express yourself. You're right. What do you want me to show you? Before you enter the cocoon and complete the modification, I need you to fulfill your promise and use your zombies to help the mansion defend against the zombie horde outside. Fang Heng thought for a short while. No problem. Victor had completely cut off the communication between the 4th floor and the underground control room. This meant that Sugawa Hideharu didn't know that Victor was trying to dismantle the beam weapons on the 4th floor. Pretend to cooperate, buy some time first. Fang Heng agreed readily. Of course. But your men outside want to attack my liquors. Right. Don't worry about that. I'll communicate with the people outside. They want to attack your zombie team. That's good. Let us have a happy partnership. But these zombies still need my companions to command them. While speaking, Fang Heng secretly winked at Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei, go to the 4th floor and find Lucia. Ask her to help lead the zombie team to deal with the zombie horde outside. Okay. Mo Jiawei received the hint in Fang Heng's eyes and nodded slightly. He turned around and walked to the closed safety door. Without any doubt, Sugawa Hideharu opened the safety door. Seeing that Mo Jiawei had left safely, Fang Heng looked at Sugawa Hideharu on the screen. Can we start now? Fang Heng said as he raised his leg, stepped into the cocoon and stood inside it. The cocoon grew rapidly and the flesh expanded at a fast rate until it enveloped Fang Heng. Chichichi. The flesh slowly closed together. Fang Heng felt that he was trapped in a narrow space. The surroundings were warm and humid. He was clearly locked in a sealed space, but his breathing was not affected at all. His vision was pitch black and only the game hint in the lower right corner of his retina kept appearing. Hint: you are undergoing the special modification of the Pupa Project's Tier 1. Hint: the success rate of this modification is 87. 2. Hint: you can spend 12,800 survival points to increase the success rate of the modification to 100. Hint: the modification takes 120 minutes. You can spend an additional 6,200 survival points to greatly reduce the modification time and complete the modification ahead of schedule. Hint: during the modification process, special information is found to be implanted into your subconscious. There is a probability that your subconscious will be controlled by Sugawa Hideharu. You can spend 1,000 survival points and evolution crystal fragments 20 to remove this negative effect. Chapter 237 Little Corpse King. Chapter 237 Little Corpse King. Seeing the new hint in the game log, Fang Heng laughed coldly in his heart. Sure enough, Sugawa Hideharu had tampered with the Pupa Project's modification. Fang Heng muttered in his heart. Increase the success rate of the modification and remove all negative effects. There's no need to speed up for now. Hint: you have spent 13,800 survival points and 20 evolution crystal fragments to remove all negative effects. Current modification success rate 100. The next step was to wait quietly. Fang Heng found that his consciousness could still think clearly. Even though the space inside the cocoon was small, it was still enough to make some small movements. Fang Heng immediately took out the survival radio from his backpack. Very good, it can still be used. Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief. He tried to take out his sleeping bag from his backpack again. It can still be used. Originally, the success rate of this small greed plan was less than 50. Now, the success rate had reached 90. On the other side, after leaving the laboratory in the second basement, Mo Jiawei hurried to the 4th floor. He was about to inform Victor of the latest progress when he received an urgent message from Fang Heng. Mo Jiawei turned on the survival radio to observe. Fang Heng: change of plan. Tell Victor to stop dismantling the turrets. First, think of a way to cut off the power supply to the second basement so that Sugawa Hideharu can lose control of the mansion. As for the details, well, go offline and contact him. Think of a way to go offline as soon as possible. Outside the mansion, waves after waves of dense zombie horde swarmed toward the mansion. It was endless. A layer of zombies lay on the ground outside the mansion. With the help of the mansion's cannons, Zhao Qinzi and the mercenary group of the Meteorite Company fought back with all their might and kept throwing Molotov cocktail bottles outside. The situation was still under control. Suddenly, Meng Hao saw a tall shadow in the distance. Meng Hao's face darkened. It's the Corpse King. The Corpse King is coming. The Corpse King is coming. Be careful. Off in the distance, the little Corpse King blended in with the zombie horde and strode toward the mansion. Tier 4 creature Little Corpse King. Its appearance brought great psychological pressure to the players. Although it was only a small-sized Corpse King, the Little Corpse King was already more than 2 meters tall. Zhao Qinzi frowned. He turned his head and looked at the light cannon turret on the 4th floor of the mansion. At this stage of the game, ordinary players would have no chance against a Tier 4 Little Corpse King. The most they could do was reduce its HP. If they wanted to kill the Little Corpse King, they could only rely on their beam weapons. The light cannon turret did not disappoint Zhao Qinzi. The muzzle of the light cannon on the 4th floor of the mansion slowly turned and locked onto the Little Corpse King that was about to attack the mansion. Shoo! A dazzling blue light burst from the muzzle of the cannon instantly. The blue beam of light that was difficult to detect with the naked eye flashed before the player's eyes. The Little Corpse King that was striding towards the mansion let out a roar and its body lost control and fell to the ground. Its entire shoulder, which was connected to its right arm, was hit by the light cannon. The diameter of the light cannon was about the same size as a bracelet. It directly pierced through the Little Corpse King's body, leaving a bloody hole. Half of the Little Corpse King's arm was temporarily disabled, hanging on the side of its body. Blood kept gushing out of the wound. Good. Awesome kill it. Let it go wild again. Seeing that the Little Corpse King was heavily injured, the players burst into cheers and curses, and their morale was greatly boosted. The light cannon turrets immediately entered a charged state after releasing the laser beam. Zhao Qinzi knew very well that the light cannon turrets could deal heavy damage, but they consumed too much energy. Furthermore, they needed 12 minutes to recharge after a single shot. But why was only one of the 4 beam turrets in operation, and the other 3 didn't continue attacking? Just as they were wondering, the front door of the mansion behind them opened. Seeing the people walking out of the mansion, Meng Hao and Zhao Qinzi were stunned. They turned their heads to look at each other. They could see surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. Lucia. She was the first lieutenant of the Dark Knights who led the prison army to wipe out 7 areas in just a few days. Why was she here? It was no exaggeration to say that Meng Hao had watched dozens of videos of Lucia's game over the past 2 days. However, he had never thought that he would meet Lucia here. Why was she here? Lucia stood at the entrance of the mansion. Her eyes shone with a strange, blood-red glow. Shichichi Kai. More than 10 red shadows darted out from behind Lucia. Liquors. Meng Hao's heart raced. He had seen Lucia controlling the liquors dozens of times in the video. However, this was the first time he had seen the liquors at such a close distance. The powerful sense of oppression from the liquors was something he couldn't feel in the video. The berserk liquors flew toward the zombie horde outside. Ordinary Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies rarely took the initiative to attack the liquors. The liquors directly passed through the zombie horde and pounced toward the weakened Little Corpse King. The Little Corpse King didn't have time to fight back and was pounced on by more than 10 liquors. The sharp claws of the liquors continuously tore open large wounds on the Little Corpse King's body. The sharp teeth bit off chunks of flesh from the Little Corpse King. Meng Hao looked at the scene in front of him. His mind went blank. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and forced himself to think. What exactly happened? Why would Lucia, who should have been in prison, appear here? Meng Hao felt that his mind was in complete chaos. He turned to look at the NPCs of the Meteorite Company, hoping to get an answer from them. Facing Meng Hao's gaze, Hao Ti nodded and explained. Ms. Lucia is a friend of Mr. Tsugawa Hideharu. They are here to help us protect the shelter. What friend? Tsugawa Hideharu and the prison army had joined forces. How could this be? This was impossible. For a moment, Meng Hao's expression changed several times. He did not believe in the friend story. Moreover, the prison was also involved in the Pupa project. When did this happen? Why didn't they receive any information beforehand? Also, the difficulty level of the Blood Moon in the prison was not lower than here. Did they give up on the prison? If Fang Heng had already joined the Pupa project, or was the prison also part of the Pupa project? Could it be that the Blood Moon here was also affected by the prison's Blood Moon? Meng Hao was completely confused. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. He didn't even dare to think about it. Bang bang bang, the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from afar interrupted Meng Hao's thoughts. A tall figure walked out of the mansion from behind Lucia. When he saw the figure clearly, Meng Hao's face turned slightly pale. Tyrant. The tyrant strode toward the little corpse king in the zombie horde. Kai kai kai. Realizing that the tyrant was coming, the lickers that were attacking the little corpse king jumped away. The tyrant raised its fist. It landed on the little corpse king's head. Chapter 238 Body. Chapter 238 Body. Hint: your tyrant killed the corpse king. You received 424 survival points. You received Tier 2 Evolution Crystal 1. Hint: your licker killed a Tier 1 mutated zombie. Hint: you completed the first tier of the Pupa project. Hint: all your basic attributes 3. Basement. A hand reached out from the cocoon. Feng Heng struggled to push the cocoon away and crawled out. The clothes on his body had been completely corroded. Feng Heng did not feel any discomfort during the entire process of the pupa transformation. He could even use the simple bed function to go offline at the beginning. However, 10 minutes later, Feng Heng received a message that the simple bed had been corroded, so he had to go online immediately. Fortunately, there was a spare in his backpack. Feng Heng took out a set of clothes and changed into them. Sugawa Hideharu appeared on the monitor screen again. Looks like you've succeeded. How does the first modification feel? Feng Heng tried to move his body and looked at the time through the game log. The Pupa project's modification took a full 2 hours. There were still 3 minutes before the implementation of the plan that he and Mo Jiawei had agreed on. This is only the initial effect of the modification. When the modification is gradually perfected, you can get more enhanced. There's nothing more wonderful than eternal life. Is it? Indeed. It's not bad. Feng Heng tried to move his body and opened the game log to observe his attributes. HP 810,810. Strength 27. 5. Agility 22. 5. Physique 30. 5. Will 11. 2. Perception 29. 7. Intelligence 8. The initial modification effect of the Pupa project could achieve the effect of 3 to all attributes. This was already considered an extremely powerful effect. Qiu Yaokang's gene enhancement potion could only increase the 3 combat attributes, which were strength, agility and perception, by 5 points. As far as Feng Heng was concerned, skill books that could increase the 2 basic attributes, intelligence and will, were practically non-existent. The strengthening of all his attributes, more or less, made up for some of his shortcomings. The Pupa project was not bad. Feng Heng was getting more and more excited. He touched his chin and then raised his head. His face was serious. Mr. Tsugawa Hideharu, I hereby extend a sincere invitation to you. I hope you can consider joining my shelter real estate project. Our goal is to build the largest and strongest shelter in the world. I can promise you that I will do my best to help you complete the Pupa project on the premise of ensuring the safety of Qiu Yaokang's experiments. What? Don't you understand? Actually, what I mean is, how about you join my shelter? Our employee benefits are pretty good. There was anger in Sugawa Hideharu's tone. Are you kidding me, Feng Heng? I'm sorry. The time is up. I'll decline by default. Ka. In the next second, the power supply of the entire underground laboratory was cut off. The room suddenly went dark. According to Feng Heng's offline communication with Mo Jiawei, Victor immediately stopped moving the beam turrets. Instead, he tried to cut off the connection between the second basement and the outside world and completely seized control of the mansion. Feng Heng wanted to play big. He wanted to directly move the entire research room of the Pupa project away. The problem was it would take a long time to move everything back to the shelter. There was no time at all. Therefore, Feng Heng made the latest plan. As the saying goes, the dove takes the magpie's nest. He might as well directly occupy the mansion and then rely on the laser cannons in the mansion to withstand the Blood Moon zombie wave. After guarding the Blood Moon zombie wave, he would return to the shelter with the experimental materials and the light cannon turrets. Although the idea was good, the first step in the actual operation ran into trouble. Victor found that there was a backup power source in the second basement of the mansion's laboratory. The best he could do was to cut off the connection between the second baseman's laboratory and the outside world. Fang Heng stood still on the spot and looked up at the dark screen. 2 seconds later, the backup power source was activated again, and the angry face of Tsugawa Hideharu appeared on the screen again. Fang Heng, do you know what you are doing? The power source was restored, and Tsugawa Hideharu realized that the main control room in the second basement was completely cut off from the outside world. This meant that he could not contact the outside world, and he could not remotely control the mercenary of the meteorite company in the outside world. Very good. Fang Heng, you will pay for what you have done. On the screen, Tsugawa Hideharu's facial features became distorted. The entire laboratory emitted a sizzling sound. The pupae began to squirm and expand, opening their mouths one after another. A disgusting humanoid life form crawled out of the pupae. Their skin had not fully grown yet. Sticking together, their bodies were covered in wet mucus. Their facial features as well. Fang Heng took 2 steps back. He did not expect that the life forms that were born from the pupae could still fight. The door behind them was locked tightly and he could not escape. Fang Heng carefully observed this scene. It seemed that these humanoid life forms did not move very fast. Most of them could not even keep standing. After emerging from the insect pupae, they fell to the ground. They kept trying to stand up from the ground but fell again and again. However, there were also some who could walk upright as soon as they were born. Step by step, they approached Fang Heng. Fang Heng quickly switched to a shotgun and pressed the trigger on the nearest humanoid life form. With one shot, the human-like body was blasted into a pile of minced meat. Hint: you have killed a special mutated body. You have gained 5 survival points. It looked very weak. Fang Heng evaluated the strength of the mutant and aimed the muzzle at the other mutant. The other mutant who was aimed at by the muzzle immediately made a dodging action. It was consciously trying to avoid the position of the muzzle. It even knew how to dodge. Fang Heng's heart jumped. Then, a mutant suddenly rushed toward Fang Heng. The sharp weapon in the hand of the mutant made a piercing sound in the air. Was it a knife? No, it was not a knife. It was a bone. Sharp bone spikes grew out from the bottom of the mutant's palm, measuring more than 25 centimeters. Fang Heng immediately moved the muzzle of the gun. Another shot. The mutant was blown to pieces. The pieces of flesh and blood fell to the ground and quickly dissolved into a pool of blood. Fang Heng, do you see this? They are the first batch of bodies that I prepared for rebirth. Part of the genetic map of Mr. Nez, head of security of the meteorite company, has been injected into their bodies. That's why they were born with Mr. Nez combat skills. After fusion with the primogenitor virus, they became better at fighting. The bone spur that you see is the product of the primogenitor virus self-evolution. I think this has something to do with Mr. Nez's fondness for using daggers when he was alive. Unfortunately, I don't like this kind of self-evolution. So this body was abandoned by me. They are a bit difficult to deal with. Right. Chapter 239 Bullet Time. Chapter 239 Bullet Time. Mr. Tsugawa, thank you for your hint. Fang Heng snorted lightly in his heart. He also realized that these mutants were learning. The mutants, who were still trying to stand on the ground, had already successfully learned to walk. The batch of mutants with the fastest learning ability could already sprint and use bone spikes to attack at short distances. However, they are still a little too weak. Ha ha ha. Humans are originally weak creatures. After equipping weapons, their combat ability will be greatly improved. Fang Heng reloaded the shotgun. There were too many. The number of humanoid lifeforms also surprised Fang Heng. The insect pupae continued to squirm, constantly breeding new mutants from within. Fang Heng aimed his muzzle at the pupae. The pupae were extremely sturdy. A single shot from a shotgun would not be able to destroy them. Seeing Fang Heng in such a predicament, Tsugawa Hideharu let out a maniacal laugh. Aha, Fang Heng. Stop struggling. No one can save you. I've been working on the pupa project for more than 10 years. Do you think it's just an eternal life project? No. It's also the clone project. There are tens of thousands of clones. Although they don't have souls, they have the strength and combat ability of the main body. These are all things that are recorded in their genes. Only such clones can be called biological weapons. Right? Feel the evolution of nature. Fang Hang, it's a pity. You could have been a member of this great project, but your choice disappointed. Fang Hang pursed his lips, thinking to himself that Tsugawa Hideharu was really crazy. Wasn't it just an intelligent program hidden in the computer? I understand. Now you can shut up. As Fang Hang spoke, he switched to the automatic rifle and aimed the muzzle at a few cameras in the corner of the room. After getting an additional 3 points for all his attributes for free, Fang Hang found that the accuracy of his automatic rifle had been slightly improved. The few cameras and loudspeakers in the room were all blown up. Instantly, Tsugawa Hideharu's voice disappeared. He could no longer make sense of the situation in the laboratory through the monitor. Fang Hang retracted his gaze and looked around at the circle of mutants. This group of mutants had cultivated the genetic fragments of the head of security of the meteorite company and incorporated some of the combat techniques he had mastered when he was alive. They all stood at a distance from Fang Hang and circled him carefully as if they were looking for a suitable attack point. Fang Hang quickly judged the current situation. The mutants were still growing out of the pupae. If this dragged on, he would die here. He had to think of a way. If he guessed correctly, the pupae that were growing the mutants should be controlled by the main control computer. Destroying the main control computer directly might be able to remove the control over the mutants. He still had 3 small explosive packs for self-defense. Using them to directly blow up the main control platform was not a problem. It was easy to blow up the main control platform, but it would take more time to rebuild it later. Not to mention that there was precious information in the computer equipment. He also hoped to bring all the relevant information back to the shelter and continue his research on the Pupa project. The Pupa project was too valuable. Swish. 2 mutants, one on the left and one on the right, pounced on Fang Hang at the same time. The bone spikes in their hands drew a faint sound in the air. At this moment, Fang Hang suddenly had a strange feeling. The flow of time in the surroundings slowed down in an instant. Fang Hang realized that he could more easily capture and predict the movements of the mutants. Their movements slowed down by nearly 2 times. At the same time, a game hint appeared in the lower right corner of his retina. Hint: player's total basic combat attribute: strength, agility, physique, will, perception is higher than 120 points. Actual combat skill: awakened bullet time, skill bullet time, skill level during combat. All players have a probability of awakening the skill after fulfilling the conditions. Skill description: in combat, the player's consciousness flow rate increases, and the effect of the skill is related to the player's basic attribute. The skill is activated passively. The activation process will consume more vitality. Fang Hang's eyelids twitched. He took half a step back and quickly switched to Butcher's machete. Hiss! He swung his machete forward. A white light flashed. The broken limb effect was triggered. The 2 mutants were cut in half by the machete. The corpses fell to the ground and melted into a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. Bullet time. Fang Hang lowered his head, looked at the machete in his hand and muttered to himself. He had not engaged in close combat for a long time, especially with the zombie team. Most of the time, he controlled the zombie team and used his guns to support them. The last time he used his machete was when he fought the zombie horde in Pine City. During this period, his character had reached level 16, and he had also obtained low-level vampire skills. In addition, he had just gotten an additional 3 points for all his attributes from Tsugawa Hideharu. Without realizing it, his attributes had increased greatly. So this strong. He raised his head and looked at the mutants around him who had maintained a certain distance from him. Fang Hang raised the machete in his hand. He felt that he could be greedy again. In the real world, office center of the federal government of Sicheng, meeting room on the 3rd floor. Every time a special event like the Blood Moon happened in the game server, all the relevant leaders of the Federation would convene a long-distance video conference to coordinate the overall situation. After ensuring the safety of the temporary resource point in the game, Shan Yu was the first to go offline. What he was most worried about now was Fang Hang's prison. There were more than 1,000 people there. Among them, more than 200 were important figures who had joined the Federation's Blood Moon project. Nothing must go wrong. Shen Yu pushed open the door of the large meeting room. The smell of cigarettes assailed his nostrils. causing him to frown. Smoke lingered in the large meeting room. Most of the people in charge of the various regions in Sucheng were frowning, looking lifeless. His superior, Zhang Yuekan, was sitting by the window, smoking one cigarette after another. It seemed that the situation was not good. Chen Yu's heart sank. He knew the temper of his boss, Zhang Yuekan. When he was in a bad mood, anyone who went up to him would be scolded by him. A colleague who was familiar with Chen Yu walked over and asked in a low voice, "Captain Chen, is the situation at your resource point okay?" Chen Yu also replied in a low voice, "Yes. The resources point is almost stable. Blood Moon level 5 is not difficult, and the frequency of zombies spawning has decreased. I went offline earlier to take a look. Is the situation in our jurisdiction bad?" His colleague lowered his voice. "It's really bad. 2 shelters of the Blood Moon project have been destroyed, and the remaining 5 haven't been contacted yet. I guess they are in trouble." "What about the prison? How is the prison?" Chapter 240 Memory Carrier. Chapter 240 Memory Carrier. The prison is very safe. Our people contact the prison every 5 minutes. I heard that the number of zombies in the prison has started to decrease. Everything is under control. Ah, are you mistaken? The number of zombies in the prison has started to decrease. I think so. The prison is not a big problem. I just heard from a friend in the prison that they had large skewers of roasted meat with beer for lunch. I think the chefs there are still in the mood to make kebabs. It's probably safe." The colleague couldn't help but smile wryly. DMN. They were so busy and worried here. The people in the prison were already eating kebabs and drinking beer to celebrate. "Oh right. He even asked me if they still accept people after the end of the Blood Moon. He's willing to pay for it himself. So it doesn't matter if there's barbecued meat or not. The main thing is that the prison environment is good." Shen Yu was also stunned when he heard that. This wasn't right. There were at least 1,000 people in the prison, and they were at least at Blood Moon level 30. In theory, the higher the level of the Blood Moon, the more difficult it would be at the later stage. The Corpse King should have started to respawn, but it was far from reaching the most dangerous period. How did it end early? It didn't make sense. How did they get rid of the Corpse King? As Chen Yu felt dizzy with this latest piece of information, the main control screen in the room suddenly switched to a senior military officer of the Federation. It was the head of District 8 of Zombie Apocalypse, Sun Yaobang. Seeing Sun Yaobang, everyone in the meeting room stood up in unison. Zhang Yuekun frowned even more. He also put out his cigarette and stood up. His expression was indescribably solemn. On the camera, Sun Yaobang's expression was solemn. "Colleagues, the latest news is that some anti-Federation forces have begun to interfere with the main storyline mission. They are expected to head to Pine City 2 days later. We must also speed up and complete the main storyline operation before them. After the Blood Moon ends, we will immediately set up a special action team. In addition, we have just contacted IFK Gaming Company. They have released part of the information about the Pupa project to us. Currently, the shelter that IFK established in the game is suspected to be affected by unknown interference from the outside world. The difficulty level of the Blood Moon has increased significantly. IFK shelter has fallen and the Pupa project is also under great threat. IFK Gaming Company believes that unknown interference from the outside world may be related to the Dark Knights. They do not rule out the possibility that it is related to the anti-federal organization. Under such circumstances, they believe that the success rate of completing the Pupa project by themselves is extremely low. Therefore, they have made a request to cooperate with us and are willing to share the Pupa project with us. I have already asked my superiors to evaluate the project. Superiors believe that the Pupa project is very important to the entire King of Gods game. If we successfully obtain the Pupa project, it can greatly increase the strength of the federal team in the elementary and intermediate level games. Head Captain Zhang Yuekun, Head Captain Yu Feiying, Head Captain Zhu Jiu. The IFK shelter is located near your jurisdiction. I need you to immediately mobilize all your manpower and send people to the IFK shelter to assist them. Immediately form a team and set off. I will contact you individually for the specific targets of the mission." Zhang Yuekun saluted the screen and said, "Yes." After the last-minute speech, The screen switched back to the main venue. Shan Yu stood where he was, still a little confused, although he did not know what this pupa project was. To be able to make his superiors so concerned and even put the Blood Moon project in second place. This project must be something powerful. The interference of unknown factors, the involvement of the Dark Knights. Shan Yu's heart stirred and he scratched his head. He had a strange premonition. Did the leader mean Fang Heng when he said unknown factors? Why did it sound so similar? No. Fang Heng should still be fighting against zombies in the shelter. It couldn't be him. What if it was? With the mentality of trying it out, Shan Yu immediately contacted Fang Heng's assistant and asked her if she knew about the pupa project. Achoo! In the second basement laboratory, Fang Heng sneezed. Just as he thought. There was an upper limit to the number of mutants the pupae could produce. As long as he was patient, he could kill them one by one. After cleaning up all the mutants, Fang Heng studied the pictures that he had just imported from outside the game for a long time. He really didn't understand the complex operation of the main control machine, so he could only activate the game recording function, and then go offline and pass it to Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei returned to the game and drew pictures for Victor based on the videos. It should be this. After countless failed attempts, Fang Heng once again entered a string of codes and pressed the green button. A row of small words appeared on the screen. System rebooting, entering manual mode. The room instantly darkened. 2 seconds later, the power in the entire room was activated again. Phew, it finally succeeded. Fang Heng felt that controlling this thing was several times more tiring than controlling a tyrant in battle. After forcefully switching back to manual mode, he finally regained control from Tsugawa Hideharu and manually controlled the second basement. Memory carrier. Fang Heng muttered softly. Following the method provided by Victor, he tried to find the memory carrier left behind by Tsugawa Hideharu in the control room. He couldn't find it. The memory carrier was not hidden in a computer in the control room. Fang Heng turned back and looked at the 2 rooms behind the laboratory's main hall. These 2 rooms were originally locked through the computer in the main control room. Fang Heng manually operated the system to open the door lock and walked to the door on the left. In the middle of the room, a blue crystal about half a meter tall was constantly emitting a weak light. The crystal's chassis was connected to more than 10 wires. Crystal. Fang Heng was puzzled. He walked forward and carefully observed it. He tried to touch the crystal with his finger, trying to get more information from the game hint. Hint: you have found a special item, soul memory carrier. Item: soul memory carrier. Type: special item. Description: a magic crystal carrier that can hold the soul and memory carrier. It contains a soul memory. Description: your perception attribute has not reached the basic judgment. You have not mastered the relevant skills. You are unable to obtain more information. Description: special item. Cannot be placed in the backpack. This is a memory carrier. Fang Heng was a little surprised. He originally thought that the memory carrier was a computer program, a piece of code, but he did not expect it to be something similar to a crystal. The hint description stated that there was insufficient perception attribute to obtain more information. His perception was already 29.7. But it was still not enough to discover the secret of the crystal. Could this thing be very valuable? Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. Suddenly, the crystal in front of him began to shake uncontrollably. Chapter 241 Pupa Project Reincarnation Device. Chapter 241 Pupa Project Reincarnation Device. Fang Heng suddenly retracted his hand. In the next second, the memory carrier exploded into dust in front of Fang Heng. Hint: you have destroyed Tsugawa Hideharu's memory carrier. According to team contribution, you have received 50 King of Gods points. Please go to any contact point of the Dark Knights to receive the remaining reward. What was going on? This thing could not be touched by hand. Or did Tsugawa Hideharu choose to self-destruct men? Fang Heng cursed in a low voice. He felt that it was most likely the latter. This room contained a memory carrier. Then what was in the other room? After all, he was one of the founders of the meteorite company. He should have left behind some good stuff. Right. Fang Heng adjusted his emotions and looked forward to going to the other room to win the prize. After exiting the small room, Fang Heng pushed open the alloy door of the other room. The two rooms were the same size and the furnishings were about the same. There was a metal container lying quietly in the middle of the room. At first glance, it looked like a coffin box. On the side of the coffin box, there were a few small cultivation pods filled with various solutions. What the hell was this? Fang Heng slowly walked up to the coffin box and placed his hand on the box. Gulp. Fang Heng could not help but swallow his saliva when he saw the game hint. This hint: you have found a special item, pupa plan reincarnation device, fusion of special reincarnation solution materials. Item: pupa plan reincarnation device. Item level 3. Special description: this item cannot be stored in a backpack. Description: Sugawa Haiji exhausted his efforts and spent decades of research to create a reincarnation device that simulated the evolution of pupa. It had been fused with special reincarnation solution materials. Effect description: 1 binds the player's genetic map in advance. When the player dies, the player can choose to consume an additional 100 King of Gods points. 50 survival points. Evolution crystal fragments 1250. Complete evolution crystal fragments 250. Tier 1 evolution crystal 25. Tier 2 evolution crystal 5. Incubating and rebirth in the pupa plane reincarnation device. This rebirth does not consume the player's remaining number of rebirths. Effect description: 2 the reincarnation level at the current stage is level 2. After rebirth, the player can obtain an additional pupa plan level 3 transformation effect. The effect is 7 to all attributes. This effect is effective for the first time, and the high-level effect covers low-level effects. Usage requirement: 1 rebirth takes 3 days. This rebirth time cannot be shortened. During the rebirth process, the player will stay in the King of God space, cannot enter the game, but can perform offline operations. Usage requirement: 2 will only take effect when the player's remaining number of survivals is greater than 0, and the player must bind to this game world server zombie apocalypse. District 8. Usage requirement: 3 this device can only be used in a laboratory above level 20. Usage requirement: 4 when this device is used, it needs to be paired with a researcher whose level is higher than a level, or a player 2 who has research skills higher than level 45. Usage requirement: 5 player must undergo a soul transfer after rebirth. The player can use an additional 100 King of Gods points to undergo a soul transfer or other methods to transfer the soul. Usage requirement: 6 special fusion material achieved. Usage requirement: 7 before use, the player needs to bind his genetic fragment within 10 days required. NPC or player who has mastered level 55 scientific research skills or above is required to extract and load the genetic fragment. Special description: 1 after rebirth, the damage to the body can be fully recovered, but the damage to the soul cannot be removed. Special description: 2 some parts of the item cannot be used multiple times. After using it once, it will be damaged. The player can try to recover some of the wreckage and activate the special experimental item pupa project. Special description: the conditions for the pupa project include player's shelter must be at level 70, player's shelter scientific research at level 60, player's shelter construction at level 60. Rebirth. Rebirth was not counted in the 3 deaths. After rebirth, there was an additional increase in the body's attributes, other than the time required for rebirth being a little longer and the number of points consumed being a little higher. There were almost no other negative effects. Fang Heng's mind was only filled with one word: rich. He took a few deep breaths and managed to calm himself down. The effects were strong and there were a total of 7 restrictions. Fang Heng corresponded the usage requirements of the pupa project to himself, other than the 5th point, which cost him 100 King of Gods points. Everything else was satisfied. In other words, he only needed to spend 200 King of Gods points to resurrect once for free. After that, when he finished retrieving the reincarnation device, his laboratory would be able to start the research of the pupa project. This was a huge profit. He had to move this thing back to his shelter. Therefore, the mansion had to be defended. If he wanted to defend the mansion 100, he had to make use of the people from EFK company who were currently outside. Yes, that's right, he had to find Victor first. Tens of thousands of zombies were still attacking the mansion continuously. Lucia commanded the zombie team to fight. The way to fight was very simple. First, she used the beam weapon to severely wound the Corpse King. Then, she used the entanglement skill of the tyrant form to trap and kill the weakened Corpse King. The lickers crazily attacked from the side. Finally, the tyrant hammered on the Corpse King's head and killed the Corpse King. Lucia didn't quite understand Fang Heng's request. Why did he have to let the tyrant use its last punch to kill the Corpse King as the ending? However, she still followed Fang Heng's instructions faithfully. In the Eve Company's group of players, Meng Hao hurriedly went online again. Even in such a dangerous situation, he still forcefully threw a simple bet on the ground and went offline to contact the company's higher-ups. It's past. The company has already decided to cooperate with the Federation and share the Pupa project. The Federation has also agreed to quickly bring reinforcements to help us protect the mansion. Dao Qinzi nodded. After decades of planning and preparation, their original plan was to monopolize the Pupa project. Now, they have to share it with the Federation. It was very unpleasant, but they had no choice. They had no choice but to make changes to the preset plan. They could not wait another 30 to 40 years, waiting for the next new server to open again, with the Dark Knights and possibly the prison players joining them. Eve Company found that they had completely lost control of this hidden mission. Cooperating with the Federation was the best solution they could come up with. The Federation could provide a huge amount of manpower and resources to help them regain the right to speak in the Pupa project. As the two of them were talking, the mercenary captain, Hao Ti, walked over to Meng Hao. Mr. Meng Hao, Mr. Tsugawa wants to talk to you. This old man was finally willing to talk. Meng Hao's heart stirred. He immediately took the walkie-talkie from Hao Ti. Dao Qinzi also leaned over to listen. Tsugawa Hideharvest's voice could be heard from the walkie-talkie. Meng Hao, I have some very bad news for. Chapter 242 Controlling Water Temperature. Chapter 242 Controlling Water Temperature. The two beam cannons in the residence have unexpectedly malfunctioned during operation. The cannons have been damaged and they could not be used for the time being. Meng Hao's face fell. The zombie wave was surging. It was already very difficult for them to deal with this situation. If the two beam cannons went on strike, how were they supposed to defend against the next wave of zombies? The people from the Federation still had to deal with the low-level Blood Moon. It would take at least 2 to 3 hours for them to arrive. Without the two beam cannons, how were they supposed to defend? As time passed, once the zombie horde gathered, they might as well surrender. My people are already carrying out emergency repairs on the beam cannons. To survive this period, I will provide you with some combat weapons to ensure your combat ability to deal with the zombies outside. Hearing this, Meng Hao was stunned. Finally, Tsugawa Hideharu was finally willing to provide them with weapons. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. With the support of high-level weapons, they could more or less hold on for some time. If they were lucky, they might even be able to hold on until the Federation's reinforcements arrived. Meng Hao had scolded Tsugawa Hideharu in his heart countless times. This old man who didn't give a single cent. However, he still hid his emotions and replied, "Thank you for your generosity. Mr. Tsugawa, we will do our best to help you protect the safety of the mansion." "You're welcome. In addition, I know that your team has some unconventional and powerful weapons. I hope that you can use these weapons to help me protect the mansion and the Pupa project. It is all I have. As long as you can protect the mansion, I will give you compensation at the end of the Blood Moon." Compensation. Meng Hao's heart pounded violently, and he exchanged a glance with Dao Qinzi. Dao Qinzi suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Mr. Tsugawa Hideharu, if we successfully resist the attack of the zombie horde, are you willing to release the Pupa Project Level 1 to us?" Tsugawa Hideharu was silent for a moment. He seemed to be considering the conditions Meng Hao had proposed. Meng Hao's breathing became heavy, and his heart was in his throat. Once Tsugawa Hideharu agreed, it would be equivalent to getting all the players in the company to obtain 3 attribute modifications. In the early stages of the game, such modification was worth thousands of gold coins. After thinking for a moment, Tsugawa Hideharu replied, "I promise you, but you must provide the materials needed for the experiment and the corresponding maintenance fees. Moreover, I cannot guarantee the success rate of the experiment. Alright, Mr. Tsugawa. Don't worry, we will do our best to protect the safety of the mansion. I wish you all good luck. I will get someone to repair the beam turret as soon as possible. After hanging up, Meng Hao waved his fist fiercely. That old fart. Tsugawa Hideharu. He finally relented. Last time, their company spent a lot of resources to exchange for 2 Pupa Project Level 1 modification slots from Tsugawa Hideharu. It seemed that this time, the mansion was at a critical juncture of life and death. Only then would he be willing to relent. As long as they could defend the mansion, they could officially participate in Tsugawa Hideharu's Pupa project. From the beginning of the Blood Moon until now, they finally had some good news. The NPCs belonging to the Meteorite Company dragged out a few weapon boxes from the warehouse for the players to take. Now, the EVE Company players had the defense weapons, as well as an even bigger goal. For a moment, the players' team was full of fighting spirit. Meng Hao couldn't help but think that if Tsugawa Hideharu revealed the Pupa Project Level 1 to them, then they would be able to make up for the loss of the shelter. He could also explain to his boss and the board of directors. Everything was built on the premise of protecting the mansion. They had to protect the mansion. Thinking of this, Meng Hao immediately turned to Zhao Qinzi and said, "Just these ordinary weapons aren't enough to stop the Corpse King. I'm going offline to apply to the headquarters to obtain the King of Gods points to buy weapons." Okay. Zhao Qinzi was as calm as ever, but unlike before, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Hurry up and go. I will handle the situation here." On the other side, Victor turned off the microphone switch, turned off the computer simulation sound effects and made an okay gesture to Mo Jiawei. Fang Hang high-fived Mo Jiawei, who was sitting in front of the microphone. Haha, those idiots think I'm Tsugawa Hideharu. This time, I'm sure they'll be fooled. Mo Jiawei was in a good mood and laughed out loud. When he was carrying out the expansion plan, EVE Company had secretly set him up. A big problem had occurred and the prison had almost fallen. Now that he had taken revenge on them, the feeling was really good. He felt more at ease. Victor had also overheard the conversation between Mo Jiawei, who was pretending to be Tsugawa Hideharu, and the EVE Company player. He felt strange and could not help but ask, "But Fang Hang, why are we lying to them? The 4 beam energy cannons are still intact and in a usable state. We are not in a hurry to dismantle the laser beam turrets now." Sai uncle is really naive. Looking at the innocent Victor, Mo Jiawei sighed and shook his head repeatedly. He thought that Victor was not good enough. It was obvious that he was a newcomer who had just joined Fang Hang's team. He was not sinister enough. Fang Hang was in a good mood after he got the Pupa project for free. He patiently explained, "Victor, have you heard of controlling the water temperature?" Controlling the water temperature? Victor looked confused. "What's that?" "I'll do it." Mo Jiawei volunteered to explain the story of boiling a frog in warm water to Victor. If you put a frog into boiling water, it will jump out. But if you put it into cold water and heat it slowly, it will not sense the danger and will eventually be cooked. Victor frowned and thought for a while. "Mo Jiawei, I doubt the correctness of your theory. Correctness and authenticity are not important. The meaning of this story is that we have to play with the people of EVE slowly and control the water temperature. Don't scare them yet." Victor suddenly understood. "I understand. You want to continue to give the EVE team a certain amount of pressure and not give them time to catch their breath." "That's right. People tend to have wild thoughts when they are not under pressure. If they sense that something is wrong and take the initiative to attack the mansion, it will be very troublesome. If we give them some pressure, they won't have the time to have wild thoughts. The second point is to cheat them of their King of Gods points and get them to give us what they have." Mo Jiawei also chuckled. Right. If they don't need to deal with the zombies, they might use these points against us. So let's quickly cheat them now." Cheating the enemy of their King of Gods points was cool. It was really cool to harm others and benefit oneself. Fang Heng continued, "The third point is more important. I just received news that EVE Company has reached a cooperation agreement with the Federation. The Federation will come here soon to support them." As he spoke, Fang Heng's expression gradually became serious. I don't want the Federation to find out that we're related to the Pupa Project. Try to delay the time for the outside world to deal with the Blood Moon. We need to send all the information related to the Pupa Project back to the shelter before the outside world finds out that there's a problem inside the mansion. Oh right. We also need to take the beam turrets with us. Don't forget about that. Victor stood up and said, Okay. He'll go to the second basement to start the demolition. Now. Mo Jiawei patted his chest and said, Leave the beam turrets to me. I'm familiar with controlling the temperature of the water. Okay. Fang Heng controlled the zombie team behind him and said, Victor, I'll help you dismantle the machine. Chapter 243 Transfer. Chapter 243 Transfer. After equipping their weapons, the morale of the Eve Company players was greatly boosted. After being suppressed by the zombie horde for so long, they could finally vent their frustrations. Meng Hao reported the situation to the company leader before he went online again. Looking at the players who were fighting the zombie horde, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He seemed to have overlooked some details. What was it? But before he had time to think, a small pistol was stuffed into his hand. How was the company? Meng Hao immediately stopped thinking and raised his head to answer. A total of 1 points. This amount is the most points the company can raise in a short period of time. Anything more than that will incur handling fees. The company can't afford it. Okay. As much as the company can afford. Meng Hao took out the flashbang and rocket that he had just exchanged from his backpack. The eyes of the surrounding players lit up when they saw this rocket. They finally had a weapon that could suppress the little corpse king. In addition, I've communicated with the contact person of the Federation. Their people have just been triggered and are on their way. They will arrive soon. At that time, they will provide support in the periphery of Meng City to help us reduce the number of zombies. Okay. 2 hours later. At the periphery of Meng City, Shen Yu also joined as a member of the support team to counter Meng City's Blood Moon zombie wave. He was going to apply to his superiors for assistance in the prison. He didn't expect that Eve would pull him over to be a coolie. After the federal team arrived at the predetermined location, they immediately formed a battlefield on the spot. They used bows and arrows to shoot from afar, trying to reduce the number of zombies that spawned. Shen Yu, who was in the team, scratched his head. He felt that something was wrong. Was that place the entrance to the sewer? Why were so many zombies rushing toward that place? For some reason, Shen Yu thought of Fang Heng, who often moved in the sewer. Hint: your zombie has transported the package No. 291 to the designated location and is returning. Hint: your zombie has completed the dismantling of the mechanical parts. Hint: your tyrant clone has successfully killed the little corpse king. You have obtained 112 survival points. Tier 2 Evolution Crystal 1. Hint: your zombie has completed the dismantling of the mechanical parts. It took Fang Heng 3 hours to control the zombie team to work with Victor to dismantle the laboratory in the second basement. The dismantled mechanical parts were packed by Victor himself and then transported by the zombies. They were temporarily piled up at the stairway of the basement. Victor was very patient and made a number on each box to make it easier for the parts to be transferred back and assembled. As time was tight, brute force was unavoidable during the dismantling process and many parts were damaged. However, Victor promised that he could complete the repairs when he returned. The demolition of the basement came to an end. Fang Heng and Victor rushed back to the main control room on the 4th floor. How's the situation outside? In the main control room, Mo Jiawei was sitting in front of the big screen, concentrating on controlling the water temperature. It's a bit difficult. These people are too powerful. Even the rocket launchers had been triggered. An hour ago, I forcefully damaged another light beam turret. If this continues, I'm afraid the water temperature will not be under control. So powerful. Fang Heng was also shocked. Through the monitor screen, he observed the situation outside the mansion. The people from Eve Company went all out. Just like what Mo Jiawei said, Eve spent a huge amount of money to buy high explosive bombs, rocket launchers, flashbangs and other combat weapons. Fortunately, we didn't fight them head on, otherwise it would have been a bit troublesome. Fang Heng muttered softly. From the looks of it, They had likely consumed at least 700 to 800 of their King of Gods points. Feng Heng felt a little embarrassed. He looked at the time. There was still nearly an hour left until the end of the blood moon, and the frequency of corpse kings spawning had obviously decreased. The strength of the corpse wave had also begun to gradually decrease. Victor asked, Feng Heng, can we start dismantling the light beam turret? Feng Heng nodded. Yes. Start dismantling. Hee. The water temperature is rising again. Right, let me do it. Off to the side. Mo Joey skillfully turned on the voice control and the walkie-talkie. Put Menghao on the communicator. Mr. Menghao, I have some unfortunate news for you. The last beam cannon turret is temporarily unable to operate due to overheating. I've already sent people to carry out emergency repairs. Goddamn men. When he heard Sugawa Haidhara's voice, Menghao had the urge to smash the walkie-talkie. There was only 1 hour left until the end of the blood moon, and the intensity of the zombie wave had begun to drop. It was estimated that it would be the last few waves. So why did he drop the bomb again? When the EFK players heard the voice coming from the walkie-talkie, they also began to curse. What bullshit company is this? Why are they using inferior products? They had 4 beam turrets, and all are spoilt. Are you kidding me? When the mission is completed, I will tear down their mansion one day. What kind of mission is this? They won't let anyone live. The players of the company were still focused on dealing with the zombies despite the curses. Every time they were at the point of wiping out the zombies, they became extremely excited. Stop complaining. There's only 1 hour left, let's make it through. This should be the game's special setting due to the difficulty level of this mission. We can't use the laser weapons to kill the zombies in the final hour. Zhao Qinzi was worried that their morale would be affected, so he casually found an excuse to justify the situation before commanding everyone to continue fighting. Hold on for a little longer. The people from the Federation have already arrived at the periphery of Meng City. They will help us reduce the number of zombies as well so as to relieve the pressure on us. We can make it through. Arrow, go buy 3 flashbangs and 20 rocket launchers. But, Captain, we don't have any King of Gods points anymore. Menghao gritted his teeth. Use mine. I'll go buy them. Zhao Qinzi nodded. After we're done, we'll report the expense to the company. As he spoke, Zhao Qinzi turned his gaze to Lucia, who was standing at the entrance of the mansion. Right now, Lucia had become the last hope in their hearts. They could still hold on without the beam turret, but Lucia must not have any problems. Their biggest attack output was the zombie team controlled by Lucia. Lucia's expression was as calm as ever. As she controlled the zombie team to fight, she did not forget to observe the EFK company players' every move. She whispered into the walkie-talkie. Okay, I'm safe. I understand. Feng Heng, you have to be careful too. Hint: the current blood moon has ended. You have successfully passed the blood moon. You have unlocked your mid-tier gaming qualification. It's over. I'm out of jail. D a minute. I'm suffocating. Applause and cheers rang out in the temporary safe house in the basement. Most of the players had gone offline to sleep. The blood moon ended when they woke up. It was simple. Looking at the excited players, Liao Bufan yawned. It's finally over. He had no way to go offline, so he quietly sat with these players for 9 hours. It was too boring. Mo Jiawei and Feng Heng were having a good time at the mansion. Following Feng Heng's instructions, Liao Bufan immediately began to evacuate the players back to the prison. Thank you for your support. Now, please line up and return to the prison. After we finish cleaning up the battlefield, you can leave the prison on your own. The players did not want to stay in this enclosed basement any longer. They lined up and left one by one. Chapter 244 Twists and Turns. Chapter 244 Twists and Turns. It took more than 20 minutes until the last player left. Mo Jiwei then asked 2 elite Dark Knights to stand guard at the door and open the other door. Soon, the zombies lined up one by one and moved all kinds of mechanical parts and insect pupae into the basement of the shelter through the passage. Meanwhile, in the main command room on the 4th floor of the mansion, the 4 beam turrets in the second basement had been dismantled by the zombie team. Feng Heng yawned. Gulp. He gulped down a can of coffee. He controlled the zombie team to move the materials while observing the situation outside through the camera. It would take some time for the zombies to move the materials, and there were only 2 corpse kings left on the battlefield. Although the blood moon had ended, the zombie team still needed some time to move the materials. The rest would depend on Lucia's performance. Feng Heng turned to look at Mo Jiawei and said, "Come, it's your turn." Mo Jiawei patted his chest and fiddled with the speaker. "No problem. Watch me." The battle was still going on. As the blood moon fell, the zombies stopped respawning. However, the zombies that had respawned would not disappear. The players still needed to clean them up. On the field, the last 2 corpse kings' strength had been greatly reduced due to the end of the blood moon. After 8 hours of continuous fighting, the players were extremely exhausted. They were almost at the critical point. Fortunately, everything was worth it. Meng Hao could already see a glimmer of hope. "Look, it's the players from the Federation." From afar, the players could see the Federation's player team clearing the zombies in the distance. They were slowly gathering toward them. As long as they could get rid of the last 2 corpse kings, the blood moon would be able to pass safely. Zhao Qinzi carried the rocket launcher and aimed at the corpse king. Boom! It was a direct hit. The corpse king was pushed back by the rocket launcher. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the tyrant strode forward and charged at the corpse king. It was the best opportunity. The tyrant raised its fist. Meng Hao also clenched his fist. He could almost see the scene of the tyrant blowing up the corpse king's head in the next second. "Hey, what's going on?" Tyrant's fist stopped right in front of the corpse king. The fist didn't land. Instead, Tyrant slowly retracted its fist. It slowly turned its head and looked at the EVE players outside the mansion. Then, Tyrant seemed to have fallen into a daze and stood motionlessly on the spot. Like most players, Meng Hao couldn't understand what was happening. Why did it stop? Do it give the corpse king a fatal blow? Zhao Qinzi was the first to react. He immediately turned to look at Lucia. The other players also came back to their senses. They all looked at Lucia. Lucia's face was pale. She stood at the entrance of the mansion, propping up the wall with one hand. She looks like she was trying her best to hold on. The captain of the Meteorite Company's security team, Hao Ti, took out his walkie-talkie and communicated a few words. "Quickly take her to the first floor to rest." 2 NPCs from the Meteorite Company immediately helped Lucia into the mansion. Hao Ti turned his head and explained to the crowd. Madame Lucia suffered a backlash from controlling the zombies for a long time in battle. She can no longer continue to fight. Meng Hao wanted to curse. He forcibly restrained himself. There were many twists and turns. Every time they thought they were about to complete the mission, there would always be some special situation that would bring them back to their original state. He didn't know if Lucia's sudden accident was a special setting for the mission. This sudden twist was too mind-blowing. The most annoying thing was that the tyrant and lickers who were under Lucia's control stood in the middle of the battlefield. They didn't move at all, unless they were attacked by zombies. They would just stand there in a motionless position. They didn't attack or retreat. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He was afraid. He was afraid that the tyrant form that had lost control would turn around and attack them. The EVE had invested too much in this blood moon. They had even sacrificed their shelter. If they failed, Meng Hao gritted his teeth, not daring to think about it. Even Zhao Qinzi, who was as calm as ever, was on the verge of collapse. It was the same every time. If the shelter had been attacked when it was blood moon level 32 earlier on, this kind of hopeless battle would have been fine. He could not even muster the will to resist. But now, they were given a glimmer of hope when it seemed that they were about to succeed, and then suddenly, they were dealt with a heavy blow. Zhao Qinzi took a deep breath and tried hard to control his emotions. They had invested too much manpower and resources in this plan, and they had to hold on. They could do it. There were 2 corpse kings left and they weren't in a good condition. Everyone, focus. There are only 2 corpse kings left after this mission is over. We will apply for rewards for everyone. Meng Hao also reminded the players loudly. Don't touch the zombie team controlled by Lucia. Be on guard against them attacking us. Although the EVE players' hearts were filled with hatred, they had no choice but to focus completely on fighting the remaining zombie horde and the last 2 corpse kings. Lucia returned to the lounge of the mansion with the help of 2 members of the Meteorite Company's mercenary group. When the NPCs left, Lucia's sickly pale face was gone. She was in high spirits as she walked toward the back of the storage room on the first floor of the mansion. Mo Joe and Victor were setting up a bomb at the blast hole earlier on. When he saw Lucia, he couldn't help but be stunned. In the video, Lucia looked so pitiful that she could be blown down by the wind. So it was all a disguise. What a scary woman. Where's Feng Hang? Is he not here? Lucia looked around in confusion, looking for Feng Hang. Oh, he's fine. Mo Joe waved his hand. He's on the 4th floor, controlling the zombie team to dismantle the machine. He said that the surveillance equipment in the mansion is not bad and is trying to move it back to the shelter. Mo Joe admired Feng Hang. After all, he was a godlike player. He was thoughtful. If the entire surveillance equipment was moved back to the prison, wouldn't the safety level of the shelter increase? I'll go find him. Lucia had a bad feeling. During this period, she and Feng Hang had been controlling the zombie team at the same time, so they had a weak sense of each other. She could vaguely sense that Feng Hang was also controlling the zombie team's consciousness. The strength of that consciousness was much stronger than hers. But just now, that consciousness seemed to have disappeared. In the past, such a situation would only happen when Feng Hang was sleeping. Lucia picked up her guns and returned to the surveillance hall on the 4th floor. In the room, Feng Hang was lying on the table. Feng Hang, hearing someone call his name. Feng Hang opened his eyes in a daze. In front of him was Lucia's slightly anxious face. Lucia. Chapter 245 Putting up an act. Chapter 245 Putting up an act. Oh no. He actually fell asleep. Feng Hang held his forehead. It was so strange. He felt extremely tired. Could it be that he hadn't slept for 2 consecutive nights? Previously, he had suffered from similar symptoms and hadn't slept for a long time. So his reaction wasn't that serious. Feng Hang, are you alright? Do you want to ask Mr. Q to take a look? It's probably because I haven't slept for too long that I accidentally fell asleep just now. Feng Hang still felt dizzy. He couldn't help but yawn as he flipped through the game log. There was no description of any negative effects on the game log. He must have fallen asleep because he was too sleepy. Feng Hang thought as he downed another can of coffee to refresh himself. We're almost ready. We're going back to the shelter now. Time passed. Minute by minute. The players of Eve Company were still fighting the zombie horde. The combat teams of the various districts of the Federation had arrived successfully. They started to clear the zombies from the periphery of Meng City and gradually joined the mansion in the center of Meng City. A high-explosive grenade landed at the feet of the Corpse King. The intense explosions at close range caused Meng Hao's ears to ring. Finally, the Corpse King, whose entire body was burning with flames, slowly fell to the ground. The Eve Company's players completely lost the energy to cheer. They all sat down on the spot, so tired that they didn't want to say a word. The battle lasted for 8 hours. It was too tiring. Both their stamina and energy were exhausted. They had been tense before, but now that they had relaxed, they felt even more tired. Meng Hao also felt exhausted. At last, they had survived the Blood Moon level 32. As long as they could get the Pupa project, everything would be worth it. Meng Hao braced himself and walked toward Hao Ti, ready to find Tsugawa Hideharu. Hao Ti was holding the walkie-talkie and talking about something. What did Mr. Tsugawa say? Hao Ti put down the walkie-talkie and frowned. Wait a minute. It's probably because of the communication interference. Our communication with Mr. Tsugawa has been affected. What do you mean you can't get in touch with him? That old fart, what tricks is he up to this time? Meng Hao was indescribably irritated. He turned to look in the direction of the mansion. There's no need to contact him. Let's go in and find Mr. Tsugawa. I'm sorry, but I can't let you in. Mr. Tsugawa has instructed that no one is to enter the mansion. What if I can't get in touch with him? How long do you want me to wait? A muffled explosion rang out from inside the mansion, interrupting Meng Hao's words. Meng Hao felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Explosion. It was coming from within the mansion. Something was wrong. Meng Hao felt that something was amiss. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he immediately wanted to enter the mansion to take a look. Hao Ti used his strong body to block Meng Hao's path. His voice cold. Without Mr. Tsugawa's permission, no one is allowed to enter the mansion. With that, the Meteorite Company's mercenary group raised their guns at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face was cold. With so many people pointing their guns at him, he was still trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The Eve Company's players couldn't hold it any longer. They raised their guns and aimed them at the Meteorite Company's NPCs. The players were also filled with anger. They had just risked their lives for so long and spent so many points just to protect the mansion. Now that they had withstood the blood moon, but they weren't even allowed to enter the mansion. Both sides refused to budge an inch. Chen Yu had arrived with his team after clearing the zombie horde outside Ming City. He was a little confused when he saw this. Didn't they agree to let them participate in the Pupa project? Why did Ifk and the Meteorite Company start fighting on their own? Don't be rash. Xiao Qinzi walked to Meng Hao's side and whispered, "Don't be rash. There's no need to be angry with a bunch of NPCs." As he spoke, Xiao Qinzi looked at Hao Ti and said, "For safety's sake, have your people go in and take a look at Mr. Tsugawa's condition." Hao Ti nodded and motioned for everyone to put down their guns. He then nodded to his subordinates. Two mercenaries from the Meteorite Company immediately entered the mansion to investigate. In less than 5 minutes, two mercenaries anxiously walked out of the mansion. "Captain Hao Ti, the basement has disappeared." Meng Hao was shocked and asked, "What do you mean by the basement laboratory has disappeared?" The mercenary didn't know how to explain what he had seen in the mansion not long ago. It's gone. It's all gone." Meng Hao couldn't help but take a few steps forward. He stared at the soldier and asked, "Where is Tsugawa Hideharu?" He disappeared too. "Get the FCK out of my way." Meng Hao's anger surged. With bloodshot eyes, he pushed the Meteorite Company's mercenary away and barged into the mansion. In fact, he was terrified. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Anger was his way of disguising his fear. This time, Hao Ti didn't stop the players' group. Instead, he followed them in. Chen Yu frowned. He exchanged glances with the other party's captain and followed them into the mansion. Everyone quickly rushed to the second basement. It was empty. Everything was clean. The mercenaries of the Meteorite Company looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was Tsugawa Hideharu's research room. But at this moment, there was nothing left here. It was just an empty room. "Where's Tsugawa Hideharu?" "Mr. Tsugawa Hideharu has been staying here all along, including the Pupa Project's laboratory." But Hao Ti did not know how to explain what he was seeing either. "I don't know what's going on either." Search the entire mansion. He and the two team captains looked at each other. What the hell was going on? A living person just disappeared like that. He even disappeared with the Pupa Project's laboratory. Not even a trace could be found. Who would believe it? After spending so much effort to come to the rescue, it ended up in nothing. After all this time, Ifk and the Meteorite Company were putting up an act. After detonating the tunnel entrance on the first floor of the Meteorite Company's mansion, Feng Heng and his team returned to the shelter through the space-tearing device. The zombies piled up the boxes that they had brought back, one by one. In the shelter's basement, the boxes filled up 3 rooms to the brim. They returned with a full load. They struck it rich. They made a fortune. The full load of materials made Mo Jiawei excited. Stealing a house in the apocalypse game turned out to be so fun. At first, he thought that emptying the entire research room in the second basement of the mansion was already very impressive. He didn't expect that there would still be plenty of time in the end. Feng Heng also searched and tore down all the ordinary research rooms on the 3rd floor of the mansion. In the end, he also tore down all the surveillance cameras in the building. Mo Jiawei looked at Feng Heng with admiration. This was the style of a god. Take as many as you can. Feng Heng yawned at the side. Seeing so many materials, Feng Heng felt very at ease. Next was the placement of materials. Victor would handle the mechanical construction part and Qiu Yaokang would take charge of the scientific research. As he felt really sleepy, Feng Heng couldn't help but want to take out coffee from his backpack. They were finished. Chapter 246 Dreamland. Chapter 246 Dreamland. Feng Heng, why don't you go offline and rest for a while? Mo Jiawei noticed that Fang Heng's condition didn't seem to be normal. Previously, when he was in the control room on the 4th floor, he had been yawning and drinking coffee. Previously, when he was in Pine City, Fang Heng was much more energetic. He didn't seem to be so tired. He also felt that his head was very dizzy and it had already affected his thinking. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Just leave the materials to Victor and Qiu Yaokang. No problem. Leave it to me. Fang Heng took one last look at the storage room. He didn't have time to take stock of what he had brought back. It would be better to wait until the next time he went online. Thinking of this, Fang Heng finally gave the order to the tyrant form and the lickers to protect the shelter. Then, he called the rest of the zombies to go out and hack trees together. Only then did he throw a simple bed and go offline. In the hotel, Fang Heng opened the game cabin and climbed out with great effort. Why am I so tired? Fang Heng yawned again and turned his phone to silent mode. Then, he threw himself on the bed and fell asleep. On the top floor of the bell tower, a bat was hanging upside down from the window. Its scarlet eyes were focused on the ritual in the tower. On the floor of the room, a few simple lines were connected to form a strange pattern. A wooden chair was placed in the center of the pattern. Fang Heng sat on the wooden chair with his head lowered. His gaze unconsciously stopped at the strange pattern on the floor. It was so familiar. Fang Heng? Fang Heng hearing the soft call, Fang Heng raised his head. His eyes empty. A circle of attendants stood at the periphery of the pattern on the floor. The wide black robe and hood covered their faces and bodies. One of them slowly walked toward him with a rusty knife in her hand. When he got closer, Fang Heng saw a familiar face under the hood. It was Zia Zai. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. There was a loud sound. Fang Heng suddenly sat up straight from the bed. His back was already soaked with sweat. Was it a nightmare? Fang Heng's heart was still pounding violently. The nightmare just now was too clear. The impression of the lines carved on the floor left a deep impression on Fang Heng. When had he seen it before? He had no recollection at all. At this moment, Fang Heng suddenly felt that the back of his hand was a little warm. He immediately stretched out his right hand in front of his eyes. At this moment, Fang Heng was stunned. A very faint mark appeared on the back of his hand. Fang Heng tried to rub it with his hand. The mark was not rubbed off. Instead, it became clear. It was the pattern he had seen on the floor in his dream. It was as if it was carved on the back of his hand. The entire back of his hand was burning up. There was another heavy sound. Fang Heng suddenly turned his head to look at the window. He got off the bed and came to the curtains. Taking a deep breath, Fang Heng pulled the curtains open. Outside the window, a bat rushed towards the window. Fang Heng stared at the bat. It was rare to see a bat in a metropolitan city like Sicheng. It kept rushing towards the window, but it was blocked by the tempered glass every time. This time, the bat's body hit the tempered glass hard and fell. Was it dead? It was coming for him. Raising his hand again, Fang Heng noticed that the mark on the back of his hand had disappeared completely. It was as if nothing had happened. There must be something wrong with his body. Fang Heng went back to his bed and picked up his phone. He slept for 35 hours. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. It was very abnormal. Ever since he joined the game, Fang Heng's schedule had been very irregular. In the past, he would sleep for a day and a night, but he would never sleep halfway like this. There were still a lot of missed calls on his phone. Most of them were from Chen Yu, and one of them was from Zia Zai. Zia Zai, the person he saw in his dream. If he wanted to figure everything out, he had to start with Zia Zai. She must know something. Fang Heng instinctively felt uneasy. This unease came from this body. Previously, he found a strange notebook in the rented house, and it also warned him to be careful of Zia Zai. Not long ago, Fang Heng originally wanted to draw a clear line with this body's past and start a new life. But now, the mark on the back of his hand told Fang Heng that everything was not that simple. What had to come, had to come. He had to face it head-on. Fang Heng stroked his chin as he pondered. Before he went to look for Zia Zai, he had to investigate first. Starting from the dream just now, as well as the Ouroboros and soul seal written on the notebook in the rented house, he could first ask Mo Jiawei about the situation. His family's North River heavy industry was one of the pillar industries of the Federation. It had a long history and deep connections. Even though North River heavy industry was not very popular in the game, they knew some secrets related to the game. There was also Old Black, that middleman. With some money, he could buy some information from him. He would go online first and asked Mo Jiawei about the situation. At 3:30 in the morning, Fang Heng did not call Chen Yu or Zia Zai back. Instead, he looked through WeChat. He had deliberately not replied to Zia's messages for a long time. However, Zia Zai would always send messages to Fang Heng from time to time, telling him about her recent situation and asking about Fang Heng. This made Fang Heng feel even more uneasy. In addition, Pei Anan would summarize the major events that happened in the game and send them to Fang Heng's phone through WeChat every day. After a full 35 hours, many things happened in the game. First was the prison. Because of the Blood Moon incident, the prison was completely popular in the forum. Mo Jiawei took advantage of its popularity to announce in the name of North River Heavy Industry that they were cooperating with the prison's work studio. He made a very domineering statement about the ownership of the 28 areas, including the forest area, and that players were not encouraged to carry out activities in these areas. Otherwise, the consequences would be at their own risk. In the game, such announcements of declaring territorial occupation were rare. It was unprecedented for Fang Heng to announce that he had taken down 28 areas in one go. On one hand, occupying territory would arouse the disgust of the ordinary survival players. The world map was very big. If one person was so greedy and took up so many resources, how could others play then? On the other hand, it also had to do with the strength of the shelter itself. In the early stages, transportation was inconvenient for elementary players, so the areas that they could control were very small. After the announcement was made, others would build a shelter in the areas that were occupied, and if they developed well, it would be a slap in the face. The second thing was the second blood moon. Unfortunately, 10 hours after the end of the blood moon, the game released an announcement. The second blood moon would begin in 12 days. The difficulty of the next blood moon was not much higher, but it was rare for the time between two blood moons to be so short in the history of the game. Now, the price of a ticket to the prison had risen to 100 yuan per ticket. Prices were hanging around, but there was no market. Because Fang Heng had not been online for a while, no one sold tickets outside. Chapter 247 Planning. Chapter 247 Planning. The third thing was that IFK Company had given up. After Tsugawa Hideharu and the entire second basement laboratory had mysteriously disappeared, there had been some friction between IFK Company and the Federation. In the end, IFK paid a sum of money and settled with the Federation. They announced that due to internal business adjustments within the company, they would no longer participate in the competition in District 8. The players who were originally in District 8 would be settled in an orderly manner. The fourth thing, District 8's transfer server had been activated. Players could spend King of Gods points to transfer to another server. The prerequisite was that the player had to unlock the activation of the intermediate game. In addition, the player had to spend 50 King of Gods points, 10 survival points and 10 complete evolution crystals, as well as reach level 4 or above. The opening of the transfer server directly caused the price of the evolution crystals in the Apocalypse game to soar. Looking at this condition, Fang Heng could not help but curl his lips. He thought to himself that the difficulty of transferring was too high. An ordinary player with this many resources would probably be able to do well in District 8, so why would he transfer to another server? However, on second thought, taking advantage of this opportunity, he could sell off the large number of evolution crystals he had at hand for a higher price. The fifth thing, Chen Yu sent an invitation to his work studio, inviting Fang Heng to participate in the next invasion of Pine City. It was said that the Federation had planted spies in the anti-federal organization to get the news. The anti-Federation forces had been making big moves recently, and it seemed to be closely related to the main storyline mission. He had already cleared Pine City, so there was no need to go there. There was still a lot of wood piled up there. The next step was to quickly expand the shelter's capacity. Right. He also needed to find an opportunity to move the Nemesis over. He would not participate in this mission, since they would not be able to find anything anyway. After watching all the things that had happened in a game recently, Fang Heng washed up and entered the luxurious game cabin in the hotel. Next, it was time to count the harvest of the Blood Moon. This time, the Blood Moon had spawned at least 10 little corpse kings. Fang Heng had told Lucia to get their heads. After going online and returning to the shelter, Fang Heng immediately checked the game log. Through the Blood Moon defense battle and his combat zombie team, he was able to obtain a total of 6 Tier 2 evolution crystals and 42 Tier 1 evolution crystals. He also earned close to 20 survival points. He earned big. Fang Heng crushed 30 Tier 1 evolution crystals in his hand. The red mist drifted away from the broken evolution crystals. Fang Heng let out a soft exclamation. Under the shroud of red mist, the mark on the back of his hand appeared again. The mark greedily absorbed the strength of the red mist. When the red mist dispersed, the mark disappeared again. Fang Heng placed the back of his hand in front of his eyes and observed it. He was even more convinced that the ritual he saw in the dream must be related to the game. Hint: your character level has been upgraded to level 17. Hint: you have gained an additional zombie clone 24. While he was pondering, the newly born zombie team crawled out of the rotating alchemy array one by one and gathered behind Fang Heng. Next item. He had acquired the beam cannons and some monitoring equipment that had been removed from the mansion. The beam cannons had been brutally dismantled and some parts were damaged. Victor still needed to repair them. The monitoring equipment could only be put into use after the main control system was installed. The shelter still needed to build a central control room. Well, the beam cannon was a hidden weapon. Victor would need to camouflage it to avoid conspicuousness. The last item. The pupa project. Fang Heng changed his clothes and ran to the laboratory to check the situation. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there was a pupa that had just been dissected in front of the test bench. Qiu Yaokang was working on his notebook to record all the experimental data. He had slept for 35 hours straight. Qiu Yaokang couldn't have been working for 35 hours straight. Right. This was the real big brother. Fang Heng felt inferior and walked to Qiu Yaokang's side. Don't tell me you haven't slept yet. Don't be too hard on yourself. You should still pay attention to work-life balance once in a while. There's no need. This pupa is very interesting. If I don't complete the preliminary analysis, I won't be able to sleep at all. Qiu Yaokang's eyes were bloodshot, but he still looked energetic. Fang Heng, you came at the right time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for me? Yes. I heard about what happened in the meteorite company's mansion from Mo Jiawei. Qiu Yaokang bent down as he spoke. He took out a box from under his feet and placed it on the experiment table on the other side. He opened the box, revealing the live sample collector that was shining with silver light. I heard that you've completed the transformation of the Tier 1 pupa project. I would like to take a few tubes of blood samples from you. This will be very useful for my future research. It's all for the experiment, for the sake of science. You should feel honored. Qiu Yaokang's face was cold. He took out the sample collector and gestured at Fang Heng. Are you coming or am I'll do it? See. He drew 5 tubes of blood in a row. Fang Heng felt his legs go soft. Why is the color of the sample collector not the same? Have you modified it again? Yes. After some modifications, I can take more samples at one time and increase the extraction speed slightly. 5 is still too little. It's not enough. Qiu Yaokang looked dissatisfied. As he spoke, he injected Fang Heng's blood into the sample analysis device. Qiu Yaokang frowned when he saw the diagram on the analysis device. Fang Heng leaned over and asked in puzzlement. What's wrong? The composition of your blood is a little strange. There are also some strange genes mixed into it. It's like another form of modification. Its structure is a little strange. It's a little similar to animals like bats. Bat. Fang Heng was stunned. He suddenly thought of the bat that kept hitting the window outside the hotel. He muttered to himself. Bat. What, you thought about something? If he said that he had something connected to bats. Skills. The bloodline of the low-level vampires. Vampires had some connection with some of them. My ancestors have some connection with vampires. Do you think it might be related to this? Science is very rigorous. Fang Heng. Qiu Yaokang glanced at him, obviously thinking that he was talking nonsense. All in all, the Pupa project is a very interesting project, worthy of research. But still, I can't be in two places at the moment. Our team is still lacking in research personnel. The current Pupa project is too difficult for us to make any substantial progress. Fang Heng spread his hands. He knew that this was the setting of the game. Currently, the shelter's level was not at the stage where they could develop the Pupa project. There was no rush. They could still take their time. Ever since the incident in Pine City ended, he had been led by the nose by all sorts of unexpected events. Now that the blood moon had finally come to an end, the holdouts in the area around the prison had also been expelled. Next, he could focus on repairing the emergency exits in the quarantine zone, and also plan for the prison's future development. Chapter 248 Many Enemies. Chapter 248 Many Enemies. Currently, the development of the game could be divided into three parts. The first was the evolution of the liquor. The battle at the mansion had fully proved the strength of the liquor. It had to be mass-produced. There were no shortcuts in this area. He could only rely on luck to find a researcher to upgrade the shelter's scientific research level, as well as to rely on Qiu Yaokang's research activities. The next step was expansion. 28 game areas were big enough for him to develop for a while. Resources within these areas were all mined and stored in the shelter. Then, the shelter could be expanded a second, third and even the fourth time. And then the last step was to level up. Thinking about it carefully, this blood moon was not bad. It had resulted in a lot of evolution crystal fragments, and the shelter level had risen to level 17. It was still 2 levels away from level 19, but the number of tier 1 evolution crystals that he lacked was massive. He would start by expanding the shelter's level. Fang Heng opened the shelter's attribute panel. The second expansion of the shelter required a large amount of stone, wood and iron nuggets. He did not lack wood. As for stones, as long as he was willing to dig for them, he could find them everywhere. Besides obtaining iron nuggets, the iron nuggets also needed to be smelted in a furnace. He was short of this at the moment. He could go to the Apocalypse merchant camp to buy it. This way, he seemed to lack a lot of manpower to transport stone and wood. He felt a throbbing headache. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you already draw blood? Raising his head, Fang Heng saw Qiu Yaokang holding an extremely large blood sample collector in his hand, staring at him blankly. His expression was indescribably strange. The blood sample was taken just now to study the Pupa project. Now, I'm taking a sample of your genes to prepare for rebirth later. Mr. Tsugawa hide her as Pupa project is indeed amazing. Victor has already successfully assembled the Pupa project's reincarnation device in the basement. The design of the device is very exquisite. If all of it is dismantled and studied, we will be able to obtain more information related to the Pupa project. However, doing so will also damage the machinery and cause it to malfunction. In short, I need to take a sample of your genes in advance. I heard from Mo Jiawei that this time, you seem to have conned quite a few people outside. You have too many enemies now. If one day you were to accidentally die, I can still use the device to keep you alive. Fang Heng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the oversized sample collector, he suddenly felt as if his feet were floating. On the top floor of Ifk Company, the first rays of the morning sun shone on his body. Meng Hao felt a warm fuzzy feeling. I heard you're leaving. Of course. I'm the scapegoat. The company suffered such a huge loss. It's already good enough that they didn't send me to prison for half of my life. Zhao Qinzi was silent for a moment before saying, we all know that the responsibility for this matter doesn't lie with you. Your plan was approved by the board of directors. Haha, you're the only one who spoke up for me. That's very nice of you. Meng Hao patted Zhao Qinzi's shoulder in a friendly manner. Are you still holding a grudge? Not really. I admit that I'm inferior. I admit my weakness. Meng Hao shrugged his shoulders, appearing very calm. What do you mean we were set up? Yes. I fought it through thoroughly. Everything was set up. I was deceived. I was tricked from the very beginning. They used my plan, and then counterattacked. They used the Pupa project as bait, causing us to suffer huge losses. In the end, they even made things difficult between us and the Federation. Thinking back, Meng Hao was still a bit unwilling to accept this. When I think back, there was a loophole. Unfortunately, the situation was too urgent, and I didn't have any time to think back then. What loophole? A mission hint. Come to think of it, when Sugawa Hideharu agreed to exchange the Pupa project with us, we didn't receive any mission hint. Unfortunately, we were already in a terrible situation, and there was such a big temptation in front of us. Meng Hao sighed. I couldn't resist the temptation. It's not entirely your fault. There are very few missions that don't trigger a mission hint. Dao Qinzi lowered his head in thought. So, from that moment on, No, it was much earlier than that. Did you know that I received news yesterday that the prison only took less than 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield? Zhao Qinzi raised his head, his eyes flashing with disbelief. You felt it too, right? The prison's Blood Moon difficulty level was much lower than we thought, and our shelter encountered Blood Moon level 32. And we saw Lucia, who belonged to the prison side. All in all, the people from the prison party set this whole thing up. As to how they did it, I remember an anime character saying that after eliminating all the impossibilities, the two said almost at the same time, space tearing. Dao Qinzi shook his head and smiled bitterly. So we were fooled by him from the beginning to the end. Are you going to take revenge? Meng Hao shook his head. Never again. This kid is cheating. It's boring to play with him. Also, I'm going to District 6 of the Vampire Apocalypse. They need me there. Do you want to come? Huh. After listening to Fang Heng's story, Mo Jiawei looked at him in surprise. He looked around and lowered his voice. God. The friend you mentioned. That's right. It's me. Don't tell anyone else. Fang Heng admitted it openly. Okay. Mo Jiawei agreed immediately. He hesitated again and asked, God. Are you related to the Anti-Federation forces? Of course not. Mo Jiawei let out a sigh of relief. I do know some information, but it's best not to mention what I said to anyone else. If I'm not wrong, you must have performed some kind of ritual. That's right, it was a ritual. Fang Heng stared at Mo Jiawei. Tell me more. Mo Jiawei scratched his head, looking a little distressed. Well, actually, I'm not sure. According to what you said, you saw yourself being forced to hold a ritual in your dream. But as far as I know, this kind of ritual can only be performed voluntarily. It's very difficult to be forced to perform it voluntarily. Fang Heng felt strange. Could it be that the original owner of this body of his took the initiative to perform the ritual? He asked, what's the purpose of the ritual? To unlock it. Mo Jiawei sighed and said in a low voice, the apocalypse is coming. Fang Heng immediately recalled what he saw in the notebook and blurted out. The game reflects reality. As expected. You also know. Mo Jiawei's face showed an expression that said it all. Is it all true? Mo Jiawei nodded and then quickly shook his head. I don't know the first half of the sentence, but the second half is most likely true. The so-called lock is the restriction set by the game. Chapter 249 Ritual. Chapter 249 Ritual. In elementary games, an ordinary player is unable to project the strength of the game into the real world. It will be sealed by the strength of the King of Gods. This type of seal is known as a lock. Only after entering an intermediate or high-level game will a very small number of players be able to come into contact with the method to unlock the lock. As the game progressed, the method to unlock the lock was gradually grasped by high-level players. Those high-level players began to bring the strength of the game into the real world. For various purposes, these methods to unlock the lock gradually spread among ordinary players. It is very dangerous for ordinary people to obtain such extraordinary strength. Therefore, the Federation has always been controlling it. Generally speaking, ordinary people need to go through various investigations and tests by the Federation before they are allowed to unlock the lock. However, the Federation is unable to control everyone. In addition, The Federation's control over the game has gradually weakened over the past few years. There are still many people in this world who can unlock the lock. Currently, many organizations and even large-scale game guilds can unlock the lock through a special ritual. As he spoke, Mo Jiawei lowered his voice once again. Our North River heavy industry has also mastered a method to unlock the lock. We have also privately trained many high-level players who have unlocked the lock. The highest among them is already able to unlock a Tier 2 lock, reaching the strength of Tier 2 materialization. By the way, the ability to map reality in the game is known as materialization. To a certain extent, the strength of the player's materialization also represents the strength of the player. Materialization. Fang Heng had long realized that he could materialize. In the real world, his physical fitness was much higher than before. So all of this was related to the ritual. So, the mark on the back of his hand was just a simple ritual symbol. But the strange thing was, since he had already held the ritual long ago, why did the mark on the back of his hand appear a few hours ago? Will there be side effects from the ritual? I'm not sure. There are many types of rituals. It depends on the origin of your friend's ritual, which high-level game world it came from, and whether the ritual has been modified. Fang Heng, I have an uncle who is very familiar with this aspect. I suggest you come to my place and ask my uncle in person. Fang Heng quickly did some mental calculations and nodded. Yes. I'd like to meet him as soon as possible. No problem. My uncle is currently at home. I'll contact him later. Fang Heng was a little worried. At this stage, he had to figure out what was the ritual he had undergone. If he was lucky and the ritual didn't have any flaws, that would be a good thing. Wait a minute. What about the zombie clone? Wasn't his talent attribute the zombie clone? If his game ability was brought into the real world, then why couldn't he see a zombie clone in the real world? Fang Heng suddenly raised his head and asked, the materialization you mentioned just now, can it inherit the talents or skills in the game? Yes, it can. Mo Jiawei nodded. But this can only be achieved by holding a higher level ritual. I don't know much about the specifics, so I need to ask my uncle. I remember that my uncle mentioned before that Tier 1 materialization can unlock the basic attribute. Tier 2 materialization can unlock the passive skills in the game. Tier 3 or Tier 4 can unlock the talent abilities. Mo Jiawei tried to recall what he heard. Oh right. There will be strong fluctuations during the ritual. The Federation has been monitoring these fluctuations. Tier 1 is still fine where there are ways to hide the past. The higher the level of the ritual, the stronger the fluctuations during the ritual. From Tier 2 onwards, it's very difficult to hide. Listening to Mo Jiawei's explanation, Fang Heng suddenly thought of many things. If he could use his talent ability in the real world and summon a zombie clone, he instantly became excited. Alright, summoning the tyrant was still a distant dream. First, he had to confirm which level he was in. Fang Heng lowered his head and opened the game log to check. Passive skills. Bloodline of the low-level vampires. Night vision. After he went back, he would find a dark corner and try to see if he could use the night vision ability that he had inherited in the real world. At that time, he would be able to confirm if he had mastered Tier 2 materialization. Fang Heng, holding a ritual is a very troublesome matter. Ever since the Federation issued the ban, many players who have advanced into high-level games are unwilling to do so. On one hand, such high-level players spend most of their time in the game. Strength in the real world doesn't have much attractiveness to them. In addition, the ritual requires a lot of resources and energy, but there's no substantial increase in strength in the game. Mo Jiawei spread his hands. How should I put it? I feel that if we reach their level, our lives will be centered around the game. He felt that Mo Jiawei's words made sense. If they were to stay in the real world, they would still be under the control of the Federation. And after entering the game, as long as one's strength reached a certain level, even the Federation could not do anything to them. In the real world, many fugitives chose to avoid being chased, choosing to enter the King of Gods game without using the game cabin and staying in the game. Fang Heng now spent a lot of time in the game every day. Fang Heng raised his head and said, but if it's like that saying, the game reflects reality, then it's different. Let's talk about the saying that the apocalypse is coming. Is the end of the world real? I'm even less sure about that. Mo Jaewei smiled bitterly. Our family is a bit polarized about this saying. Many people don't believe it. And they don't want to invest too much in the game. Great-grandfather believes that. He always said that the best way to avoid the apocalypse is to enter the game. Staying in the game is safer than staying in the real world. Fang Hang. Our family has been secretly developing in the Wasteland Apocalypse District 2, District 3 and District 5 over the years. We've bought many gaming companies in the open as well as in the dark. Just in case, if the apocalypse comes, our family can also have a way out. Unfortunately, after investing so much money, the effect hasn't been very good. I'm also thinking about whether we can develop in District 8 of the new server. Fang Hang was silent for a moment. He took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Alright. It's going to be tough again. He had originally thought that he could be idle for a while. Originally, his goal was very simple. He just wanted to become the biggest tenant of Server 8. Now, facing the unknown danger, Fang Hang believed that all he could do was constantly strengthen himself. He wanted to build a super stable shelter with an unlimited number of enhanced zombie teams. Chapter 250 Blood Absorption. Chapter 250 Blood Absorption. After a brief discussion with Mo Jaewei, Fang Hang controlled the zombie clones to continue repairing the emergency exits of the quarantine zone. In the past 2 days, the zombie horde in the quarantine zone had occupied the entire secret research room. Fang Hang had to send the tyrant and the lickers to clean up the zombie horde in the secret research room. Fortunately, the emergency exits had been repaired by 72. The remaining alloy resources were enough. It was estimated that the repair of the emergency exits would take about 2 days. Fang Hang then controlled the remaining zombie team to excavate iron ore, coal and stones in batches. The lickers spread out in the forest area to hunt and clean up the newly spawned zombies. Everything was in order. After the zombie hack was completed, Fang Hang drove a big truck full of wooden planks to the Apocalypse merchant camp at noon. As usual, the NPCs in the camp were familiar with the routine. They instinctively gathered toward the truck and habitually moved the wooden planks from the truck. Fang Hang jumped off the truck. It had been a long time since he last came here. Who would have thought that even the Apocalypse camp had leveled up compared to the last time? The area of the camp had expanded quite a bit. There were even 4 new large-scale warehouses in the corner. It seemed that Vettel had long been prepared. Fang Hang thought to himself that he could sell him some more resources. Fang Hang hee. The blood moon 2 days ago was really exciting. How was your shelter? Vettel heard the noise and came out of the house with 2 bottles of wine. Throwing one to Fang Hang was also prepared. He took out 2 packs of drunkard peanuts from his backpack and threw 1 pack to Vettel. At the same time, Fang Hang's game log began to refresh. Hint: you have submitted 300 wooden planks to a merchant. You have received 600 survival points. Hint: you have completed the mission. Hint: you have submitted 300 wooden planks to the merchant. You have received 600 survival points. Hint: you have gifted the Apocalypse merchant the drunkard peanuts 1. Hint: you have reached the maximum friendship with the Apocalypse merchant. Battle. Not bad. Dealing with the zombies is just a small matter. Recently, my shelter is preparing to expand. I need a large number of furnaces. At least 100. I thought about it. And I guess only you can help me get the goods. Right. Well, it's a bit difficult. My friends are willing to help you. But, Vettel laughed and said, but you have to pay more. No problem. You have to give me enough goods. 100 is just the foundation. The more the better. I will immediately order a batch of furnaces for you. It is expected that the goods will arrive in batches one after another in the next 2 days. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. As Vettel spoke, he walked up and patted Fang Hang's shoulder enthusiastically. Oh right. The goods you ordered last time have arrived. Do you want to go and take a look? They have arrived. Fang Hang's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that the goods he ordered from Vettel last time had arrived. No need to look. I trust you. Just help me load them into the truck. Vettel waved at the few NPC employees in the shelter. Soon, the NPC porters took out cages from the warehouse and the camp and loaded them onto the truck. The cages were mostly filled with rabbits, wild boars and other animals. Later, an NPC pulled out a cow from the warehouse at the back and put it on the truck. These are the animals you wanted. It took me a lot of effort to get them. Vettel was very confused. Are you planning to develop animal husbandry in the shelter? I'm not optimistic about this project. No, I have other uses for these animals. In the Apocalypse game, it was a little troublesome to capture live animals. Players would eat most of the animals after hunting them, and almost never raise them. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from the truck and made some calculations in his heart. He had now occupied 28 areas, including the forest area. In name, he could control 140 zombie clones, including the proliferators. He had a total of 560, excluding the fact that the zombie clone that had completed the evolution of the liquor could not carry out harvesting operations. There were still more than 500 toolman units. Now that all of them were equipped with iron harvesting tools, the harvesting efficiency had also greatly increased. According to this efficiency, resources would be moved to the shelter by truck in the future. Transportation became the biggest problem. The zombies were too slow, so it was unrealistic to rely on them to move materials. There was only one truck in the shelter. Other than trucks, armored vehicles could replace transportation. But these big things were too conspicuous. They burned more oil than ordinary trucks, and they were also slower. They even needed professional elite dark knights to drive them. They were not suitable as conventional transportation tools. In the shelter, Victor, who was an class expert, could find a way to assemble a truck from the garbage. But now he was busy repairing and installing beam weapons and surveillance equipment in the shelter. He could not spare time. The problem of transportation had to be solved. Otherwise, it would greatly slow down the development of the shelter. Fang Heng raised his head and asked, Vettel, I need a lot of transportation tools right now. Do you have any way to get them? Sigh. This is very difficult. Fang Heng, in this kind of apocalypse, our camp only has one truck. We don't sell them to the public. I believe the other apocalypse camps are the same. Fang Heng realized that this was a pressing issue. Did he have to buy it using the King of Gods points? But I will keep an eye on it for you. Fang Heng, if there is any news, I will inform you immediately. Fang Heng did not have much hope. Originally, high-level transportation tools like trucks were only available to players in the middle and later stages of the game. Since there was no way to get them in the game, he could only think of getting them from the Federation. Shen Yu owed him a huge favor for his participation in the Blood Moon project the last time. Fang Heng curled his lips and thought about plucking a wave of wool from the Federation. Soon, the NPCs loaded all the goods they had collected onto the truck. Fang Heng greeted Vettel and drove the truck back the way they came. Not long after leaving the apocalypse camp, Fang Heng stopped the truck halfway. Kai Chichai. A few lickers suddenly jumped out from the bushes on both sides. They quickly pounced on the back of the military truck. Their sharp claws directly cut through the metal cage containing the animals. The situation was chaotic. The lickers used their sharp claws to cut open the throat of their prey and began to eat the corpse. Soon, Fang Heng smelled the bloody smell coming from the back of the truck. He opened the game log to check. Hint your zombie clone killed a bull 1. Hint your zombie clone killed a hare 1. Hint your zombie clone absorbed the strength contained in the blood. Your skillo level vampire's skill experience points 2. Hint your zombie clone absorbed the strength contained in the blood. Hint your skillo level vampire's bloodline level has been upgraded to level 3. Hint you need to absorb blood with a higher strength to upgrade your skill level. It seemed that relying on the blood of animals to upgrade the bloodline of low-level vampires to level 3 was already the limit. If he wanted to go to the next level, perhaps he could try human beings. Perhaps they could absorb the blood of a player. This method of leveling up made Fang Heng feel a little nauseous. I'll try again in the future when I have the chance, Fang Heng muttered to himself as he drove the truck back to the shelter. Chapter 251 Offline Meeting. Chapter 251 Offline Meeting. Hello Chen Yu. Fang Heng, I've finally gotten in touch with you. Chen Yu was a little surprised. He felt that it was too difficult to even contact Fang Heng. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I've been quite busy recently. Fang Hang, we're preparing to enter Pine City. This operation is very important. We've already received news that the anti-Federation forces have been. Ahem, Shen Yu. Fang Hang coughed lightly and interrupted. Actually, I'm not interested in the mission in Pine City. Why don't we settle the account for the last Blood Moon project? Shen Yu exclaimed. He did not expect Fang Hang to call about the account this time. Did you run into some trouble? Yes. It's big trouble. Fang Hang sighed, sounding very distressed. I need trucks that can transport goods. The more the better. Shen Yu opened his mouth and immediately began to think. What did he need so many trucks for? Was one not enough? What kind of operation was the prison shelter planning to use trucks for? Seeing that the other party did not answer, Fang Hang asked tentatively. Shen Yu. Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was distracted. The last Blood Moon incident was all thanks to your prison, which provided a lot of help to the Federation. Shen Yu scratched the back of his head. Fang Hang, we estimate that we can provide you with an item equivalent to 300 King of Gods points. However, we have already provided you with some special or resources in the early stages. In other words, we can also provide you with 3 large military delivery trucks. Do you think this plan will work? Only 3. Fang Hang frowned, feeling that it was a bit too little. However, after careful calculation, the materials used to repair the alloy emergency exits of the quarantine zone were all extremely rare metals, and the actual price was indeed very high. Furthermore, the Federation did not cheat him. Alright, 3 then. When will the goods arrive? I'll apply as soon as possible. It's estimated to be tomorrow. Shen Yu felt that something was not right, so he continued to ask. Fang Hang, Pine City is related to the main storyline mission and the rewards will be substantial. Are you sure you don't want to go? You want me to go? Yes. The 2 Federation players who participated in the Pine City mission with you previously highly recommended you. Shen Yu was very sincere and said, with you around, our mission success rate will increase significantly. Fang Hang sensed an opportunity. He raised his eyebrows. Then why don't you give me 2 more military trucks? I'll follow along to protect your safety. This Shen Yu was stunned for a moment before he replied. I'll go and ask my superiors. We might take action tomorrow morning. You have to make preparations in advance. No problem. By the way, do you have any plans for the next round of the Blood Moon project? Yes. Because the 2 Blood Moons are too close. Although the game has already activated the server transfer system, the difficulty of the server transfer is still too high for us at this stage. Fang Hang was delighted and immediately said, add 5 more military trucks for me. I want 200 people for the next round of the Blood Moon. How about it? You guys give me the goods first. The people can move in after 3 days. Shen Yu was puzzled. He did not doubt that Fang Hang could handle the Blood Moon given 150 people, but he wanted 5 big trucks. There were already 10 big trucks here and there. What was Fang Hang trying to do? Was he going to have a car exhibition? You'll have to ask the leader about this. I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Okay. Contact me anytime if you have any news. Fang Hang hung up the phone. He was elated. This was great. With military trucks, they could transport resources to the shelter one by one. They could then transport some of the resources to the Apocalypse merchant camp around the shelter and sell them for points. The plan to empty the Apocalypse merchant camp, which was set half a month ago, finally saw light. For future military trucks, the next road repair plan had to be put on the agenda. Hold on. Slow down. At least for the next 2 days. After completing the repair of the quarantine zone's emergency exits, he could rest and hang up the game properly. After all, there were more important things to do outside of the game. Fang Hang pondered for a while, opened the website and booked a train ticket to Zehan City. Fang Hang packed a few clothes and headed to the train station. 5 hours later, I got him here. Just as he got off the train, Fang Hang saw Mo Jiawei standing on the platform. He was standing in the most eye-catching position among the crowd, waving his hands and feet. Behind him were 2 muscular bodyguards in black. God, you've finally seen me in person. Let's go. I'll bring you to the best foot spa city in this area. I've already booked a private room. Don't worry. When we reach my old Mo family's territory, you can eat, drink and have fun. Fang Heng smiled bitterly. He was not here to eat, drink and have fun this time. No. Let's talk about business first. Foot spa city is business. You don't know. Right, my great-great-grandfather's generation started off with a foot spa city. Oh right. It wasn't called foot spa city then. It was called a bathhouse. It's a tradition of our family to invite our best friends to foot spa city. Mo Jiawei bragged and put his hand on Fang Heng's shoulder. Besides, my fourth uncle is very healthy. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. I'll take you to see him tomorrow morning. Seeing Mo Jiawei's enthusiasm, Fang Heng could only follow his master's orders. After having a meal in the splendid foot spa city, Mo Jiawei brought Fang Heng into a VIP room to soak his feet. Phew, awesome. After soaking his feet in the tub, Mo Jiawei sighed. Fang Heng looked at the two bodyguards in black behind Mo Jiawei. Along the way, the two security guards followed closely behind Mo Jiawei 24 hours a day. They even followed him to the toilet. God. These two security guards were trained by the family since they were young. They are reliable and keep their mouths shut. We can rest assured. Mo Jiawei explained and chatted with Fang Heng about the game. The next blood moon is very short. Is the prison shelter going to accept players? I think we can use this opportunity to make a lot of money. Yeah. We can consider it. Not to mention money. Fang Heng felt that he could use the blood moon as an opportunity to kill a wave of zombies and earn a wave of points and evolution crystals. After a while, when Victor finished building the beam turret, Blood Moon level 30 would be as easy as playing games. But I don't want too many spies to sneak into the shelter. I need to screen the personnel. While the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door and a foot spa city waiter came in with a fruit plate. Fang Heng looked at him twice. Suddenly, the bodyguard in black shouted. The moment the voice sounded, the hotel employee took out a black pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Mo Jiawei. The other bodyguard in black reacted faster. He had already pounced on Mo Jiawei with his body. Just as the bodyguard was about to press down on his pistol, a white shadow flew toward him. Chapter 252 Occultism. Chapter 252 Occultism. Dong. A white ashtray dashed out from the side and smashed into the waiter's wrist. Ah! The waiter let out a pig-like howl and the gun in his hand flew out. The next moment, Fang Heng had already stepped in front of the waiter. He grabbed the waiter's right hand and exerted force on his right arm. Every move was completely based on the instinctive reaction of the muscles in his body. The waiter was lifted by Fang Heng and drew a circle in the air. The waiter landed on his back and was smashed onto the floor, making a dull knocking sound. The waiter felt pain all over his body and lost the ability to move. He had just gritted his teeth and raised his head when two black muzzles were already aimed at his head. Don't move. The waiter's expression changed slightly. The next second, his head tilted and he fainted. The black-clothed bodyguard looked surprised. He immediately squatted down and quickly checked the waiter's condition. The bodyguard frowned and turned to look at Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei. He's dead. It's poison. He committed suicide. Fang Heng looked at Mo Jiawei and asked, "Is he here for you?" Mo Jiawei was also shocked. The next morning, in the meditation room, a young man dressed in white sat upright on a futon. Mo Yunxiao, Mo Jiawei's fourth uncle. Fang Heng sized up Mo Yunxiao, who was making tea and muttered in his heart, he was so young. On the outside, Mo Yunxiao was not much older than Mo Jiawei. It was not an exaggeration to say that they looked like blood brothers. Mo Yunxiao slowly poured 3 cups of tea and handed them to Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei. Please. Fang Heng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Fang Heng, I've heard a lot about you. You've heard of me, he thought to himself. Am I very famous? Mo Yunxiao caught the subtle expression on Fang Heng's face. He smiled and did not answer. He lowered his head and took a sip of tea. Because of the assassination incident, Mo Jiawei was brought to the police station last night to be investigated. He only returned home at midnight. He had just slept for a few hours and was dragged by Fang Heng to meet the guest. He yawned at the side. Fourth uncle. Fang Heng is my best friend. He has helped me a lot in the game and is also our partner. He has been in some trouble recently, so he specially came to ask you for advice. I don't dare to give advice. Let's talk instead. Mo Yunxiao sat up straight and made a gesture of invitation. If you have any doubts, feel free to say it. Fang Heng had already prepared a rough draft before coming here. He gave a rough description of his memory loss and the ritual he saw in the dream. As for the note that he found in the rented house, Fang Heng deliberately hid it. After listening to Fang Heng's narration, Mo Yunxiao seemed to have an answer. He whispered, "The memory loss. Uncle, you already know." Probably. Looking up, Mo Yunxiao smiled slightly. Fang Heng, there's no doubt that what you saw in your dream was a memory projection. But what you saw may not be true. For example, if you saw your friend in your dream, she might just be a psychological hint. Your friend might have participated in your ritual. But of course, it's also possible that it has nothing to do with the ritual. We can now confirm one thing. You did participate in the ritual before, and you even opened the lock through the power of the ritual. As for the memory loss you mentioned, I think this has nothing to do with the ritual. Fang Heng was a little surprised and asked in surprise. Nothing to do with it? Yes. Part of the reason for the memory loss is probably related to the King of Gods game. Fang Heng's frown deepened. Under certain circumstances, the player's memory will be hidden by the King of Gods. For example, the Federation has confirmed that once a player has completed the main storyline mission, he will use some special method to return to the new server of the elementary game and attempt to complete the main storyline mission again. At this time, the King of Gods will hide the player's memories of the relevant game content. As time passes, the relevant memories related to this matter will gradually be hidden. Of course, some of the hidden memories can be awakened. As he spoke, Mo Yunxiao put down the teacup in his hand and stared into Fang Heng's eyes. Fang Heng, do you still remember your ranking in the basic level Magic Tower? Magic Tower. Following that, a series of memories appeared in his mind. Other than the official game, there were many other training modes in the King of Gods game that could be used. For example, the Magic Tower mode, the Arena mode, the Team mode. These modes had nothing to do with the game world of the main storyline, and participating in the game couldn't earn any time online. No one had ever received any rewards from these modes. Hence, the vast majority of players would ignore them. However, the Federation believed that the existence of these game modes wasn't meaningless. King of Gods had activated these modes to train the player. Before the player reached adulthood, they could enter the game through the game cabin, but they could only enter the basic modes of these types of games. To encourage the player to participate in the game training from a young age, the entire Federation would provide large amounts of money to hold large-scale competitions around the world. Fang Heng remembered that this body of his had entered the game from the start of his studies, and had once been addicted to it. In the past, it was because of his outstanding performance in the Magic Tower mode that he caught the attention of several gaming clubs. It seems that my judgment was right. You have already recalled some things. Mo Yunxiao felt that his guess was right. He stretched out his left hand forward and spread it out. Fang Heng, do you mind if I observe the mark on the back of your hand? Fang Heng stretched out his hand and let Mo Yunxiao's palm cover the back of his hand. Mo Yunxiao picked up the teacup on the short wooden table and poured it on the back of Fang Heng's hand. Kai! A soft sound came from the back of Fang Heng's hand and some steam came out. The runic mark on the back of his hand appeared again. It lasted for 4 to 5 seconds before the runic mark slowly disappeared. Mo Yunxiao withdrew his hand and frowned, remaining silent. Mo Joe couldn't help but urge, "Fourth uncle, how is it? It's a ritual of occultism. Currently, it's only activated to Tier 1 materialization. The strange thing is that I've never seen this ritual before, but I can confirm that it's been partially modified." Fang Heng asked, "Mr. Mo, is there any danger to this ritual? From the perspective of the ritual, I have never heard of the existence of traps or dangers, but some rituals have some special effects." Hearing this, Fang Heng was greatly relieved. What he was most afraid of was the negative effects of the mark on the back of the hand. Mo Yunxiao lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head again. Fang Hang, I need some time to look up some information. I hope that I can understand the specific meaning of the effect of the ritual on the back of your hand. I may need your cooperation during this period. If it's convenient, I hope you can stay here for some time. Fang Hang briefly thought about it. Staying here was not much different from going back. They were both playing games. If he did not figure out the effect of the mark on the back of his hand, he could hardly be at ease. Thank you. Sorry to bother you during this period. Chapter 253 Actual Combat. Chapter 253 Actual Combat. I won't disturb you. Researching rituals is one of my hobbies. You can stay here. I'll get my assistant to arrange a room for you. Ah. Right. Mo Yunxiao was just about to get up when he suddenly thought of something. Coincidentally, the Federation Semi-Annual Materialization Professional Qualification Examination will be held in a month. Our North River Heavy Industry also has a group of players who are actively preparing for the examination. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Seeing Fang Hang's blank expression, Mo Yunxiao patiently explained. The Federation strictly controls the players' lock behavior. Only after passing the assessment will they be considered to have a legal identity. Apart from identity and background, the assessment also has some requirements for strength. Fang Hang nodded, but he was feeling doubtful. What was there to see? Furthermore, he was instinctively a little disgusted by the Federation's actions of controlling him. Furthermore, he had already activated Tier 1 materialization and could be considered a black account. He wouldn't participate in any assessments in the future. Just treat it as a small favor. I'll bring you to my game hall to take a look first. I believe everyone will welcome you very much. Mo Jiawei's interest was piqued when he heard that. Game hall uncle. I want to go. 2. North River Stadium. The game hall was the largest stadium. 12 large-scale arenas were placed in the center of the stadium. Futons. Wooden stakes for training. Boxing gloves. Most of the students were between the ages of 20 and 30. Fang Hang also saw a few young people who were not even 18 years old. At first glance, this place looked more like a dojo. As soon as he stepped into the stadium, part of the memories related to the body resurfaced in Fang Hang's mind. Since junior high school, Fang Hang had been training in a similar type of game hall. He had suffered a lot. It had taken him more than 4 years to reach the maximum attribute of 5 points. The ordinary player was different. After they entered the game, their basic attribute would generally fluctuate between 3 to 4. 5. Mo Yunxiao clapped his hands and led Fang Hang to the center of the largest arena. He gathered the players who were training in the arena. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Fang Hang. Hearing Fang Hang's name, the underground players discussed in low voices. Fang Hang, how familiar, I've heard of him before. Idiot. The Magic Tower. Have you heard of the genius youth? He was popular for a while back then. It's him. Who was it? Is he very powerful? I've never heard of him. I don't know. He was quite powerful in the past. I heard that he became useless for some reason. That's right. It's him. I searched his name on the internet. What was going on? He was quite famous. Fang Hang heard the discussions of the players and was somewhat confused. Fang Hang used to be a professional player. Due to some reasons, he retired from the professional player stage. During this period, he will undergo some recovery training here. Everyone, let's welcome him. The students stopped their discussion and started clapping. Then Mo Yunxiao smiled and looked. Is there anyone who wants to spar with Fang Hang? Arrow. Fang Hang turned to look at Mo Yunxiao. Mo Yunxiao still had a faint smile on his face. He leaned over and whispered into Fang Hang's ear. It's okay. It's just a game. Remember to use your full strength, or you'll be at a disadvantage. I'll do it. A spirited young man among the players waved his hand excitedly. He bravely walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Fang Hang. The other players also pushed back one after another and formed a circle, leaving enough space for the two to display their skills. What did he mean he was going to fight directly? Mo Jiawei was so excited that he cheered Fang Hang on in the crowd. God. You can do it, FCK him. Seeing Fang Hang standing there casually, Wu Peng was a little unhappy. Wu Peng clasped his fists at Fang Hang. I am Wu Peng, 29 years old. Tier 1 materialization. Please advise. After saying that, Wu Peng carefully approached Fang Hang and launched a probing attack. His huge fist swept past Fang Hang's right side. Fang Hang knew that he had Tier 1 materialization ability. His average basic attribute was about 30, which was much higher than ordinary people. Even though he could not use the in-game skill bullet time, his high agility attribute and perception allowed him to clearly capture and determine the trajectory of Wu Peng's punch. The incoming fist was still in midair. Fang Hang's physical memory was activated, as if he had rehearsed it thousands of times in advance. Fang Hang took a small step to the side and slightly moved his body to the side, easily dodging Wu Peng's fist. Raising his right hand, he threw a punch at Wu Peng's face. He used all his strength at once. It was the fastest punch that Fang Hang could ever release. Wu Peng instantly felt as if he was enveloped by the edge of a fist. Shouldn't both be doing a trial test of each other's ability in this combat? Wu Peng was so frightened by this punch that he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly withdrew his hands to protect his body. Ta! 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 Wu Peng's arm was hit by a punch. He took 3 steps back consecutively with a look of disbelief on his face. What a heavy punch! A hint of surprise flashed across Mo Yunxiao's eyes. The entire venue was quiet for a moment. Among the people in the training ground, Wu Peng's strength was among the best. He was knocked back several steps with just one punch. Wu Peng pursed his lips and shook his numb right hand. He did not feel that his strength was insufficient. He only felt that he was careless. Just as he was about to continue, he saw that Mo Yunxiao had already walked in front of Fang Hang. Clap! 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 Mo Yunxiao took the lead and clapped. The students also reacted when they saw the situation and clapped together. Today's sparring session ends here. Everyone, continue your training. The outcome had yet to be decided, and it ended just like that. The students were rather disappointed. Everyone dispersed and continued to train and chat in 2s and 3s. Fang Hang stood to the side and lowered his head in thought. In the game, his strength attribute was already higher than 30 points. When he used his full strength, his fist easily pierced through a slightly thinner steel plate. But when he fought with Wu Peng just now, he felt that his opponent's strength was not much inferior to his own. There was always someone better than him. Fang Hang felt that he had been a little inflated recently. He had originally thought that his strength attribute was already at the peak. He did not expect that any random person pulled out from the training grounds would be able to fight him to a 4060 split. Wu Peng is one of the best among these people. Currently, he has entered the intermediate level of the game. Based on his strength, it will definitely not be a problem for him to pass the Federation's materialization qualification examination. Mo Yunxiao walked to Fang Hang's side and said softly. Also, his strength attribute is 9. 4. Only 9. 4. Fang Hang suspected that he had heard wrongly. He turned around and looked at Mo Yunxiao with surprise. You've realized that your strength attribute in the game is at least 15 points. Right. Fang Hang nodded. You've only activated the ritual, but you haven't truly grasped the ritual skills. Although Mo Yunxiao had a smile on his face, his surprise was no less than Fang Hang's. It was only an elementary game, and his basic strength attribute had already exceeded 15 points. Not only was it strength attribute, but judging from the punch just now, agility and perception were not low either. Chapter 254 Meditation. Chapter 254 Meditation. I have nothing to do during this period. If I have time, can I learn some things here? Seeing that Fang Hang was interested, Mo Yunxiao suggested. But I have to remind you in advance that learning this thing is quite time-consuming, and it's not useful in the game at the moment. You can teach me things that could improve one's strength, even if it was only effective outside of the game, had to be learned. Moreover, Fang Hang had a faint premonition. Materialization ability was extremely important. If everything was as he had guessed, then sooner or later, this world would become a part of the game. Hey, don't be so serious. To be honest, this thing is quite simple. With your ability, there's no problem. Mo Yunxiao smiled gently and patted Fang Hang's shoulder to show his encouragement. According to the different ways of unlocking, there are different ways of learning. You used an occult ritual to unlock it, so you need to use meditation to control the ritual. Although our North River heavy industry is not doing well in the game, we still spend a lot of money every year to train students. If you want to learn, there are courses in the meditation hall next door. I'll get my assistant to get you a card. After you get the card, you can use the hall for free. Every afternoon, there will be a teacher who can coach you on the spot. You can come whenever you want to practice. Afternoon. In the meditation hall, Fang Heng sat in a corner of the room. Like the other students, he sat on the futon with his eyes closed. According to what the teacher had taught him, Fang Heng tried to empty his mind. He adjusted his breathing and controlled his heartbeat. He expelled all the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Only chaos remained in his sea of consciousness. Fang Heng had heard Mo Jiawei mention this during lunch. The difficulty of meditation training was equivalent to hell level. Ever since he was young, Mo Jiawei had seen many students who spent months in meditation, but were unable to enter a state of meditation. Many students sat on futons for a month or two. Their state of mind had collapsed and they were unable to recover. On the contrary, Fang Heng felt that meditation was very simple. After calming his heart, he quickly entered a meditative state and saw the sea of consciousness that his teacher had described. It was a sea of gray chaos. Fang Heng controlled his consciousness and carved rune marks in the chaos. It didn't seem to be as difficult as the teacher said. According to the teacher, carving a mark in the chaos was a very difficult thing. The person had to rely on his strong willpower to carve a mark in the chaos bit by bit. Under normal circumstances, it would take 2 to 3 months to complete it. However, after experiencing it for himself, Fang Heng discovered that it wasn't difficult to leave a mark in the sea of consciousness. He only needed to focus his mind. Could it be that he was very special? Fang Heng didn't think about anything else. He followed the mark on the back of his hand in his memory, and focused his mind to carve runes in the sea of consciousness. The runes themselves weren't complicated. The outermost part was oval and the inside was an irregular hexagram. There were even a few thick lines in a few corners that were connected. Time passed by minute. In the sea of consciousness, Fang Heng could not feel the passage of time in the outside world. After an unknown amount of time, the last bit of the oval perfectly condensed. The engraving was completed. The rune gradually materialized and it emitted layers of dark golden light, floating in the chaos. He had succeeded. It was that simple. It was too smooth. And Fang Heng was not quite sure for a moment. It shouldn't be wrong, right? In the next moment, Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. He noticed that red blood was seeping out from the edge of the dark golden rune. What was going on? Looking carefully, red blood was continuously seeping out from the edges of the dark golden rune. Drip! A drop of blood fell to the ground along with the golden rune. Fang Heng realized that the entire golden rune was gradually being devoured by the blood. Fang Heng was sure that the situation was not normal. But after the runes were inscribed, his mental strength could no longer affect the sea of consciousness. He could only watch helplessly as the runes were devoured by the blood. Fang Heng tried the sea of consciousness, but he found that he could not do it at all. The sky darkened. The afternoon meditation class ended, and the other students in the meditation room had already left. Only Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei were left in the room. Mo Jiawei was lying on the futon. At first, he came to ask Fang Heng to have dinner with him. Seeing that Fang Heng was still cultivating with his eyes closed, he decided not to disturb him. So he waited by the side. He waited and fell asleep at some point. Outside the door, a noise woke Mo Jiawei up. Mo Jiawei was in a daze. He saw Fang Heng still sitting on the futon, still in a meditative position. A bodyguard in black pushed the door open and walked in. He whispered something into Mo Jiawei's ear. What? Mo Jiawei was shocked. He suddenly got up and said, "Quick, take me to have a look." Leaving Fang Heng alone, Mo Jiawei hurriedly left the meditation room and ran out of the stadium with the bodyguard. Outside the stadium, most of the students gathered at the entrance and pointed at the sky. Many of them even took out their phones and took pictures of the sky. Mo Jiawei also followed the crowd's gaze and looked at the sky. What the hell were those things? In the sky, a dense mass of black gathered together. Bats. Why were there so many bats? In a big city, It was usually very difficult to find even 1 or 2 bats, let alone so many bats gathered together. The other students also found it very strange. More and more bats gathered in the sky. They circled in the sky uneasily, covering a large area of the sky. Their ears were filled with the sizzling sound of the bats' wings rubbing against each other. Mo Jiawei felt that something was not right. He turned to look at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard whispered, "I don't know." When it was dark, someone noticed a small number of bats near the stadium. At first, they didn't notice it. But since 10 minutes ago, more and more bats have gathered. Have you notified second uncle? I have. He's on his way. Suddenly, something happened to one of the students in the crowd. He pointed at the sky and said, "FCK. Look." Mo Jiawei looked up again. FCK. The dark mass of bats became restless. After circling in the air for a few rounds, they rushed toward the crowd below at the same time. Watch out. Mo Jiawei's heart skipped a beat and he was immediately pulled into the stadium by the 2 bodyguards behind him. Come in quickly. The entire stadium was in chaos. The students ran back to the stadium one after another. A large group of black bats followed the gate and flew in, causing chaos in the stadium. Close the door quickly. Someone shouted. In the chaos, someone forcefully closed the glass door. Bang bang bang. The bats in the outside world were still crazily attacking the tempered glass door. It seemed like there was something in the stadium that attracted the bats. Chapter 255 Decaying Ritual Runes. Chapter 255 Decaying Ritual Runes. What the hell is going on? Mo Jiawei thought to himself that he must have seen a ghost. In the past 2 days, he had been attacked by assassins and now he was attacked by a swarm of bats. Could it be that they were all coming for him? Was he getting unlucky? Mo Jiawei was a little flustered. He had asked his second uncle as to who tried to assassinate him, but he hadn't received any reply. He was only told to be careful and not to go out alone. A loud noise interrupted Mo Jiawei's random thoughts. He looked up and saw a swarm of bats breaking through the glass door. Groups of bats swarmed into the stadium again. All of a sudden, the students were in a mess. Some of them pointed fire extinguishers at the air, while others covered their heads with their clothes and fled. The bodyguard put down the walkie-talkie and whispered, "Young Master Mo, second master has just arrived. He's calling for you." A private car stopped at the entrance of the stadium. A middle-aged man stepped out of the car. He looks to be in his 40s or 50s with white hair on his temples. He raised his head to look at the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. There were still a large number of bats entrenched in the sky. They hovered in the sky and vaguely gathered into a rune. Ritual occultism, Mo Zinshan whispered, his face thoughtful. Second uncle. Mo Jiawei ran over under the escort of 2 bodyguards. He asked 3 questions in a row. Second uncle. Why are there so many bats all of a sudden? Is it related to the vampire apocalypse? Could it be that someone is targeting our North River heavy industry? Do you know who it is? Mo Zinshan did not answer. He only asked, Jiawei, has there been a newcomer in the game training room recently? Newcomer Mo Jiawei was stunned. He shook his head and said, No, forget it. It's not peaceful these days. You stay at home and don't go out. Mo Jiawei put on a bitter face. Ah, hey, second uncle. Are you going back? What about the bats? Aren't you going to deal with them? Feng Hang was still sitting quietly on the futon in the meditation room. The black bats broke through the windows one after another and flew into the meditation room where Feng Hang was. They were attracted by a special strength and flapped their wings one after another, surrounding Feng Hang. Feng Hang had no perception of what was happening in the outside world. He was still trapped in the space of consciousness. Feng Hang stood in front of the rune and quietly observed it like a spectator. After several attempts, Feng Hang found that he could not break free from the space of consciousness, so he gave up. At least he did not feel any danger. The golden rune was now completely soaked in blood. It was like it had been fished out from the blood. Blood kept oozing out and blossoming with blood-red light. What was next? Feng Hang was rather curious, wondering what new tricks this rune could come up with. After the blood-red glow reached its peak, it slowly dimmed. a tiny black dot appeared at the corner of the room. Upon closer inspection, that black dot seemed to be rotten, like burnt paper. Layers of black ashes began to fall off the surface of the rune. Layer by layer, the entire rune started to decay. Under the blood-red color, the entire rune seemed to have been placed on the spot for millions of years, gradually becoming dark and decaying. There are changes again. Feng Heng did not know that at this moment. In the outside world, the bats circling him fell to the ground one by one, losing their vitality. The bat corpses that littered the ground decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing the ghastly white bones. This commotion came and went quickly. After more than 10 minutes, the bats that were entrenched in the stadium had completely dispersed. Wu Peng and the other 2 students on duty today were cursing and swearing as they proceeded to clean up the bat corpses in the building. What did Teacher Chen say? He didn't say anything. He looks like he was hiding something. I thought that this matter was definitely not normal. If I had to say, it might be some big shot who has activated the Tier 3 materialization to test his skill. Stop bragging. Using our North River heavy industry to test his skill, are their brains damaged? Aren't they afraid of provoking the black-faced Buddha? Maybe it's our enemy who is showing off. Haven't you heard that the young master of the company group was ambushed yesterday? As they spoke, the group opened the door of the meditation room. Wu Peng was the first to step into the room. The others also stopped talking and fell silent at the same time. It was as if the meditation room had just experienced the end of the world. The internal chaos in the room was terrifying. Almost every part of the room was left with traces of damage from the impact. On the ground, there were piles of white bones left by the dead bats. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was still sitting on the futon in the corner of the meditation room, motionless. This was too strange. Wu Peng and the others looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. He was still meditating. With such a big movement just now, he was still able to maintain a meditative state. Could it be that something had happened? The few of them exchanged glances. In the end, Wu Peng gathered his courage and walked carefully toward Feng Heng. Only when he walked behind Feng Heng did he gently pat his shoulder. Feng Heng? Seeing that Feng Heng did not respond, Wu Peng exerted more strength. He reached out his hand and pressed on Feng Heng's shoulder, trying to shake him. Hey, Feng Heng, are you alright? Suddenly, Feng Heng's eyes opened. His right hand went back and firmly grasped the hand that Wu Peng put on his shoulder. Wu Peng did not even see clearly how Feng Heng attacked. He instinctively tightened all the muscles in his body. He felt that his wrist was firmly bound by a strength that he could not resist. Then, the world spun in front of his eyes and the world turned upside down. The series of attacks came from Feng Heng's muscle reaction. Feng Heng only came back to his senses when he threw Wu Peng into the air. The force that was originally smashing Wu Peng down suddenly withdrew, and his palm also loosened. Wu Peng's entire body flew out along with the force and he hit the wall with a thud. Feng Heng lowered his head and looked at his hands, then looked at the white bones around the room. White bones. They looked like the bones of a bird. What happened? Wu Peng did not fall heavily. He quickly got up from the ground and grabbed his forearm that Feng Heng had grabbed just now. His forearm was in excruciating pain. He looked at Feng Heng warily, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. That grab just now was too terrifying. Whether it was strength or speed, they were much stronger than when they met in the arena. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength when they were sparring just now. After being taught a lesson by his second uncle, Mo Jiawei was about to come back to look for Feng Heng when he heard the sound of collision in the corridor. So he sped up and rushed in. Seeing the bones all over the floor in the room, Mo Jiawei was also dumbfounded. I'm sorry. I accidentally made a move while I was meditating just now. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wu Peng gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold on. Feng Heng nodded. You're very good. Let's spar again next time. Mo Jiawei blinked his eyes and looked suspiciously at Wu Peng and the others. Feng Heng, you're finally awake. Shen Yu came to look for me just now. He said that the big truck you ordered has arrived and can be picked up at any time. In addition, the team from the Federation has already entered Pine City. Feng Heng looked around the room and nodded. Let's talk outside. The two of them spoke as they left the meditation room. Chapter 256 Ritual Control. Chapter 256 Ritual Control. After watching Fang Heng leave, Wu Peng could no longer hold himself back and sat down on the spot. The other two students also surrounded him. Brother Peng, are you hurt? Hiss. Wu Peng carefully opened his sleeve. The spot that Fang Heng had just grabbed was swollen. Their faces instantly turned slightly pale. Could it be a bone fracture? Quickly go to the infirmary to take a look. After leaving the meditation room, Fang Heng followed Mo Jiawei back to Mo Yunxiao's villa. On the way, Fang Heng roughly learned from Mo Jiawei what had happened in the stadium not long ago. God, do you think it strange so many bats suddenly appeared? I thought it was an enemy that came looking for us. Fang Heng replied and lowered his head in thought. Was the bat's attack related to him, and the white bones that littered the ground after he woke up? It seemed like he would have to find an opportunity to ask Mo Yunxiao tomorrow. However, did his meditation count as complete? After the construction of the runes was completed, there were two changes. The first was that blood flowed out, and the second was that it became rotten. Fang Heng lowered his head and tried to clench his fists. Strength had indeed increased a lot compared to before. After returning to Mo Yunxiao's villa, the assistant had already prepared 2 guest rooms for Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei. After Fang Heng washed up, he returned to the guest room. A top-tier game cabin was placed in the living room of the room. After a busy day, Fang Heng opened the game cabin and turned around to enter. King of God's Space. Fang Heng did not enter the game directly as usual. Instead, he chose to stay in the King of God's Space to check the other options. Magic Tower Trial. This trial was divided into basic mode and advanced mode. The basic mode required all players to be at level 5 after entering the Magic Tower. Moreover, they could only have the initial talent skill. They were only allowed to enter if they had not entered any elementary game before. The advanced mode trial did not have any requirements. The various attribute skills during the challenge were consistent with the player's attributes in the main game world. Fang Heng took a look and casually opened the Magic Tower ranking board. He was suddenly stunned. Fang Heng on the basic mode ranking board. Fang Heng's name was shockingly ranked first. 100 levels. He was the only person who had completed the basic mode 100-story Magic Tower challenge before the age of 18. Fang Heng had a vague premonition that some of his body's memories had been erased. Without further thought, Fang Heng chose to return to the zombie apocalypse game. Once again, he appeared in the basement of the shelter. A red hint flashed across Fang Heng's vision. Hint: you have mastered a new skill, occult ritual. Mastered a skill. Fang Heng immediately opened the game panel to check. Skill: occult ritual, binding soul seal. Level tier 1. Skill description 1. After mastering this skill, you can synchronize your basic ability attribute into the player's world. Current synchronization rate 100. Skill description 2. You can directly enter the game through the ritual seal. Special ability 1 has been awakened through the soul seal outside of the game. You will receive an additional 10 increase in all attributes. Special ability 2 has been awakened through the soul seal vampire apocalypse. You will not be affected by the distortion of the game world of the vampire apocalypse. In the vampire apocalypse game, you will receive an additional 10 increase in all attributes. Special ability 3 has been awakened through soul seal zombie apocalypse. You will not be affected by the distortion of the game world of the zombie apocalypse game. In the zombie apocalypse game, you will receive an additional 10 increase in all attributes. Looking at the game description, Fang Heng's doubts were not reduced at all, but increased instead. A 100 synchronization rate. Did that mean that he could obtain a 100 ability mapping outside of the game? Then what was the soul seal that was bound after the skill was activated? Soul seal. Fang Heng muttered softly. He recalled the note he found in the rental house. It seemed to be very important. Fang Heng opened the character panel and glanced at his attribute. The ability of the seal was undoubtedly extremely powerful, directly increasing all attributes by 10. Sigh. Moreover, this was only the first level up. Perhaps he could continue to level up in the future. Previously, Mo Yunxiao had clearly said that learning meditation would not affect one's strength in the game world. However, it was clear that he had also received a 10 increase in all attributes in the game. Was this special effect unique to him? Was it related to the soul seal? After thinking for a while, Feng Heng sat down on the spot. He decided to focus on the game and wait until tomorrow morning to ask Mo Yunxiao about it. After lighting the bonfire, Feng Heng controlled a group of zombies to take turns and enter the quarantine zone to repair the alloy gate. Next, we'll go to Pine City to pick up the people from the Federation. While we're at it, we'll kidnap the Nemesis. A group of 12 people from the Federal team gathered at the weapons factory on the Meteorite Company's campus. Zhu Bin was in charge of directing this operation. After the blood moon ended, he and Xiao Jing had both tried to contact the Dark Knights. However, the operation for the Dark Knights to once again infiltrate Pine City was temporarily put on hold. This made the Federation realize that something was wrong. They thought that the anti-Federation forces were acting in the dark, so they decided to enter Pine City to explore ahead of time, taking the initiative to trigger the mission. When they infiltrated Pine City, they encountered their first problem, the Nemesis. If they used a helicopter to enter Pine City, it was very likely that they would be bombarded by the Nemesis rocket launcher like last time. Therefore, Shen Yu paid the price of 2 military transport vehicles and obtained a badge from Feng Heng. This badge could block the Nemesis tracking. It was very effective. The helicopter was not chased by the Nemesis along the way. However, the moment they entered Pine City, Zhu Bin sensed that something was wrong. Strange. It was too strange. It was completely different from the last time he came to Pine City. The number of zombies in Pine City was too small. If the difficulty level was SS level last time, the difficulty level now would be S level at most. He thought it was a tough battle, but he didn't expect that they could easily occupy the weapons factory on the company's campus. Captain Zhu, I've searched the place. The armored vehicles in the underground garage are gone, and the spare weapons in the warehouse are gone. Zhu Bin was a little surprised. He couldn't help but look back at Xiao Jing, who was frantically lowering his head to take notes. He let out a long sigh. Alright. Xiao Jing was unreliable. Before coming here, Zhu Bin had originally planned to use the armored vehicles as part of his follow-up plan. However, this plan was rejected by Chen Yu after he proposed it. The reason was that they were most likely unable to find the armored vehicles in the Meteorite Company. How strange. How did Chen Yu know about it in advance? Captain, we've just checked. There are very few zombies on the Meteorite Company's campus. We've looked around the 3 entrances of areas C, D and E, but we haven't found any traces of mutated spiders. Chapter 257 Move Away. Chapter 257 Move Away. Zhu Bin was even more surprised. According to the internal information provided by the Federation, the next phase of the mission was to deal with the mutated spiders. They had to think of ways to find more, hidier information from the Meteorite Company. Have you checked everything thoroughly? To deal with the mutated spiders, the Federal team had also equipped them with focused flamethrowers and a newly developed special smoke bomb. The smoke was mixed with a high concentration of insecticides, which could cause large-scale damage to the mutated spider. Captain, Zhu Bin raised his head. Oh, what else did you find? The team members prepared their words and said in a low voice. Captain, we just tried to explore the first floor of the laboratory building in Area D. It's very strange that we didn't find any materials in the building. Zhu Bin didn't react for a moment. It's just too clean. There's nothing in the laboratory building. It feels like someone swept it in advance. Our entire party searched it, but we didn't find even half a scrap. The newly joined Federation soldier had a blank look on his face. He couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. How could the player sweep the room so cleanly? Putting everything else aside, ordinary player wouldn't even want something like scrap to occupy their backpack. The inside of the experimental building was clean. There was nothing left. Zhu Bin was also puzzled. As he was feeling puzzled, the Federation player who was standing guard at the window on the second floor of the factory whistled and gave a hand signal. He signaled that an armored vehicle was approaching from afar. From far, an armored vehicle passed by the factory and was slowly driving toward the Meteorite Company. The armored vehicle was driving very slowly, and there was a huge metal box behind it. There were pulleys at the bottom of the box. A group of dark knights were carefully escorting the cultivation pod. Everyone looked at the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle passed by the factory and slowly stopped. Fang Heng jumped out of the vehicle. Hey! What a coincidence! Seeing Zhu Bin and Zhou Jing, Fang Heng waved to greet them. Fang Heng, we just came to Pine City. You. Zhu Bin looked at the big metal box with a rope at the back of the armored vehicle. When he got closer, he realized that it was a super large cultivation pod. He had many questions. For example, how did Fang Heng come to Pine City? Where did the armored vehicle and cultivation pod behind him come from? Zhu Bin asked with a concerned tone. Fang Heng, what's in it? It's the Nemesis. Zhu Bin was shocked and subconsciously touched the gun in his hand. Don't panic. The anesthetic that Chen Yu provided me is very effective. Now it's in a dormant state. Zhu Bin heaved a sigh of relief. Fang Heng, where are you going to send it? Of course, to a safer place. Fang Heng patted Zhu Bin's shoulder with a serious expression. Don't worry. I've already made a deal with Chen Yu. He'll guarantee the safety of your mission. In the meditation room, every morning, after Mo Yongxiao woke up, he would sit quietly in the meditation room to calm his nerves. After sitting quietly, he would brew a pot of tea. It was a beautiful day. Come, have some tea. It's the 12 plutocrats. Sitting on the other side of the low table was Mo Xinshan. He raised his teacup and took a sip. They sent an ordinary person to assassinate the direct descendant of the Mo family. Their intentions are very clear. They are warning and provoking us, telling us not to act rashly. Ha! They are arrogant. Mo Xinshan put down his teacup and sneered. Mo Yongxiao was as calm as ever. He asked, what did great-grandfather say? Great-grandfather said that we are now a society ruled by law. If we encounter an assassination, of course we have to call the police. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. Did you hear about what happened at the stadium yesterday? I heard about it. I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. His talent is amazing. Right. Yes. Just forming a Tier 1 ritual rune can cause such a strange phenomenon. His basic attribute in the game and his compatibility with the vampire apocalypse is so high that it has no precedent. As he said this, Mo Yongxiao frowned. I keep feeling that there are still some secrets hidden in him. Since it's a secret, let's not delve too much into it. Mo Xinshan said. Jiawei is the only direct descendant of the Mo family in this generation. He has been very mediocre since he was young, but his luck is still pretty. Dong dong dong. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Fourth uncle. You're inside. Right. Please come in. Mo Jiawei and Fang Heng walked into the meditation room together. When he saw Mo Xinshan in the room, Mo Jiawei's face instantly fell. HMPH not enough. Mo Xinshan glanced at Mo Jiawei, snorted lightly, and stood up. I still have something to do. Mo Jiawei felt bitter in his heart. He thought, what did I do wrong again? It was not until Mo Xinshan left the meditation room that Mo Jiawei felt relieved. Fourth uncle, something big happened in the stadium yesterday. I've never seen so many bats gathered together. I've heard about it. Mo Yongxiao nodded and poured a cup of tea for the two of them. It should be related to the ritual. Fang Heng, you completed the meditation yesterday and completed the ritual in the Sea of Consciousness. Right. So fast he finished the meditation in one day. Mo Jiawei was stunned when he saw Fang Heng nod. Then, he felt that it was quite normal. God was supposed to be like this. That's right. After completing the meditation, the sealed strength was completely released. I think these bats came here to search for your aura. Came? Mo Jiawei was greatly shocked when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Fang Heng. Was he the reason why there was such a big commotion in the stadium last night? But fourth uncle, why didn't the others have this reaction when they unlocked it? Under normal circumstances, only a very small number of people would have this reaction, and the degree of reaction is very small. This is the first time I've seen such a strong reaction. Last night, I checked the relevant information again. I think this may be related to Fang Heng's special ritual seal. In addition, to be able to attract so many bats over, It seems that Fang Heng's compatibility with the vampire apocalypse game is very high. As Mo Yunxiao spoke, he turned to look at Fang Heng. On the other hand, Fang Heng, your basic attribute in the game must be very high. Combining the above 3 points, it finally triggered the strange phenomenon outside the stadium last night. Listening to Mo Yunxiao's explanation, Mo Jiawei seemed to understand, but he only felt that Fang Heng was pretty awesome. Fang Heng frowned and asked, "Mr. Mo, what does compatibility mean?" Well, compatibility is a more general term. The higher the compatibility between a player and a game world, the easier it is for the player to adapt to a game world. For example, the probability of you mastering a skill in the vampire apocalypse game will be higher, and the experience points of the skill will be easier to obtain. There will be a probability of triggering a higher level mission, and so on. Fang Heng probed. Then what about my ability after entering the apocalypse game? Will my ability also be improved, for example? My basic attribute. Chapter 2158 Invitation. Chapter 2158 Invitation. No, it can't be done. Rituals can only bring strength out of the game. It can't enhance the strength in the game. He had received an attribute increase in the game yesterday. Moreover, not only in the vampire apocalypse, but he could also receive an increase in attributes in the zombie apocalypse. He realized that Mo Yunxiao didn't know the function of the soul seal either, and the soul seal could be a very powerful tool. For a moment, the three of them fell silent. After a while, Mo Yunxiao sent an invitation to Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, are you interested in the vampire apocalypse?" Fang Heng raised his head, his face full of confusion. "Your ability is very strong. You are very suitable for the vampire apocalypse. We've been operating in Vampire Apocalypse District 7 for several years, secretly acquiring some gaming companies, and have plans to develop in District 7. We've already participated in the main storyline mission. If you can join." Fang Heng refused. "I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to go to other games for the time being." "Fang Heng, perhaps you still don't know what the main storyline means." This was also the first time Mo Jiawei had heard of a secret related to a hidden game. He looked extremely interested. "Fourth uncle, what else do you have to say about the main storyline mission?" "It's under the control of the King of Gods. I can only say that the main storyline means belonging. Completing the main storyline mission and obtaining the highest score is equivalent to us obtaining the right to belong to this world. With your help, I have the confidence to complete the main storyline mission within a year. When that time comes, we will divide and conquer District 7 of the Vampire Apocalypse together. What do you think?" Faced with Mo Yunxiao's temptation, Fang Heng shook his head. "I am indeed a little interested, but for the time being, I don't have the time. Thank you for your invitation. I will seriously consider it." Main storyline mission. The world of the zombie apocalypse game also had main storyline missions. Moreover, Fang Heng was sure that he played a major role in the main storyline mission. All this while, Fang Heng didn't understand why the Federation was so obsessed with the main storyline mission. So there was a saying that the world ultimately belonged to someone. Although he wasn't quite sure what it meant, Fang Heng guessed that it was probably something like control. He had to get the main storyline mission of the zombie apocalypse from Server 8. He had no reason to leave Server 8, which he had almost completed half of the main storyline mission, and go to the vampire apocalypse to play a part in it. If things went too smoothly and he accidentally completed the main storyline mission of the zombie apocalypse in a short period, he might consider going there to play. Mo Yunxiao didn't mind Fang Heng's rejection. "It doesn't matter. I still need some time to look for information related to your ritual. If you change your mind, you can come to find me anytime." 5 days later, on the main road leading to the prison, a small transportation car was slowly moving forward. Around them, a few motorcycles were accompanying them to protect them. Chen Yu was currently sitting in the driver's seat, his expression slightly solemn. A lot of things had happened in the past few days. The various actions of the anti-Federation forces targeting District 8 had already aroused the vigilance of the Federation's higher-ups. For this reason, the Federation had established a special investigation team for District 8. Because of Chen Yu's recent outstanding performance in the game, he was temporarily transferred to the Federation's task team. This was the latest news from the task team. During this period, the Federation had been actively nurturing a great engineer, Li Yongong, and trying to build a good relationship with him. He died unexpectedly during the blood moon. It was confirmed that this incident was the work of the anti-federal organization, Night Owl, a top-notch great engineer. There were only 4 people on each server, and they would randomly appear all over the world. The recruitment requirements were very harsh. Generally speaking, only 4 to 5 months after the opening of the server would there be a chance to complete the recruitment mission. The Federation had spent a lot of resources just to build a good relationship with Li Yongong in the early stages. His death had a great impact on the Federation. In addition, the second search operation into Pine City had also failed. Zhu Bin and his group, who had been sent out to carry out the mission, searched the meteorite company's base in Pine City. However, they found that the entire base had been cleaned up a long time ago. They didn't even find any trash, let alone items related to the mission. It has been confirmed that Fang Heng can control zombies. The estimated number of zombies can reach 100. He has a close relationship with the Dark Knights. His military rank has been raised to captain, and I suspect that he can control higher-level liquor. In the front passenger seat, a young man wearing thick glasses was looking through the information that had been imported from outside the game not long ago. He used to be a professional player. Because he was involved in some criminal incidents, he left the game guild. After that, he lived alone in Server 7 of the zombie apocalypse. Recently, he has been in close contact with North River Heavy Industry. Zhang Ji closed the file and turned to look at Chen Yu. Are you familiar with him? I've met him a few times, and I feel that Fang Heng is pretty good. He's also very cooperative with our work. Previously, he helped us with the main storyline mission in Pine City as well as the Blood Moon project. Zhang Ji nodded. He originally belonged to District 2 and had participated in related main storyline missions before. Unfortunately, the main storyline mission for Server 2 had already been declared a failure, due to the recent series of emergencies that happened in Server 8, which had attracted the attention of the Federation's upper echelons. He had been transferred here to provide support. For this, he had paid a huge price. All his levels, skills and points had been cleared to 0. Chen Yu pondered for a moment and asked, are you suspecting that the changes in the main storyline mission are related to Fang Heng? Zhang Ji had black circles around his eyes. He had stayed up the past 2 days to read quite a bit of information. Judging from the information and your description, Fang Heng is currently the player who has the deepest contact with the main storyline mission. If the Dark Knight's next main storyline mission is triggered, he will definitely be the first to be notified. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. That's true. Do you think he is hiding something from us? It's a matter of interest. It's human nature for him not to mention the main storyline mission. It's understandable. The car took a turn and slowly drove into a side road. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Chen Yu frowned. What was going on? It had only been a few days. How did it change so drastically? Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He rubbed his eyes and wondered if he had gone the wrong way. Chen Yu lowered his head and turned on his survival radio again. He looked at where he was. Zhang Ji was puzzled and asked, what's wrong? This used to be a forest area. Chen Yu said with a bitter smile. Huh. Zhang Ji also looked out of the window when he heard that. Forest area. This endless prairie and small mounds. Are you sure it's not a plain area? The car slowly drove toward the prison. The more they drove forward, the more shocked Chen Yu was. What on earth did Fang Heng do? It was clearly a forest before the last blood moon. Chapter 259 Development and Expansion. Chapter 259 Development and Expansion. There were also changes to the roads here. The last time he came here, it was a bumpy journey and he was very tired at the end. But now, the roads had been widened by many times, and they had been renovated with stone pavements. This was a tool that could only be made with a Heidier cement mixer. At this time, ordinary players were still thinking of ways to strengthen the shelter and find a way to fill their stomachs. He was so free and so rich. He had already started to build roads. Chen Yu was a little taken aback. Gradually, the outline of a prison appeared on the horizon. Zhang Ji poked his head out of the car window and looked outside. Several players were carrying logs and stones toward the prison. Are these players taking refuge in the prison? Yeah. You've seen the posts on the internet. Right, they say that they are paying for their work. The prison has recruited several players to work in the prison to ensure that they can successfully survive this blood moon. There are also entrance tickets that are sold separately. They've already sold for 50 yuan per ticket. What about them? Zhang Ji pointed at a team of fully armed players blocking the road ahead. It's the Blackthorn mercenary group. Chen Yu slowed down the car and stuck his head out of the window. Black Tiger, the commander of Team 7 of the Blackthorn mercenary group, recognized Chen Yu. Chen Yu, it's you. Are you looking for Boss Fang Hang? Yes. Why are you here? It's because I accepted the prison's request. For the time being, our Blackthorn mercenary group will be responsible for the security and patrolling around the prison, protecting the players in the prison when they are collecting stones and wood. Black Tiger gave a rough explanation and gestured for the player team at the back to let them pass. They'll go with you guys. The boss has also recruited a few other mercenary groups. Many of them don't know you guys. So with me around, it won't be troublesome. Chen Yu smiled bitterly and opened the car door. A minute. Fang Hang had achieved something big. He had become so rich from selling entrance tickets that he even started to recruit advanced player mercenary groups as helpers. Soon, the car entered the prison area. The guards of the Dark Knights on the sentry towers saw Chen Yu and the others at a glance and waved for them to stop. Chen Yu parked the truck at the side and walked out. It had been a few days since the moat had been built. Chen Yu could not help but sigh. The last time he came here, he had relied on the barbed wire defense structure at the periphery. Now, the prison area had expanded by more than 100 meters. The new moat and city walls had also been built. In addition, there were two more large ancillary buildings outside the prison. Zhang Ji narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is that place?" "It's a temporary shelter. Fang Hang doesn't want too many random people to enter the prison. Other than the players who participated in the Blood Moon project and the players who bought the VIP tickets. Everyone else will live outside and wait for the Blood Moon before entering the prison together." VIP tickets. It was a setup. The wooden bridge over the moat descended, and 3 trucks filled with mining materials drove from the outside, slowly entering the prison. Chen Yu stared at these trucks in a daze. He felt that these trucks looked a little familiar. Weren't these what Fang Hang wanted from the Federation? At that time, Chen Yu thought it was strange. He wondered why Fang Hang wanted so many military trucks at that time. Did he use them? But where did he get so many ore resources? Hint: some iron ores are stored in Warehouse 9. Current storage value 26. Hint: some wooden planks are stored in Warehouse 3. Current storage capacity 460. Hint: scanning players' custom shelter blueprints. Hint: refer to players' blueprints custom. Current expansion requires wooden planks 201. 100. Wooden frames 92. 100. Nails 27. 700. Iron nuggets 27. 800. Mixed stones 45. 500. Firewood 60. 100. Hint: your shelter level has been upgraded to level 103. Hint: you have completed the 3rd shelter expansion. The system has determined that your shelter can currently accommodate up to 165 players. If you exceed the capacity, your shelter will be more vulnerable to zombie attacks at night. Hint: your shelter's durability has been increased by 300. Hint: your survival radio has been upgraded again. Your shelter's attractiveness to the survivors outside has been increased. Hint: your shelter can be reinforced by 3 tiers scrap metal reinforcement. Hint: you have gained additional floor space. Please select an expansion plan. Fang Hang enjoyed this feeling very much. He reinforced the shelter a few times, expanded the warehouse as well, and then filled them up again and again. All the spare materials were transported to the shelter. During this time, after completing the construction of the emergency exits in the quarantine zone, he devoted himself to the development of the prison. In 5 days, This was the second time he expanded the shelter. Every time he expanded, he filled it up. Victor was in charge of building a special storage room in the basement of prison building No. 2. It was used to store resources such as ores, wooden planks, iron nuggets and other materials. A large-scale workshop was newly opened in the basement and more than 300 furnaces operated 24 hours a day. The basement was not easy to ventilate and the entire hall was extremely hot. Ordinary players would not be able to stand it. But it didn't matter. The zombie clone was not afraid of the heat. Hack 24 hours a day, Fang Heng calculated in his heart. At this speed, when the next batch of iron nuggets was produced, the next expansion was expected to take another 5 or 6 days. More than half of the forest area had been mined by zombies, and the top-level wooden planks had already piled up in 3 warehouses. He had to wait for Victor to build another 2 more. They found a copper mine. It was good stuff. Copper could be used to make high-level electronic components, and it could also be used to make ammunition. There was another benefit after establishing a teleportation passage in the shelter. He could go to any teleportation point of the Dark Knights through the space tier anytime and anywhere. The efficiency of traveling was greatly improved. Fang Heng used teleportation points to teleport back and forth. He and Mo Jiawei spent a few days swiping away half of the apocalypse camps in the game world, and he only managed to collect more than 300 furnaces. Considering that the space-tearing device used special energy crystals which were relatively rare, the remaining energy could last for about 2 days. So Fang Heng chose to temporarily close the teleportation passage. Yes, you'll have the Blackthorn mercenary group scout the newly discovered mine. The abandoned iron ore that they had found was almost finished, so they needed to find a new mine. The warehouse of Apocalypse Camp 23 was also full, and they had stopped purchasing resources from the outside world. In the afternoon, they asked Mo Jiawei to bring a few cars over to empty the high-grade goods sold there. Part 4 of the series ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give us a like and subscribe so we can be motivated to make even better videos in the future.